What is up, awesome people, and welcome to my Pokemon live demonstration breeding stream. And I just realized I stuffed that title up. Anyways, you get the point. This is going to be another chilled back live stream, kind of like all my live streams, I guess. And this one is going to be the first of multiple live streams. I'm kind of hoping to do this with a lot of Pokemon, just so I can show off how to go about breeding and just go over some really minor details that a lot of people either don't quite understand or don't quite understand how to do in regards to breeding. So how is everyone doing? How's the quality of the live stream? Let's go over that first, because when I was setting up the stream, a few things were going a bit iffy, so I'm just making sure everything is all good and ready to go. So just comment in the stream chat if everything's all good, music's fine, my voice is alright, just covering all bases just to make sure everything is fine. Because there's nothing worse than seeing a network frame has stopped working or something when you go to start a stream up. Alright, everything is running smoothly, awesome, that's good to hear. Because as I said, like, I started the stream up and got all these error messages. I'm like, oh no, not tonight. Anything but tonight. And I've even done an update too, so I don't know why I'm getting a network frame error. So I don't know if it's my stream end or if it's my actual computer. Hoping it's not the computer end. Okay, so the whole plans for tonight is up in the top left corner. I have a whole bunch of Jangmo I need to breed. And as I was starting the stream, I kind of forgot to add a little extra bit of detail to that list. That is supposed to say ×2 or ×1 on some of those IVs needed. So for Adamant, I need like ×2, and I think it's like Brave Nature, I only need ×1. Because obviously when you go for breeding, I tend to go for like a ×2 on a parent, so it makes breeding down the track a lot easier. Same with like LC breeding, for those of you who play under Smoke On format and play LC, it's the same thing there. It kind of speeds things up as well. To kind of help understand it'll be easier, because that's, as I said, I've kind of really mucked that list up. I have this, and I have spoken about this so much on Twitter. For those of you who follow on Twitter will actually know what this might be. This is the famous database I keep going on about. This is not my moveset database. That will not go up on stream anytime soon. Maybe down the track I'll talk about that. But at the moment, this is my breeding database. So this is everything that I have currently been working on. It's still in like beta testing and everything, because obviously I've just started breeding. So in the past I didn't really use anything like this. If anything, it was an absolute disaster in X and Y and Oris. So finally I've got something to keep on top of all my breeding. So this is what I'm going for at the end of the stream. I kind of want ×2 on this for all of these. And then after that I'll be going for like hidden power. So the next batch will probably be like hidden power ice or something for special special attackers, maybe mixed attackers as well. And then as well I'll go through with like maybe the next Pokemon, which will probably be a dragon egg group Pokemon, so something like Gibble or something, so I can chain breed down, and I can show that, on live stream as well. So kind of just going on the whole hidden power thing, which I will do at the end of the live stream once I've done all this, because in the past I have wanted to show off how to do hidden power, but at the time, X and Y Oris, and even previous gens before that, it was absolute hell just trying to even explain how to do hidden power, because it wasn't shown out as easy as it is in Sun and Moon. So now in Sun and Moon we have something that actually gives an indicator what we have in 30, instead of having to go through like grab a Pokemon, go into Wi-Fi battle, IV calculate if you actually had a 30 on something like that, and then go through and do the Destiny Knot for it as well. So it's really complex for hidden power. Hopefully I can show that off. Meantime, I'll just go through how to do hidden power, just Destiny breeding just in general, with Everstone for natures, Destiny Knot for IVs, and how to go about getting IVs for your Pokemon. So hopefully I can break this down simple enough for people who want to get into competitive breeding, because if anything, Sun and Moon is the easiest time to do it. I thought X and Y and Oris were easy with the introduction of Destiny Knot, but it's gotten even easier in Sun and Moon, so that's excellent. I think that's everything I've got to cover. I'll try and explain things as I go through, including like new mechanics that Sun and Moon has brought up. So I'll just bring back the main stream. So that's pretty much the whole idea of what I'm going to be doing for the stream. And no, I won't be going for shinies. As everyone knows, I hate shinies, so not really a thing here. I'm just going for IVs. I could show off shiny Masuda method breeding. I do technically have the things to do it, so if I just grab my DS, like these are all my Japanese Dittos. I can technically do Masuda if I really wanted to. but I'm not going to at this point in time. I'm just going to wait until I get the shiny charm to do that, just to make the odds 1 in 200, because otherwise I'll be here for like hours. So far these are like all my 5 IVs that I've bred. A lot of these I can't use. Well, I could use technically, but I'm not really too thrilled. Like there's something like timid in there. There's a lot of serious, lax, gentle and all that, which you wouldn't technically use for competitive. So I'm either going to rebreed these for special attack, or I'm just going to use these as parents, either one of the two. But they're still like usable. So as I said in chat pre-stream, I may give these out to other people just to help them out or something. Another thing I did have in mind was I have been getting a lot of questions if I'm going to run a Patreon. The question is, I have had that in my mind for a while, and what I may even do is do up a breeding service for one of the perks for Patreon. So I'll give people breeding partners, or give them 5 IVs or something like that they can work with, or even just ways of speeding up their breeding for them. I don't know, it's just something I've had in the back of my mind that I've been trying to figure out if I was going to do Patreon, what exactly I would do. Anyways, I think I've prattled on enough, so let's just get down to getting some of these IVs out the way. Oh, that's right, I was going to show off the original. So this was the original Jangmo I started with. This is from my Japanese game. As you can see, it's in Japanese. It's not really anything impressive. It's no hidden ability or anything like that. It did come with 1 IV, so I guess that did make things really easy. Shiny Lily. I just started, Rock Ruff. Let's just not talk about that. I did Rock Ruff on, like, day 2 of Sun and Moon before all the information came out, and I'm a bit triggered about that. Alright, so I guess we'll start knocking off some of these natures and all that I need. So the first one, of course, is Adamant, and I have 2 Pokemon in daycare as it is. Also, as well, I'll go through and just explain Pelago, because I'm going to briefly cover that. Say how much I hate it for egg hatching, at the same time I like it a little bit. So one thing I'll cover, as I said, I'll do this briefly, is Isle Avue. Isle Useless, whatever you want to call this thing. It's not completely useless. So in the last stream I did, we were discussing how useless and how unneeded this isle is and what we could replace it with. I kind of take back the whole discussion I did. It is kind of handy. I have been using it for egg hatching. Obviously, it's not as quick as manually doing it yourself. It does take 24 to 48 hours. I haven't quite worked out how long it takes, but my last batch did 48 hours without any beans. Kind of handy because Christmas and all that, I didn't exactly get a chance to start breeding Pokemon. So if you're not someone who spends a lot of time playing the game, you can use this isle to hatch your eggs. It will take a long time, but it's AFK hatching, so it is kind of handy. So I did put these in about 4 hours ago. So they've got a very long time to do. I've thrown some beans in to see if it speeds up 24 hours again. If it does, then that's cool. A day long of not playing and they're hatched. So that's just a refresh on that. Like, that can be used. I could have got on and spoken a bit more about Pelago, but I will be doing like a detailed video on that. Anyways, let's get on with this. Actually, I should probably take out a Pokemon from daycare because I need to use Everstone now. Alright, so I'll just go through the basic mechanics that you need to know to do IV breeding. So let's just take out these 2. Both of these are 5 IVs, so I was doing 5 IV to 5 IV with 2 Jangmos. Again, as I said, no hidden ability or anything like that, so that makes things really easy. Hidden ability breeding goes into its own little league, because that has its own little mechanics as well. I probably won't be touching on that in this stream, since I'm not really going for hidden ability yet. I was actually mucking around with a possible hidden ability Commono to use for doubles. Maybe even singles, who knows. Oh, that's got Everstone. I'll take that. I was wondering where my Everstone went. Alright, so there's 2 things we need. There's 2 particular items. So to do AV breeding, we're going to need Destiny Knot and Everstone. Everstone is really easy to get a hold of, because you can get that from Ilma. Once you beat him once, you go back to Hello City, talk to him in his house and battle him. He'll give an Everstone. You can also thieve Everstones from Geodudes, I do believe. If I'm not correct, let me know. And you can also get Everstones from the Pelago treasure hunt by doing the... I think it was the Evolution Stone Treasure Hunt, you get a chance of picking up Everstones through there as well. So you need that one. And the other one you need is Destiny Knot. This one is the utmost needed. This one will allow you to pass IVs on from another Pokemon. So let's just say, like, we use this Pokemon for example. It's got 5 IVs. And we breed up to maybe like a 1 IV. Actually, I'll do a more realistic example. Okay, I've got my Dittos here. This is what I actually started to breed with. So I had one of these Dittos I was breeding with. So if I hooked it up with... I remember which one it was. I think it might have been this one. No. Oh, whatever. Hooked it up with, like, let's say this Ditto, for example. So there's a chance that it would pass on HP, attack, defense, and speed onto the offspring. At the same time as well, it's got a chance of passing on any other IV as well from the other partner. So, for example, that would have been this Jangmo-o. So what I would have been going for is to try and pass on any of those 4 IVs onto the offspring. So obviously Destiny Knot will pick 5 random IVs from either parent and pass it down to the offspring. Normally I have diagrams to show, but I didn't do them, so my bad. But there's a chance it'll pick up, like, from both parents. It could pick up 1 IV from that, pick up 1 IV from attack or something, but only choose 5, leaving the last IV to be randomized. Good grief, I'm definitely not explaining that correctly tonight. As I said though, without diagrams it is really hard to explain, but it picks 5 random IVs and passes it on. So what you do is then from the offspring you'd try and build it up. So if the offspring had 1 IV and it started with 0, you'd put that into daycare instead, build it up till you get 5. 6 IVs is still possible because you can randomize the last IV, which is what I did for that Jangmo-o I had up on the screen. That was just completely RNG on that last stat. Alright, as I was explaining that, I had a lot of people join. So hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed me prattle on about Destiny. Not that I completely failed. I mean, I could quickly go into Photoshop and put up a diagram, but I kind of feel we should probably demonstrate it. Might be a bit easier. Alright, so because I want adamant, I'm going to need a adamant Jangmo-o to start off. And I prefer one that's got 4 IVs to speed things up. I mean, I could start with 0 and just do the whole build-up thing as I was discussing. So, as you can probably tell, I did know Everstone beforehand, because I was doing that on purpose so I could have something to work with for the stream. And I can't find an adamant. Come on, I know I've got an adamant in here somewhere. I have every other nature. I've seen an adamant. It's somewhere in here. There we go, there's an adamant. I was going to say, if it's not in here, it's in the ones that I actually picked out. Okay, so this one has 4 IVs. It's just missing attack, so that's fine. So what we're going to do is, because that's got the nature I want, I'm going to give that Everstone, which will make it 100% chance that the baby will have the same nature. So Everstone to that one. And then we just pick one with like 5 IVs, so we'll do serious nature. So that's just going to be passing the one holding the Destiny Knot, so which will mean that both parents have a chance of passing down their IVs to the offspring. So we're going to go Everstone there. So really all I want is for the Destiny Knot to pick attack IV from this Jangmo-o and pass it down to the offspring, whereas it can pick up any other IV from the other stats and pass it on to the offspring. So I'm going from a 4 IV, which is this one, and a 5 IV, which is that one. So there's the 4 IVs. So from here as well, the Destiny Knot has a chance of picking up special attack from either one of these parents and passing that down to the offspring. So at the very worst, I can pick up a 3 IV, I do believe. And for this one, we'll just put this back into my parent box. And from here, I also want a male and female. And that's for the purpose of chain breeding into other Pokemon from the same egg group. So as I said, Gibble is a possible pass down for that one, or for LC breeding as well. So same species there. Can also produce Pokemon with the moves that they're holding at the time. So if I had like D-Dance, for example, I think Jangmo-o learns D-Dance or something. D-Dance at level 40 something. Yeah, some people are definitely explaining it better than me in the chat, which is awesome. as I said, like, I usually pick it up with diagrams and everything. I've got everything scripted out. A bit different when you're improving everything. Alright, so let's just do this. Anyways, as I was explaining, like, I'll bring up all the Jangmo's movesets in a moment so I can explain the whole same species thing. So I think the easiest way to explain it is if I had a Jangmo that was like level 44, I think it came with like Dragon Claw, Work Up, Noble Roar, and something else. I can't remember because it's been a while since I did that. But anyways, if I caught 2 of them with those moves and bred both of them together as a male and female, the offspring will come out with those exact same moves as well, regardless of just being level 1. The only exceptions to these rules have been, obviously TMs. Pretty sure they don't pass down as well. I mean, why would you pass them down when you can just teach them through TM anyways? And I just realised I may have just put in a male and male. Whoops. Yeah, it's probably the whole chat yelling at me now because I probably did. I put a bloody male and male together. My bad. Alright, let's just take the both of them out and try again. Okay, that's how not to start a breeding stream, putting a male and male together. Alright, I want to change that Destiny not to a female. So held item, take that off. Where to put that female? Actually, any female should do. Everstone, Name. Alright, now we're gonna get some eggs. Right, we'll throw these in and then we'll start explaining the first part of the breeding process. Alright, so from this part, people could choose different ways of doing it. I have my own way of doing it. Anyone in the chat may have a different method, as I said. Normally what I do is I'll just go through, breed up a whole bunch of eggs. So once I reach 5 in a max party, I'll just say send it to the box and I'll pick it up later. So just in that case, if I get like a lucky batch where I get 3 5IVs, I've got 1 spare, which means I can train that up and use it in battle, whatever. So in this case, I need 2 females with adamant and the 5IVs, and a male and female both with 5IVs and adamant. And then I may push it and go 3, so then I've got some offspring I can just start training up. From there, if I want to say need a gibble or something with 5IVs and adamant, it means I can grab the male Jangmo, breed it up with a female gibble, and then I can pass on the IVs there as well, which is why I've got that. Or, as I said, like I could go for LC breeding, have the 2 adamant ones leveled up with the moves I want to give the offspring, and when the offspring hatches, I'll have all those moves as well. So it's kind of like planning for future events, I say. It's really slow, I will say that, because normally I just breed up my 5OVs, train it up, EV train it, whatever, give it the moves, and now I'm good to go for competitive. Whereas this time round, I'm kind of taking a slower approach, so it helps out for future events. So if I want like a naive or something for double battles, or if Pimp Knight wants a bold nature or something like that, it's already there for him to breed up, so it's done in like a couple of seconds, whereas before we'd have to do it all, and then once we've got it, it's like spit up. We've already got it to breed with, and all the resources are already there. And yes, I do have a flame body Pokemon. I've got Magby, and this is actually the fastest way. It only taking a little bit longer only because I don't have, well, Jangmo hatching takes quite some time, and it's every 252 steps or 255 that an egg has a chance of appearing. I don't have the Everstone as well, which is going to slow me down. Normally I'd have a Japanese one in there, which also speeds up the chances of getting an egg. But you could use the pen, but this personally has been the fastest for me. So if I threw in a Pokemon like a Caterpie, for example, I would get the Caterpie extremely quickly with Flame Body Magby. People have used like Talonflame or Fletch Tinder or something, which also has Flame Body, that works as well. magma armor also works as well. So if you leave with that, it'll speed up the chances of hatching an egg. But for this, I just want to grab them as quickly as I can. And they'll all hatch at once normally, like that's what I've been doing. But as I said, each to their own, like this is just my own particular method. So once I get a full party, I'll start doing like a full lap. And I'm not counting because, there we go, I do have a full... Not counting because I'm also thinking about what I'm saying as well, which is like double the brain power. So normally I'd sit here and just watch anime or a movie or something while I'm doing this. Really passes the time. Now, I've seen a lot of breeding guides actually say to do this. Because you can go down here, you go all the way down here, so you go past 3 Pokemon centers, and normally, as I said, I've got eggs already in my box, so I can just grab. And this is even the method that Pimp Knight uses as well, so this is, as I said, the method that I use. And I've seen a lot of guides also suggest this as well. And I personally do want loading zones because I don't want to have a backlog of eggs. So from here, oops, I'll send it to the box. And because I only want to go for a certain amount of Pokemon here, I don't want a huge backlog. So yes, I do run past 3 Pokemon centers as well. But yeah, as I said, like, multiple people could have different methods, so really each their own. But this one for me has actually worked the best. And that's really how I've done my breeding so far, because if you like me or Pimp Knight, because especially for like the Builden one we did, I think I hatched like 264 eggs, and that was done in just a matter of 4 hours. So that was like whatever I said, 25 IVs out of it. This was the method I used. I know because there's like a load of eggs already in the Pokebox. So once I'm at a Pokemon Center or the closest one, once the whole party's hatched, I just go into there, pick up my eggs, and just keep going. So there's no stopping and starting. It's just constant moving, which is what I really like. So the pen one, it could work because there's no loading zones, but you really kind of have to keep stopping and starting every now and again. Whereas this one, you keep moving pretty much. So I've already hatched one, so I can just go straight to the Pokemon Center, check its IVs. Because I'm already doing 5 to 4, so there's a good chance I may have a 5 IV already. Oh, look at that, I randomized like special attacks. So that was only a 3, which is what I said I had a chance of doing. And I just realized I had my box automatically set to here, so that wasn't a good idea. Yeah, this is all I did, like, as you can see on the bottom screen, I have all these Buildums just using that method. So there's like that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a bit. That was just using that method. I've got the Jangmo-o using this method as well. Just to give an idea, and that's only in a span of a couple of hours, just to actually show how quickly I've gotten all those eggs. Yeah, that'll work too, going through the thrifty mark as well. I've actually not counted how many steps this does. I mean, the loading zones is only like a couple of seconds off, but there's another egg. And Jangmo-o is about the same steps as Buildum. And that's a lot. Only because it's pseudo-legendary. But as I said, it'd be really quick with Caterpie or something like that. It's got really low steps needed to hatch an egg. So I may get like I may get, luckily, one more hatch before I get to the Pokemon Center. Maybe. Yeah, that's the thing. There's no really good loops like there was in X and Y and Oris. So, as I said, it's kind of each their own at the moment. There we go. There's another egg I can pick up as well. If I was using like Japanese, one of them as Japanese partners, I probably would resort to something else because I spit eggs out like there's no tomorrow. But because they're both underneath my ID, it slows down the egg process, which is kind of nice actually. Whereas Beldum, I think every lap I got an egg. Just going up the top and coming back down, there was always an egg waiting for me. Nope. Oh look, I was nearly correct. I said I'd get another one just before I reached there. I got it just a little bit after. So it's really not all that bad because you do get a lot of steps. So I'll just go in and like, normally I just keep going until all 5 are hatched, but this one's just a little bit different because I do want to kind of halt after I've got what I need. And I'm getting really unlucky. So this is really all it comes down to. It's just now luck if I'll get the IV that I want. So you can kind of see how the IVs are working, hopefully. So one Jangmo had attack and the other one didn't. So I could very well get the IV from the one that doesn't have the perfect attack, or I could grab special attack from either one of them, which obviously I don't want. So all down to the luck of the draw, unfortunately. But once I've got it, I can just throw that in and use that as the partner compared to like using a 4 IV. And for that, I'd hope I get the male, because that would replace the 4 IV, which is the male in the daycare. Yes, there is an oval charm. You only need one foreign Pokemon. As long as there's one Pokemon that's not underneath your OT, it'll speed up how many eggs you get. If both of them, I think, aren't underneath your OT, it speeds things up a lot. So, I had Pimp's Beldum. No, it was my Beldum, never mind. And then my Japanese Ditto. So one wasn't my OT, the other one was. And as I said, like 1/2 of a lap was enough to give me an egg sometimes. Although you can't really go off my luck, I've got Drew for luck. Ah! It's RNG and special attack. Or the other Jangmo-o's like some insane special attack stat. It's like, okay, this is gonna be fun. There we go, there's another one. So now I've got like no eggs, so I'm gonna have to start doing half a lap. Right, so I think I might have to resort to half a lap. Because I'm hatching just a wee bit fast. I honestly didn't think I was going to get this unlucky, but every time I do a stream I always get unlucky, whereas if I'm breeding in my own time I just seem to get amazing luck like that. That's just bleh. I think I RNG'd HP this time. Alright, need some eggs. I was also thinking as well with the pen, there's like things you need to avoid as well. And I tend to not like things like that, whereas this is just a straightforward run. Yeah, I think I still prefer my method. As long as you clear all the trainers first, you shouldn't have a problem with this particular lap. Alright, so I laid a lot of eggs, so I'll just, as I said, I'll just do the top half, and that should be enough to spawn an egg if I'm lucky. Because both of my Pokemon are unfortunately both underneath my OT, I do have a chance of not getting an egg. Whereas if I sent one over to my Japanese game, bred up a 5IV and then sent it back, then yes, I would be getting an egg every time. Which is something I have actually been tempted to do. Okay, this is just bleh. Normal luck, I guess, for me. If I really wanted to, I could throw in a Japanese Ditto just to speed things up. But then we're talking all bunch of other problems then, because I would be missing another IV, which means getting a 5IV could possibly slow down just a tad bit more. There we go. Yes, I'm trying to get a Jangmo of every possible competitive nature, which is why there's a big list there. Only because if I don't do it now, I know down the track I'll be like, I need this, so I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time going through and breeding up a pair just to do it. So if I do it now, everything just speeds up. Come on, give me a 5IV. I shouldn't be too far off getting a hatch either. If I've got the calcs right in my head. It might be a little bit off. After a while, you tend to get just a bit of a feel on how long it takes an egg to hatch. Anyways, while this is happening, I guess I could talk about competitive uses for the Jangmo line. And I will say this, there's a lot of discussion going on in both VGC and in Smogon saying that this could possibly be one of the worst pseudo-legendaries. I was originally going to do that. Normally I start with a field egg group Pokemon, like Eevee or something, so it makes it easier to breed down chains, but the thing is, I was going through making up sets, and I actually came up with some really interesting sets for this particular line, only because I was actually going to start talking about that was how people are saying that this very well could be the black sheep of the pseudo-legendaries. It's got a big 4x weakness, its move pool is dreadful, for like physical. I mean, its best fighting move is Sky Uppercut, which isn't very reliable compared to like close combat or something, which it doesn't get. It gets no steel type physical move like Iron Head or anything like that. It gets some really good moves like D-Dance and all that, and Work Up, which I don't know if you would use it, I personally would. It gets D-Dance, it gets Sword Dance, but it hasn't really got anything to really complement on the physical side. Its signature special dragon type move lowers its defense by 1 as well, which could work because it does have like 110 base defense. But overall, it's got too many weaknesses compared to like Fairy and all that, which come in and destroy it. It's got nothing to counter Fairy outside of Flash Cannon. So if you're running a physical move pool, which is what it's supposed to specialize in, it's just gonna have to swap out. There's nothing it can really do. So I was like, going back through and going, what can I do with this thing? This thing looks really interesting, and I've actually got a few things in my mind that I want to try out. Unfortunately, I'm missing something at the moment to do that. I kind of have everything else, except for one little thing, so I can't breed that for now. I did plan it out already, so when it does happen, I'm all good to go. But it was just, there we go, there's a 5IV. Took a while, but I finally got this. So this one's a female, unfortunately. So there's Adamant. It's got soundproof, so I'll have to ability capture that one because I kind of wanted bulletproof. Soundproof could still work, but for the set I'm running, I kind of wanted bulletproof. That's not too hard to fix at all. So I've got female. Actually, I'll just do that. I'll just fix it up on my database. Adamant female complete. Hint ability no, hint power no, on hand 1. There we go. So all I did there was, if I swap it over to the database, I've now whacked in that I've got a female Jangmo. It's female, it's got adamant nature and all that, no egg moves. I've ticked off what IVs it has. I've said yes, I've completed at least 1, and I've typed in on hand 1. The problem is though, as I said, I tend to go for 2 of them, so I have sorry, I don't need 2, I need 1. I don't know why I was thinking I need 2. Oh, sorry, I need 2 because I need 1 spare. So if I go into like a query, this is almost quick searches. So eventually like there'll be more Pokemon down here, but as you can see, like I need more of these, so I need at least 1 more. Hopefully my little query that I've built would actually be correct on that one. So need to be bred is these ones. So that's just like quickly going through about saying how this database works. Obviously it's still in beta, but that's kind of what I'm really going for. So just to go through and quickly show that off. Alright, so I got that. That's in my box. And I got a whole bunch of eggs here because that's just going to be used for like Isle Avue or the useless Isle. While I've got days off at work, days at work and all that. Alright, so back to breeding. So I need 1 more female and 2 more males. Yeah, I don't think I actually explained that. Soundproof is handy for like hyper voice. Good for heal bell as well. So if you got up against an opponent that's spamming heal bell, you can just send out soundproof and stop that too. Hyper voice is the main one. I don't see echo voice all that much. Bug buzz, it also counts as well. Just any of those soundproof, sound-based moves, it's good for countering them. But as I said, the set I was using kind of relies on bulletproof, so that's why I'm kind of running that. We actually talked about that last stream, was the battle tree. Did people enjoy or like the idea of the battle tree? I kind of had mixed feelings on it. A lot of people said they liked it because it was more difficult. Others didn't like it, were kind of on the same train of thought I was. Yes, it's awesome because it's more difficult, but at the same time it does make BP grinding a little bit harder because it doesn't start off like on the easy level and then slowly scale up. It just starts off hard, which is quite intimidating for a lot of the non-competitive players, I guess. I was thinking more along the lines of people who are trying to get into the games. It's kind of not very friendly towards them. But it's got its perks and it's also got its cons. Sweet, so a lot of people, this is their first live stream of mine. Sweet. Hopefully it gives a lot of information. If anyone has any questions at all, whether it be on breeding or anything else for Sun and Moon related, also feel free to ask. I am looking at the chat every now and again and asking. I was just seeing what people are saying and all that. And I already see people are doing swaps and all that, which is awesome. Oh, pig's sakes. B. There we go. As I said, I do this no problems when I'm just in my own time, but when you're talking and trying to do this, it's multitasking and the brain just does not work. Alright, there's another egg. There was another live stream I'm thinking of doing down the track, and that's when I have a lot more competitively useful Pokemon, was a battle tree live stream. Gonna go through there, wreck up some battle points. And I was going to do like a Destiny Knot giveaway for those who want to get into competitive breeding, considering just how I not long mentioned that Battle Tree got a bit harder. And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to struggle to get battle points to get Destiny Knot. Otherwise, it's going to be Battle Royale grind. And heck, for someone like me who has decent patience, that was even annoying, which I ended up giving up on for pickup. Oh boy, that was dreadful. Also, another thing I'm keeping an eye out for is Fantastic. I actually forgot to show that. I actually have hidden power Pokemon, so I did say I was going to do like hidden power breeding at the end of the stream. And these are all my hidden power breedable Pokemon. So in here there's actually that annoying thing that was 1 IV off 6 as well. So once I've done all this big list, I'm going to go through... Oh, I just realised I didn't save. There we go. At the end of the stream, like once I've done that big list, I'll go through and show how to do hidden power as well. And these guys are going to be the test subjects for that as well, since they all have 30. So hopefully I can demonstrate hidden power breeding, because that has always been something I wanted to actually demonstrate, but it's been so complex to do in the past. So really excited to show that off. Gotta get past this part first though. Both Modest and Timid can be quite handy on Sylveon. Depends what you're running, if you want to go for a sweepy set or if you want a tanky set. Modest tends to be like the max HP and max special attack. Timid tends to be more max speed, max special attack. As I said, depends how you're running it. Oh sweet, we've got 44 watching. Holy crap. I honestly didn't think this was gonna go as well as it did. I do have a question for everyone. What do people think about bottle caps? Now that we've worked out what they do in regards to like not affecting breeding, they don't affect hidden power, and whatever else they don't affect. So what is everyone's end thoughts in regards to just bottle caps? I still reckon bottle caps are quite handy. Still quite handy for like transfer Pokemon from 3rd or 4th gen, which I'll be actually doing quite a fair bit for 6th gen. And it's also good for legendaries, as long as you get like the right nature and all that. But other than that, I still think they've lost a lot of potential. Although, it does mean you can have a hidden power ice Pokemon with technically 6 IVs, which is kind of cool. That's something that we haven't quite explored in the past. So normally with hidden power you have your normal 30 and all that, 30 and 31 in whatever stats, and one stat always misses out. However, with this you can go like whatever IVs for your hidden power, and then bottle cap them up to 31, and you still have hidden power ice, but you got 31 IVs in every stat, which is normally hidden power dark. Yeah, awesome for shinies, great for transfer Pokemon like old shinies. Yes, they definitely make legend hunting a lot less stressful. I can definitely vouch for that one. I mean, heck, it was that stressful when Oris, I think if everyone saw my Wi-Fi Wednesday live, I had a Raikou with just 3 IVs because I just it just stressed me out too much just trying to get a decent Raikou with hidden power ice. In the end, I just took whatever the hell I got given. And there was a lot of other legendaries I'd use for Wi-Fi Wednesday, which still only had 3 IVs, because it would have just tore my hair out just trying to get them in time for a Wi-Fi Wednesday episode. Speaking of which, Wi-Fi Wednesday will be back next year, when I get my lazy bum into like actually breeding Pokemon quite quickly. As I said, I am doing it the slow method at the moment, only because it speeds things up for me personally. So I'd say either in January or at the absolute latest, February will be Wi-Fi Wednesday. Not too sure if I'm going to start off with Smogon, because tiers haven't quite fixed themselves yet, or if I'm going to go straight into battle spot doubles. I have a funny feeling I may jump straight into battle spot doubles, just waiting for Smogon to sort their stuff out. Unless Smogon has sorted it out and I'm out of the loop. It is possible. Shiny. Hold on, I just read 6 IV through SOS. Shiny and 6 IVs could be pushing it. It's possible, but it's not. It's extremely unlikely. So I don't know about that one. I did actually have the stats up into how common a 6 IV was through SOS. There we go, there's our next egg. I might start doing a long method now because I got a few eggs, so if I start getting extremely bad luck, at least I got a few eggs in the box I can back up on. Like heck, even if I just go for like 1 on stream and in my own time just get the extra party, which I think I might do just to bowl things over quickly. All I can say is I'm thankful I'm not going for a shiny. As I said, if I was going to go for a shiny, I'd hold off until I got the shiny charm, which is completing the entire Pokédex. Haven't done that yet. That will slowly get done as I keep doing competitive breeding and competitive training. Normally I don't rush to doing shiny charm because, as I said, I'm not a huge fan of shinies. There are a few shinies though in Sun and Moon I might actually go for. But also, having said that as well, I've been lucky enough to pick up 2 decent shinies already just through encounters in the wild. No SOS training or anything, just straight up shinies. So, I don't know, I could use shinies. I've got a shiny Mudspray, which is, I think it was Sassy Nature, I think it was. And a bold Hypno, so I could very well bottle cap them up and use them. If I really wanted to, I guess. But I don't know, I personally don't like shinies. I actually don't see the appeal for a lot of them. Oh, great. I like my normal Pokemon. Found a shiny Graveler, killed it because it was ugly. Well, at least you killed it and didn't kill itself. That's all I could say. I think I've told the story of the shiny Graveler incident back in 4th gen. First ever shiny I found in 4th gen. It was a shiny Graveler. It went boom. I cried. Because that's the first shiny I've ever found. I thought the game broke because at that time I didn't know too much about shiny Pokemon. I'd only heard about it through like internet forums and all that. To actually find one was an absolute surreal experience. But I don't know what was more surreal, finding one or seeing it go boom in my face. I've already covered Pelago. It's a lot slower. I actually have eggs in there at the moment. It's kind of like multitasking my egg hatching. Shiny Finneon through chain fishing. I'm trying to think, what have I found? Oh, there's another sad story too. In Pokemon X and Y, I was chain fishing for just any old Pokemon. I think I ended up getting Basculin. And of course it had Final Gambit, didn't it? So I was weaking it down. I wasn't aware it had Final Gambit because it was only like a certain level Basculin had it. Because I watched Pimp Knight catch one, and it was all good and all that. He caught it ease peas. Then I found one. I used false swipes, and then I found that next turn it had Final Gambit. So I had to say bye bye to another shiny. As you can see, I have had the absolute best of luck with shiny Pokemon, because then we have like the whole shiny hunt streams I did in Oris as well. I had the failed Zigzagoon one, which went for 8 hours, not a single shiny to be found that day. That was through horde encounters. And then I had the Dexnav experience, which was 8 hours again. And just as I was about to sign off on the stream, I finally found that little shit of a thing, a shiny Poochyena. It wasn't anything decent or anything or like that, but it was like 16 hours to find a shiny in Oris. Was absolutely unreal. Worst luck ever, because Dexnav wasn't affected by Shut and Charm either. So I was like, oh god, it took me 500 encounters. An extremely tiring experience, which I said I don't think I'll be doing anytime soon again. Although I think I did say on Twitter, I possibly could do a few shiny streams again for Sun and Moon, considering it's a lot easier. But that's if I'm willing to throw away 8 or 9 hours again, which I don't know if I'm willing to do again. But I think someone calculated, I encountered like, I think it was like over 1,000 Zigzagoons with the Horde encounter, and not a single one to be shiny. Was really unlucky. So that's just a weird thing, like, at times I can have really, really bad luck when I should be having decent luck or a decent chance, and then when I'm not even trying or going for a shiny, I always find a bloody shiny. I have even experiences like that in X and Y where, as I said, when it comes to shiny Pokemon, I just don't care. Yeah, when I was doing the pseudo breeding in X and Y, just chaining up IVs and all that like I am now, I'd score a shiny. It'd be like 1 IV or 2 IV or whatever. It was like, oh, shiny, bye. And then I'd find like shinies in Friend Safari, which was like 1 in 512 chance as well there. I can do that, but when it actually goes to shiny hunting and I actually want a shiny, I can't find one. Always how it tends to roll. I don't know if anyone else has that type of luck, or if it's just my dreadful luck. Yes, that's another thing too. Like, I actually did kind of put down Pokemon Sun and Moon because of that. No access to D-pad was kind of a bad thing. I always bred with a D-pad. Unless, of course, it was like the automatic breeding thing in X and Y, then that's about the only time I'd ever use the actual circle pad. Took me a while to get used to this circle pad, actually. Which also leads on to like the next point. If I break my circle stick because of how much breeding I do, I'm going to have to buy like a brand new 3DS. I'm going to have to get a whole new capture card as well, because this is my only capture card for an Australian 3DS. I mean, I could breed on my Japanese 3DS, but I can't even play Sun and Moon on the Australian game then. I will admit the chaining in Sun and Moon is a lot easier because there's a lot less ways of actually breaking the chain. If I remember correctly, the only way to stop the chain is if another Pokemon spawns. Putting the Pokemon to sleep, and look at that, I nearly got it. Or if the Pokemon kills itself. That's about the only ways to break the chain in Sun and Moon. Give me that egg. 12 shinies so far in Sun and Moon. Well, that kind of puts in perspective how easy shiny hunting must be then. 157 eggs for a shiny Litten, under 30 alloys for shiny Rockruff. Actually, that's really quick. As I said, I technically have not done any decent shiny hunting at all in Sun and Moon, because like no shiny charm or anything like that, and the only time I did attempt was before all the information came to light, which was like day 2 or day 3 of Sun and Moon's release. That was like in between doing the walkthrough as well. Probably easier to Masuda method the shiny starters instead of like doing soft resetting. Because that way when you do Masuda method, even if you have the shiny charm, it's like 1 in 2,000 chance of a shiny. Sorry, not 2,000, far out. 1 too many zeros. 1 in 200 chance for a shiny. Whereas compared to 1 in 4,092 chance for a soft reset right at the start. So it may even be quicker doing it that way, unless you really want to say that you've soft resetted for a shiny starter, which will probably have bad nature and bad IVs. If it had a decent nature, that'd be a worthy keep, because you just bottle cap it up. But if you get a bad nature, like Hardy or Sirius or something like that, I mean, heck, you've got bragging rights, I guess. And yes, someone said I dislike shiny Jangmo. I'm actually not a big... Oh my goodness! I got a 5 IV, but... Oh! God damn it! I got a 30. I have plenty of special attack 30s already though, that's the thing. God damn it. I thought for a second I had another 6 IV. Oh, it's another female too. I wanted a male, god damn it. Well, I got my 2 females. I can't complain. It's still kind of annoying. If that was 30 in any other stat, that would have been fine. I could have used that. But special attack, I've already got something like 3 possible hidden power breeders with that, so... There's a good chance we may get the hidden ability starters through Pokebank when that comes out, because we had hidden ability 2nd gen starters, no, sorry, 2nd gen. Oh no, it might have been 2nd gen starters. We've definitely got the 5th gen through Pokebank. I can't remember if we got the 2nd gen starter. Yeah, we did. Pretty sure we did. God, I can't remember now. But anyways, I reckon they'll do the hidden ability starters through Pokebank when that comes out. They usually do something for Pokebank to entice people to buy a subscription to Pokebank. Adamant Stuffle is definitely probably the best nature to go for it. Personally, I'd be going Brave, but at this point in time with no 0 speed breeder, it's a bit hard to TR anything. I mean, you could almost go for 31 speed on Beware and just do Hammer Arm. Oh, lucky I didn't grab any eggs, I would have gone to the wrong box. Oh. Oh well, at least it's 30 in defense, so I can use that for power. There's another one with 1 IV off. That's really, really annoying. So all of these, any of them with Fantastic, I keep. So not a huge loss. Still extremely handy. So all of my 30s I mark with a red mark. As I said, I'll go into more detail about this when I go do the hidden power part of this breeding thing. Zoom lens. I don't think I've ever used that item, zoom lens. Where did I read that? Zoom lens, and luckily it had low speed. Oh. I thought that was wide lens. Or is that like a new one? So I don't think I've ever used that item. When my internet wants to load. Zoom lens. Oh, boost the holder's accuracy by 20%. I thought, what did wide lens do? Oh, 10% of the original accuracy. Yeah, that'll work. Normally 10% is enough to boost things into 100% accuracy, considering that hammer arm isn't normally a bad hitting move. I don't think I've ever missed with hammer arm. Unless of course it's hustle or something. Accuracy of 90. Well, with zoom lens alone, sorry, not wide lens brings it to 99, which is 100% accuracy. Wide lens might be a bit of an overkill. I mean, I'd use probably zoom lens on something like Focus Blast. Oh, I must have put an egg into my party. Whoops. Yeah, Beware with Brave Nature is indeed probably one of the best natures. Runs very well in Trick Room. It's just even really tanky too. Also works as anti-Trick Room as well, so if you go up an opponent with Trick Room, it works too. That's personally what I'd run, or I'd just go at really tanky nature, something with like... I mean, you could do... something like... Bold nature, oh, not bold nature, that's lowering attack. Just try to think off the top of my head. Impish nature would work as well. I had to think there for a second. I'm like, what's raising attack? So, raising defense and lowering special attack. Impish nature. That'll work too as well, since Fluffy lowers all contacting moves, but does make it quite prone to fire attacks, so that'll work too. Or we could do a rest sleep talk set as well, since it gets no recovery outside of rest. As I said, normally I would be doing Masuda at this point in time, but I haven't quite had a chance to send my Pokemon over to the Japanese game and start breeding. I mean, I could send the Destiny Knot over and do it, but as I said, not a huge fan of shinies. It does get Pain Split, but unfortunately Pain Split could backfire as well. And it's not a very reliable recovery either, since if someone does predict it, they could swap into a very low HP Pokemon and then do a recovery, whereas your Beware loses HP or whatever. So as I said, it's not a very reliable recovery. That's why I said it's got no decent recovery outside of rest. Alakazam tends to be timid or modest, depending on what you run on it. Most of them tend to run timid, just to outspeed because of how frail it is. One attack and most of the time Alakazam goes down, even in Mega Form and non-Mega Form, just one tap and it's dead. Although it did get a bit of boost in special defense, so I guess it would tank a special move. Not so much a physical move though. Modest on Primarina, yeah, that works as well. I mean, it'd be a bit difficult running a timid on Primarina because its speed is absolutely dreadful. It'd work well though if you're doing Quiet Nature. Again, if you're running a Trick Room team, it's got definitely the base speed to do a Trick Room. This is the thing, there's so many decent Trick Room Pokemon I would love to run, but I got no Zero Speed breeder. I got no Zero Speed in Ditto. I haven't yet to breed up a random Zero Speed either. I've caught no Pokemon with Zero Speed. It's like, I'm just holding out for the day I get one. Although I was told, well, teased by Pipknight, he said, I've got one. I've got a Pokemon with Zero Speed. Went looking for it, and he says he's traded it off. So I nearly had one. If only he didn't trade it off, though. And that was a lot of eggs to hatch just then. So hopefully something comes out of this. Hopefully a male. If I get a male, then that's adamant done. As I said, I'll probably just do the rest of it in my own time. Oh, that's an interesting shape. Oh, damn. That's the thing, like, if I had one of those was a male, or at least started as a male, I would have had the second one ease peas by now. But since I'm going 4 to 5, it's got a chance of spitting out constant 3s. So it's still luck of the draw at the moment. I do have another question for everyone. What do people think of the new rule that they've added to trades, where if you DC during a trade, you will get the temporarily banned from using Festival Plaza? Do people like it? Because it actually does crack down on some hackers. I've heard a lot of hackers who use PK Hex or Power Save getting banned or perma-banned because they're trading off hacked Pokemon. So there's a slight plus to it, but what do people think? Considering it does also punish people who, like us for example, we had a surge during live stream, I was trading out Beldum. Pipknight did get punished because we had a power surge which cut our internet during a trade. So, what do people think? Timed out for no reason. Oh. Yeah, bad internet is bad. The trade glitch is kind of an unfortunate thing, I think, in my own personal opinion, because we were using that to allow people to get event Pokemon that weren't accessible to everyone, like a lot of the Japanese events. But now that's completely scrapped, so if there's any events that come out for Japanese only, which I can pick up now because of the Japanese 3DS, it means I can't just distribute that to anyone else, which is really annoying. But the biggest downside, of course, is, as I said, it's punishing a lot of innocent players too, because they can come on, have bad internet, get DC'd, and then all of a sudden they can't trade again. But as I said, it also does give the positive side to it, because it does crack down on a lot of the, I guess, garbage you find on GTS, because let's admit there's so much garbage on GTS, which I have heard reports that is starting to slow down a little bit. Any of the hacked stuff as well is starting to get picked up as well. So it's kind of one of those, it's an anti-hack that also punishes innocent players, so that's, as I said, kind of annoying. I've actually heard that the whole trade glitch just doesn't work in general. Oh boy. Once one more 5 IV, you can't get it. If only that mail was... Actually, I know what I could do. Why did I not think of this sooner? I could actually speed this up tenfold. I'll just put some eggs into my box so I can withdraw my Pokemon. Stream is so far going okay. I'm just a bit slow because I'm still waking up. I'll withdraw both my Pokemon. I can actually make this 5-5. Since I did get a 5 IV Adamant, I can just give that the Everstone and put a 5 IV in Mail and then speed this up. Instead of using like a 4 IV Mail. I cannot believe I didn't think of that. As I said, I'm still half asleep. I actually do have something to wake me up. I've yet to drink it. So I should probably see about drinking that, so I'm on the ball. Alright, so we can take this off. And we can take this off. Because we no longer need that 4 IV. Because we've already technically got the nature we want, so... That can go... whatever. That can just go wherever. And I can get rid of that, because that's a... So that's the 5 IV. Whoops. I'm still not used to that yet. I keep thinking that the IV thing's another menu. Right, so since I got... That's a serious one, so that can go back over here. So I can ditch that and grab a male 5 IV with whatever. And give that the Destiny Knot. And then grab one of the dupe 5 IV females I got. Speed this up, I keep forgetting about this. So we'll grab that and give that the Everstone instead. That'll put it 5-5 instead of 5-4. And we should get a 5 IV, no problems. It's currently 1:45 in Australia, so yes, it is actually in the morning. I woke up at about 8 o'clock at night, I think. Only because Christmas Day absolutely buggered me out. I had to do breakfast with one side of the family, and then we had to go out for lunch and do Christmas lunch with them, which was absolutely exhausting. I came back after having like a bottle of wine. So I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind after that either, so I had to call home, do my talk with the family and everything, because my family lives on the other side of Australia. Do that, and then I just crashed. And didn't wake up until like 10 at night, because I crashed at 3 in the afternoon. So my Christmas didn't last very long. I did the morning at 7. We did Christmas lights for Christmas Eve, so we didn't get home until 12 at midnight or something like that. Had to get up at 7:30 in the morning to do breakfast. So my sleep pattern's reverted, but I'm still not exactly, as you say, awake. I'm still tired. But anyway, speaking of Christmas, did everyone enjoy their Christmas? Oh, come on, I had to down the alcohol. It was like Christmas Day. I don't normally drink alcohol. It's like a few times of the year I'll drink alcohol. It's normally Christmas, New Year's, and birthdays. Any other time, I normally don't touch alcohol. Only because I'm not allowed to drink alcohol because of some medication that I'm taking. And even if I wasn't taking medication, I'm still not allowed to drink alcohol because it's bad for me. I'm not like a normal human being. It actually does me bad. Anyways, doggo hugs. Best Christmas. What's doggo hugs? Spending time with a scumbag. I don't think that counts as a special occasion. Well, if doggo hugs means hugs with a dog, I kind of did that. There was, we had lunch with the other side of the family, and one of them's a vet, so she's got like puppies running around at the moment. So I got to cuddle all these puppy dogs, like newly born puppy dogs, which was like the best feeling ever. And I got to hug all like the mother and everything. I got to hug a few other dogs, got to hug a cat, and no, I don't want that going to the party. Yeah, I've definitely seen alcohol is not good for normal people. Like, if I touch it, it can actually send me to hospital because I've got a really bad heart. And alcohol does enough to almost stop my heart. So that's why I barely touch the stuff. I think I've had one occasion where I've had too much to drink and someone had to perform CPR on me because my heart almost stopped. So since then I've barely touched it. I don't want to go through that again. It's not a good experience at all, especially when you go through the specialist afterwards to make sure your heart hasn't been damaged or anything like that. It's expensive and it's not fun. That's all I can say. But it's good to hear that everyone had a good Christmas or good holidays, depending on what you celebrate. Obviously for everyone it's not Christmas, it's Hanukkah for some people. Well, I only know Christmas and Hanukkah. I don't know what other people call it. Haven't quite gotten into that much research. For most people it's Christmas, or for other people it's just holidays, because let's face it, some people just in general don't celebrate Christmas. It's just another day for them. What Komodo am I breeding? Oh, I'm kind of going for Hakomo and Komodo. One of the sets I've got played is actually for Hakomo. Rip. Normally, I don't know if people have noticed this, sometimes I talk in a bit of slang. I never did that until I moved to Western Australia. Only because that's a lot of how a lot of people talk here in WA. It's the same back where I used to live as well. There was a lot of slang. Oh, look at this! I did it again. I read with the wrong box open. So if I say something weird, it's only because that's how some Australians talk. It's a lot of slang, which probably sounds really weird to other people. Let's see. Oh, that's right, it's not quite the 5IV yet. I think it doesn't matter how you say it, I think people still kind of get the point. And normally I try to avoid saying that sentence. I hate going to the hospital in general. It's always a bad time. And plus as well, I've worked in a hospital too. So, I mean, that was kind of laid back, but every time I go to visit the hospital, if I'm sick, it's never a pleasant experience. I mean, there's a night I went there, I had to be quarantined because I come down with some nasty virus, and I just happened to have rocked up on the same night that some drug addicts were in there too, so there was like a code black and everything, so that's fun. I've also gone through a code black as well, which is where a patient starts going completely mental and throwing stuff around, so they've got to send tranquilizers and all that down to calm them down. Always a unique experience, but going there as a patient is never fun because it also slows down the triage time and everything. So you're waiting in hospital, you're like, oh, I'm gonna freaking die, someone see me now. For those who are saying they need a 5 IV to breed, honestly, breeding with 4 IVs is enough, unless, of course, you're doing it to try and speed up the genderless or single gender Pokemon. But honestly, just going through, like, I showed it at the start of the stream, but this was all I used to breed, was these 6 Dittos. They're all Japanese, but makes no difference, it's only the IVs that matter. Or you're going for shiny hunting, that's about the only other thing, but even then, this is all I used. See, 4 IV, 4 IV, 4 IV, close to 5, 4 IV, 4 IV, and then 4 IV. That's all I've used to breed. And as I said, if you are going it for like a single gender or genderless or whatever, and shiny hunting, that's about the only thing they'll ever speed up. Otherwise, you can do a 4 IV foreign Pokemon. Again, doesn't have to be Japanese, it can also be French, it can be Italian, it can be Korean. And there's obviously Japanese is the last one. So I'm missing one there. That also works, but 4 IVs and then hooking it up with another 5 IV tends to be enough to get the 5 IV. Or anything, really. Whether it be shiny hunting or not. Heck, yeah, that's true. 3 IVs. I even did that back in X and Y before I found all my 4 IVs in Friend Safari. It's really not that hard to build up to the 5 IVs. It's only really those who are extremely picky. Also, I'm seeing a few people saying they got 6 IV Japanese. I'd be extremely iffy about some of them if they've been like traded through Wonder Trade or something, because I have seen a lot of people get them. And people have run like hacked chests on them and everything. They have come back hacked. So that's one thing to just be extremely iffy about, which is one of the reasons why I don't accept any Wonder Trade Pokemon or traded Pokemon, which I have seen in the chat so far. I've seen a few people offer like a shiny to me. It's, as I said on Twitter, I usually prefer breeding things myself. And it's one of the reasons why I started learning Japanese as well, was so I could use the Japanese 3DS. But luckily for me, as I said, like, I don't normally go for shinies, so it's never really been an issue for me. No, Pimp is my boyfriend, or partner, whatever we go by these days. I tend to say partner. Because boyfriend sounds more like high school stuff, especially when we've been together now for like 5 years. Sorry, I've got to count this in my head. No, I think it's been nearly 6 years we've been together. So by that stage, it's no longer like, you know, boyfriend, it's now partner. So in case people were still wondering, yes, I am Pip Knight's partner or boyfriend, whatever you want to call it. And have been now for over 6 years. 5 or 6 years, whatever number is, it's a big number. It's not a small number now. I always miscount. Oh, bugger. No, it would be nearly 6 years. I just counted in my head just then when I shut up. Okay, nearly 6 years. Free battle and rating. Alright, in free battle, the only main difference is in rating battle is you get ranked and you need global link to even participate in them. So you'll do a battle and you'll always go up against the standard VGC teams in rating. So whether it be singles, you'll always see like Celeste Steel, you'll see Garchomps, you'll see Mimikus a lot. Whereas in free battles, you'll see kind of a bit more variety. You'll still see the occasional standardized VGC Pokemon depending on what format you play, but you won't get ranked or anything. Another special attack! I've had enough 30 special attacks. They can bugger off now. No, that is not true now. Free battle, you can turn off special Pokemon. But at the same time, that's a bit harsh to say noobs, because a lot of the time it's a lot of casuals just playing the game for the first time, and after that they'll never play again. But I have seen a bit of variety from free battles, so I wouldn't say it's all nubs. I'd say, well, if it was to say that, then you're technically calling me a nub, because I go on and play with legendaries now and again on free battle, only because that's what I'm trying out. I'm gonna have to when I start learning the Guardian deities and the Ultra Beast. Oh, here we go again. Look at this! That's absolutely unreal. I've lost count how many... Another female! Are you serious? I'm gonna have to, like, trade that to someone, I think. I'm up to 3. I mean, heck, I can use that on a Choice Scarf one, but... God, if I get any more... All I want is one male. Can the game suffice in me giving me a male? Or are we being sexist with only females? Come on. Wow, why is it so hot in my office? Hold on, I have to go turn the aircon on. And earlier it was like freezing. WA weather just does not want to make up its mind. Okay, that's not correct. Why is it saying that's on? Maybe I didn't turn it off at the wall. Whoops. Hold on, did I get what I was gonna grab? I completely got distracted because I'm sweating. No, there we go, I did not get my egg. If my aircon doesn't come on in a minute, I'm gonna have to go check why that's not turning on. Nope, shinies are really easy, and he does have a shiny charm on his game. I mean, you gotta remember, like, I could do that now, actually. If I load up my DS home screen, come on. Like, there's one game, there's another game. I also have hard copies of both of these games too, so I can go through, complete the Pokédex of one, and get the shiny charm on that, and just start breeding. We do have dupe games, and not only that, I do have the Japanese version as well, which I've already streamed multiple times. So Masuda Method is definitely on the table as well, so... We do spend a lot of times on teams as well, and not only is that, like, you are watching a bloody breeding stream too, and I've already shown the Japanese Dittos so many times as well. So as I said, like, with no evidence to back up, it's kind of like an empty claim. And at the same time, as I've already mentioned in the stream, Pink Knight does get a lot of his Pokemon from me as well. Oh, Pete's sakes, I hate this milk tank! Why'd they have to put that milk tank there? Haven't done it in a long time, but still, that is really annoying. Has anyone else had that problem where they'll do breeding and then they'll talk to that bloody milk tank? It'd be a bit nicer they put the milk tank like on the other side where you can't talk to it. I think I've picked up too many eggs now because I am breeding 5 to 5. Even before I get like all these 5IV adamants that I no longer need. And that's another thing we're discussing too, like, the cloning method, as far as I am aware, does not exist in Pokemon Sun and Moon. I have heard absolutely no reports of a cloning method being confirmed for Sun and Moon. Otherwise it'd be all over like Bulbapedia and all that. Which means the only other way to clone at the moment is through Power Save or PK Hex, which then makes it, well, illegal. Yeah, I've got Richard as a mod here. He's been one of my mods ever since I started live streaming. Yeah, your Pokemon hate each other, next thing you know they're having a baby together. Well, it's not too far off real life as well. That can happen in reality. All it takes is just introducing a bit of alcohol. Anything can happen after that. Oh, Pete, bugger off. Oh look, there's a Fantastic in Speed actually, I can use that. Actually, what is it? It's a 3 IV. I'll put it in there in case I can use it. Defense. Special defense. Speed. Alright. So I can get a whole bunch of 30s, but can't get a 5 IV. I have a lot of hidden power fodder when it comes to hidden power by the looks of it. Still waiting for that 30 and attack though. It's anyone I don't have. That's so good. I've been accused of hacking before in the past, even though I've done breeding streams, I've done Ditto hunting streams, I've even shown my IVs on stream before. I've shown how many Pokemon I've bred. I mean, heck, I've used 2 IVs in streams. A lot of times I use 4 IVs. And yet, I still get accused of hacking somehow. I've got no idea the logic behind that. I guess it's just the mindset of the community now. There's a lot of blind witch hunting, yet there's no evidence to back it up. Unless, of course, it's a definite hack, like, as I said in the last stream, Pokemon that can't be shiny, Pokemon caught in balls that can't be caught in those particular balls, like Beast Ball starter Pokemon, Beast Ball gift Pokemon, anything like that. If it's definite cannot get, then yeah, you can call it, but if it's like a team of shinies, you can't really say, oh look, you've hacked, when they're obviously the shiny chances with this Masuda method and Shiny Charm is 1 in 200, compared to 2nd gen, which is 1 in 8,000. If it was back in 2nd gen, yeah, I'd be definitely calling hacks for a full team of shinies. It's nearly impossible to do in 2nd gen. But in its current generation, I definitely would be saying it's a lot of blind witch hunting going on. Technically there is a way of seeing if a Pokemon is cloned, because there's a lot of background mechanics going on. There is something called a Pokemon ID, which every Pokemon gets assigned. If it's a cloned Pokemon, it will have the same Pokemon ID as another Pokemon, which legally cannot happen. So if it's cloned, it'll have that same thing, which can be picked up. So there is actually a way of detecting cloned Pokemon, which will then go through the hacking machine as hacked. Just putting it out there. Yes, there actually isn't a lot of people who do shine like breeding streams at all, which I find really weird. Then again, I know most of the community as well, and what their stance is as well. So it is kind of refreshing, and I get some of my breeding done too. I get to help others. Although at the moment I'm really freaking unlucky. Puts a 5 IV and a 5 IV and still can't get a 5 IV. Well, I have gotten 5 IVs, but not the right gender. For real? I must be coming close to those eggs I did for 5 IV. Oh, I've got to stop collecting eggs. Oh man, I've built up a lot of eggs that I don't think I'll need. And that's another thing too, when I talk about previous gens. I can't understand why breeding's become a bit of like, considered hard. I mean, if we're still talking 4th generation or 3rd generation, maybe even 5th generation, yes. Breeding was an absolute pain in the ass. Like, I started competitive in 4th gen. And that's when I started to learn IVs and EVs and everything. So that was back in 2007. Back then there wasn't a lot of guys and all that, and even then breeding was extremely hard. As I said, if it was back in 4th generation and people saying breeding was hard, yes, that is correct. Because the breeding mechanics worked very differently back then. It was something like it would grab 3 random IVs and have a chance of passing it on to the kid. But I only know that because I've read it recently and we know more about 4th generation. Back in 2007, 2008 and all that, no one knew that's how the breeding mechanics worked. So we had all like, if lucky, 1 perfect IV at the very best, or maybe 2 IVs. When it came Heart Gold Silver, that is, because the whole breeding mechanic with the power items came into play, which passed on a guaranteed, yes, 5 IVs. Power items passed on 1 IV from the parent. So if you had like power, god damn it, I can't remember the power items. Power something, whatever one of race did attack EVs. You put that on, it was 100% chance you'll pass on the attack IVs of the parent. So we didn't, that was something we knew about in Heart Gold Silver, but in Diamond and Pearl, we did not know how that breeding mechanic worked, which meant breeding IVs were always a pain in the bum. Or you go in and you do competitive battling like I did. I tend to only have 1 perfect IV, but still managed to win up against other people. Still don't know how I did it to this day. And Hidden Power was very different back in 4th generation as well. That wasn't always base 60 power, that had based on IVs. So you could, I tend to have like Hidden Power of a base power of something like 33 or 20, I think it was like minimum 20. So Hidden Power ranged between like base power 20, I think, to base power 70, whereas now it's just flat 60, so that was like a huge improvement to the breeding system. I mean, just little minor things like that made breeding so hard back in the previous gens, and now that I finally got Adamant, that's off the list when I hit the save button. There we go, so we got 1 off. Now we're going to do... I won't do... I'll do Brave Nature next, because I only need 1 from there. So if we just knock over to the database, I'll just show what I do for those who've just rocked up. Like, this is my database that I'm using for breeding. So I go through and I say, this is everything that I need for this particular Pokemon. Obviously it will increase as time goes on. Like, for example, I'll add on like hidden powers and all that. As you can see, there's like a drop down for hidden powers. So that's every hidden power type that's possible in the game. So I could go through and be like, oh, it's not showing on screen. How awesome's that? Well, there's supposed to be a drop down there, but no one can see it. That's kind of unfortunate. There we go. That's what the drop down looks like. So that's what will come up there on the drop down. Really unfortunate. And then there's like natures, the egg moves and everything, which I've got none for at the moment because I've got no parents, so that'll get updated as I get more Pokemon. Their egg groups and everything, and I can just go through and say, I need to breed more of male adamant ones because I've only got one on hand, whereas normally I'd have two. For like, I'd have a male and female on hand of an adamant, and then I'd have an extra so I can train that up. At the moment I've got like one spare, so that's like if I need another adamant for like Kommo-o, and then I could have like an adamant for an Hakamo as well, so I've got one extra on hand. Whereas if I got one, I'd be like, okay, I need to breed one extra. So it's just my way of keeping track of all of my breeding partners, just speeding up all of my breeding just in general. But most of this will be used for chain breeding, so if I want to go on and do another Pokemon from the Dragon Egg group, that's why I'm asking for like so many natures here. But that's pretty much the whole database. As I said, people who follow me on Twitter will be very familiar with that database. It's massive, and there is actually another database just filled with all my competitive sets and everything. So anyways, we've knocked off Adamant, that's done. Now I just need to head over to the other box and grab my Brave Nature one, because that's what we're doing next. And I already have a Brave Nature. I have Jolly as well, which will get knocked off. So we're just going to use a male. And I can actually breed that up with the female Adamant that I've got in daycare at the moment. So it's 5 to 5 again. Speed things up tenfold again. So I'm just going to make some room so I can take out the Pokemon. And another just slight change to breeding mechanics I forgot to mention at the start of the stream was Pokemon no longer level up in daycare, which is awesome if you're doing egg moves. Normally, one of the biggest issues I've had with egg moves is you put them in daycare, and while you're going through getting your eggs, they're leveling up and learning new moves, which means you gotta go through move delete, move tutor, all that annoying stuff, heart scales and all the other mucking around in other words. Whereas now you don't level up at all, which means you can get eggs and you also keep your breeding moves. So that's awesome. Another small mechanic change is obviously the Pokeball mechanics. So genderless and male Pokemon in the past could not pass down their Pokeballs. Now if you're breeding them with a Ditto, and they're single gendered or genderless, you can, or even male, if you're breeding with a male, with a Ditto, you can pass down the Pokeballs as long as it's not a Master Ball or a Cherish Ball. So if you had like, obviously the Beldum's is prime example there, Beldum's in a Beast Ball, so we can pass down the Beast Ball down to all of Beldum's offspring, whereas in X and Y and Oris that wasn't possible. The only way to get a Beldum was only at a Pokeball, unless you caught it, which most of the time wouldn't be very viable. But that's how you get Beast Ball Beldum. The only exception is same species, so there's a only the female still passed down. No, sorry, I think I'm incorrect there. Same species, male and female can pass down the Pokeball, so it's 50% chance of which one gets passed down. So you have a Beast Ball Stuffle versus like a Pokeball Stuffle. 50% chance that the offspring will have a Beast Ball and 50% chance that the offspring will have a Pokeball if you're breeding Stuffle to Stuffle, of course. If you're breeding Stuffle to something else, I don't know what egg group Stuffle's in, I think it might be Field. Stuffle to Eevee, I'd say, if it is Field. Then, of course, you'll go by whatever the female holds. So if it's like a Beast Ball Stuffle, female to a male Eevee, you'll always get an offspring with a Beast Ball Stuffle. Because the female, of course, is the Beast Ball. Hopefully that makes sense. I hope it did, I hope I got that last bit correct. Alright. Okay, that's 5 IVs, that's 5 IVs. Okay, I need to get rid of that. Oops, I know what marking I want, held item. And that needs Destiny Knot. I did take off Destiny, not name. There it is. Okay, that can go... No, that can go back into the other box, because bold... I need special attack for, not attack. So at the moment that's just a spare I can just ditch or trade or whatever. Yeah, I'd be very cautious with cloned Pokemon in Sun and Moon. In Oris and X and Y, I'd say cloned would be fine. Because obviously you could do the cloning method. I know, it really depends person to person. I personally would say cloning's fine. Because it's a glitch that's been in the game since first generation. This is almost the first gen that has no cloning method. I mean, first generation, the cloning method was trading. That, as I said, that was around in red, blue, and yellow. Which they took out in the Virtual Console, of course. And then second gen was obviously the box cloning method. I've actually done a video on that. Third gen was through Battle Tower. That was very complex, but still one existed. Fourth gen was through GTS and through trading as well. Same method as we use in X and Y. Fifth generation was the same as well. And Sun and Moon, as I said, I haven't exactly heard if one still exists. But as I said as well, like, you can technically tell if a Pokemon is cloned. If you were to go to VGC or something like that, they do have methods of seeing if it is cloned. But if you're using it casually, I don't know, like, as I said, it really depends person to person what they'd say if it's legal or illegal. But if there's no method to clone, then I would say it would be illegal. Catch some eggs while I'm at it too. I forgot to put my eggs back in. No, I'm actually not going for a shiny. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a glitch. Like, as I said, there is a slight difference there between glitch and hacking. But at the same time, as I also mentioned as well, if the glitch does not exist in Sun and Moon, I will double check in Bulbapedia because they've got a whole page on it. If it doesn't exist in Sun and Moon, then it would be illegal because the only way to clone them would be through third-party devices like PK Hex and Power Save. So then yes, it would be considered illegal because the rules do say you cannot use third-party devices at all. If it's a glitch, then it would make it legal. If it's through hacking means, as I said, like through a third-party device, then it is illegal. Offspring, if it's coming from an illegal Pokemon, is still considered illegal. And that's been a thing for a very long time as well, which is what this whole trading thing is also picking up too. Pokemon that have been coming from Power Save do have a flag that they've been hacked. It does inject a little bit of code, so they can pick up if it's through Power Save. That was a huge issue back in Oris. Game Freak actually had a lot of issues with that, and people were starting to get permabanned because they were using Pokemon that were bred from Power Save Pokemon. So normally it's a case of, if it's a Pokemon you receive through trade or Wonder Trade, it really comes down to you. It's whether or not you want to risk using a hacked Pokemon that can cause problems for your game or cause problems with legality if you're using online. Compared to, like, if you know exactly where it's come from, then you shouldn't have a problem. If you've bred it yourself and caught it yourself, that's normally the little bit of... Yeah, I know a lot of people have said that, but I've actually used this method, and in one day I hatched 246 Pokemon, so it's obviously working for me. I need to... Oh, I probably should be picking up those eggs. I've got a lot of eggs to hatch at the moment, so I probably should do this method. Watch me pick up a whole bunch of adamant males now. Like, I probably should do that, I think. I'll give it 2.5 hours into the stream. I'll load up the Japanese 3DS and I'll bring up on stream how many eggs I've hatched so far. This is only a matter of a couple of days too. I haven't done like straight days of breeding. I thank Pelago for that because while I'm not playing, I've got eggs in Pelago which are hatching. It does take a full day, but it's AFK hatching, which is always dandy with me. I'm usually really cautious with 6 IVs if I don't know where they've come from. Because as I had up on screen at the start of the stream, I had 2 6 IVs which I've personally hatched. Totally wasn't going for them. It just happened. I can bring them up now and... After I check these Pokemon, of course. See, I knew it! There's a male adamant! And I was saying I had a big dry streak where I could not get a single bloody one of them. So now I've got my extras, which is neat, so I can do LC, egg move, really bloody easy now. And you get like that. Anyways, I'll show those 6 IVs. Like, one of them I could quite possibly use. The other one was just a complete fluke. Like, that's my 6 IV Jangmo I hatched just a little bit before stream. I had to do a bit of breeding just to set all my resources up for this particular stream. But that's the 6 IV I hatched today. Like, if I go summary... It's sassy nature. I mean, as I said, I could potentially use that if I really wanted to. I just give no EVs and speed. Because this line doesn't quite consider viable for Trick Room, so it could still work, but... Sassy, I tend to run like both attack and special attack, because it's raising special defense, lowering speed. And... Actually, no, it's kind of yesterday's date, because it's not long turned the 28th here in Australia, but... That was just from last couple of hours. And then there's this thing that I got from the Pelago. I picked it up after 48 hours of waiting, and that's another 6 IV too. So, as I said, with some of the 6 IVs, I have to wonder if they are legitimate, or if, you know, you gotta wonder if someone's tampered with it. Yeah, the spa, I just go... I tend to call it the useless thing, because there's no other reason why I'd use it. It's useless for friendship, and it's slow as hell for breeding, unless of course you're not playing constantly, then yeah, it is a big plus. But they're my 2 6 IVs I just got today. Like, again, if I bring up the summary, not too sure what this one will say. You go, egg hatch, I'm 27th, and I got the egg on the 23rd. So it's been sitting in Pelago, it hatched. You know, and as I said, like, that's a genderless too, just coming from a 5 IV Beldum and a 4 IV Ditto that I had. And that 6 IVs was not even tempted for it. So where's Richard? You can suck on that. Your 6 IV is useless and scum compared to mine. That's just like a little in-joke between mods as well. And as I said, like, 6 IVs... I even joked about it on Twitter. I'm like, 6 IVs, lol, and Beast Ball must be hacked. Even though I hatched the thing. So, That's the thing, you can't always be sure if a Pokemon is illegal. That's kind of like what we were talking about a bit earlier, was like, you don't really know if a Pokemon is illegal unless you technically know where the Pokemon's come from. So without a doubt, I'll probably get called a hacker because I got a 6 IV Beast Ball. Calling it now. Neither was I wasn't going for 6 IVs, I got a 6 IV Beldum. Both of them wasn't going for 6 IV and I got. Actually, I don't even know where you check friendship. I've just done my usual stuff. Yeah, this thing got 2 6 IVs. Sinnoh is great. I cannot wait for that to be remade. And they better do a good job on the mining minigame too, because that was like the best part of Sinnoh. I sunk so many hours into the mining minigame, picking up rare bones, evolution stones, shards, and then growing them, doing the traps. Even though I had no friends to play with, that sunk so many hours into my time for 4th generation, plus competitive breeding as well. And I cannot wait for that to be remade. That's going to be so bloody awesome. Best remake, calling it now, 4th generation. Oh, soft resetting Hidden Power Ice. Well, it's the easiest one to soft reset for, I will admit that. Hidden Power Fire is probably the next easiest one. But it's still a pain in the bum. Primal Regigigas. They better get that thing slow start, otherwise it's going to be really strong and move up to Ubers. Well, normally if I'm doing competitive mixed attackers, they tend to be 4 IVs for me. I mean, I kind of can't wait to redo the 2 IV Sork I did. Although I got a funny feeling that no, Endur's breeding. No, that can be done. I was just trying to remember if I put a tutor move on it or not. But I cannot wait to redo that Sork again in Sun and Moon. That is so fun. Oh yeah, they will come. They will definitely come, and I will probably buy... I would really like to put $1,000 down for a lot of copies too. My god, that's gonna be so epic. That's how much I love 4th gen. That was the first game I got 999 hours on, was Platinum. Doing the Battle Frontier part. That was awesome. I was obviously the Battle Tower. That was my first time I got 100 streak win, was in Platinum. That was really hard too. Oh, so many counters. I had to go switch my team up so many times to beat that. As I said, the mining minigame sunk away some of my hours. Ah, Platinum was my favourite. And Diamond I beat in one day. It was just so fun. And the remake too was awesome. By remake, I mean Platinum. Like, the Distortion World was really cool. All 3 legendaries were really cool too. Mesprit can die in a hole though. That was a pain in the bum to go catch. Actually, all the pixies were hard to catch. Even in Oris, they were a pain in the bum to catch. I don't think I should pick up any more eggs for a little bit. I've already got to hatch all those out of it ones, which I got a bit carried away with picking up. Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh boy. My analog stick's already starting to hate me. Actually, I don't know that because I haven't done the island scan yet. Oh my god, the seals! Oh yes, we're only just recently talking about that. Oh, I've digressed. First question first. Does anyone know if the island scan Pokemon do have hidden abilities? Because if they do, then yes, you can breed them. If they don't, then no, you won't be able to breed them because you do need hidden ability to begin with. Actually, I should be able to look that up. Cyndaquil is one of them. If not, then I'll be a transfer one only. Okay, now you can't get hidden abilities through island scan, so no, that's a transfer one only. Let's check my Twitter while I'm here too. Nope. Yeah, so transfer only. Yeah, the seals. Me and Pimp were talking about that recently, actually. They were like the best things in regards to customization. Obviously, the trainer customization was cool, but the Pokeball customization with seals was also really good as well. I remember, I think I used to like smoke effects or something. There was love hearts as well. You could do letters. That got abused. People wrote really mean things like fuck you and the seals, so when they sent out the Pokemon it'd say fuck you. I will admit I did that as well. I was actually battling my ex at the time and I sent out a Pokemon on local battle that said fuck you. So that was one way it got abused. That was quite fun at the time though. They also did like the Pokemon contest. I just kind of wish they kept the contest the way they did in 3rd generation. The dance and the dress up was really cool, but the way they did the appeal part just felt a bit flat compared to 3rd gen. That was the only thing I can really put contests down for. It depends how the Ditto was caught originally. If it was power saved into the game and then transferred to Sun and Moon, it is still illegal. Unless, of course, you caught the Ditto in Friend Safari, then it would still be legal. Because obviously it was legitimately caught. But you have to remember as well, technically legal does not exist when it comes to official competitions. There's only legitimate or illegal. There is no middle grounds. If you get caught with a Pokemon that's been obtained in some illegal fashion, whether it be with legal stats or legal moves, in an official competition, they deem that illegal because obviously you're breaking the rules there. Since they make it very loud and clear that it needs to be obtained through normal game methods. And there's another female with 5 IVs in Adamant. I've got plenty of them now. And honestly, there really shouldn't be a middle ground, like... I still reckon the game is easy enough for you to actually go out and catch a legal Ditto with 4 IVs, which as I've said, that's plenty to start breeding competitive Pokemon. So there shouldn't really be a debate if about the middle ground, it's one or the other. Oh, chatter! Yes, that was a huge deal back and forth, Jen. Every time you used chatter, you could pre-record a little message into that. And again, that was another one that got abused. Pimp has some stories about that one. I personally have no stories about chatter, but if you bring that with Pimp Night, he might tell you some stories about chatter. But that was a huge thing as well. I completely forgot about that, only because, as I said, I personally wasn't affected by that. I've already done a face reveal. done that on Pimp's stream, I've done that on my own streams. I was thinking about doing one tonight, but then I realised my camera's packed away because I'd been doing computer repairs. And also, having said that as well, I don't particularly want to bring up a really messy office. It's obviously Christmas holidays. I haven't had to work for the last couple of days, so my office is a huge mess. So I didn't really want to show that on live stream at all, so no webcam. Plus I am really, really, really sweaty, so that isn't quite a really pleasant sight for webcam either. Maybe next live stream I'll throw webcam on, because then it would be set up by then. Alright, we should be close to bowling over these adamant ones that I, as I say, got carried away with. Habit, I've been doing that for the last couple of days, of just going through, grabbing eggs, put them in the box, doing my whole hatching process, grabbing more eggs. Completely forgot I'm not doing that at the moment. And this is what happens, you end up with way too many eggs, with the nature you did want. I mean, spares is always nice, but when you don't want the extra spares... If I end up with too many spares, as I said, I may give a few out. But at the same time as well, I was debating if I should just do a whole breeding service for a Patreon. Actually, coming back to that whole topic of Patreon, since a lot of people have asked. If I do end up doing one, I will probably post about it on Twitter. I won't be making a huge deal out of it because I personally don't have the time to do like a lot of rewards, so it'd probably just be like a donation jar per month, and maybe a high amount of money would be breeding service or something. That's probably what I'm looking at doing for Patreon. That's just about it. And maybe like, I don't know, like Pokemon suggestions, or make me use a Pokemon in a particular team or something, I don't know, for Wi-Fi Wednesday. Other than that, I don't really know what else I could do for Patreon. Did anyone else find E4 really hard? Or is it just me because I went through with a shitty ass team? Even for E4 was really hard and I just went through with this most shitty ass team. Would not surprise me because my Incinerator was weak to everyone. Oh my god, my hand is really sweaty. I can't even keep on the analog stick now. Do I play VGC? I actually do want to enter VGC this year. It's just finding out where in the world our Premier Challenges are held in Australia. It's, from what I've heard, there's nothing in WA. I could be incorrect. But most of them are held in like Adelaide and Melbourne. If I have to travel, it's going to be a bit of a problem because I don't have the time to travel. Because obviously I work full-time, and I work full-time for 2 jobs. I have my own, obviously, design job, which I do with another business, so I can't exactly say, look, I'm going away for a week, because he might need me for that week. And of course I do all design work with Pip or Ben as well, which is a little bit more flexible, but at the same time I can't disappear for a week because he can't bloody last one day without his editor. So if I have to travel, I may have to say, you know, look, I can't do VGC, but if there's one locally in the main city, which is only 2 hours away or something like that, yes, I quite possibly could do VGC. But I have been obviously learning how to do VGC with Wi-Fi Wednesday. It's just going through and learning the new meta for Sun and Moon. It's just all Ultra Beast, a lot of fire type Pokemon like Arcanine, Garchomps, a lot of ground type Pokemon as well. A lot of Trick Room going on, which I actually did predict. I actually wrote, I think, on day 2 of Sun and Moon, after I learnt most of the Pokemon were quite slow. I'm like, you know, in before the meta for VGC is Trick Room. Obviously another one in the meta is Celestia Steel. That's gonna be a pain. I haven't yet come up with like a little counter to that yet. I mean, thinking Tapu Koko or Alolan Raichu. I mean, that's another thing as well. If I can learn the meta before entering, I could possibly enter. But it all comes down to like multiple things if I'll enter VGC this year. I really do want to. Not from what I've heard, like I follow quite a lot of VGC players and yeah, Celestia still, but I have seen a few others pop up now and again. Like Neoligo and Katana are obviously the non-used Ultra Beast. But Celestia still is definitely one of the main problems. I mean, Beast Boost is a pain in the ass by itself. And Celestia Steel, from what I can remember looking up, I haven't personally used it, nor have I caught it, is really tanky. It's got decent attack, but its move pool physically isn't that great. So to how people are using it is what I've got to learn. And also how to counter the bloody thing. Tapus are going to be a pain because they're all quite strong. Tapu Koko, I'd say, is probably the main. Maybe Tapu Bula, I think its name is, the grass type. I heard that's definitely a big main meta for VGC. Was that adamant? Damn it, I'm still in adamant. Well, there we go. I have quite a lot of spare adamant Jangmo-os now. Which I totally was not going for. Damn, I have 5 females. Didn't need that many. Okay, that's why you don't go overboard with eggs. Okay, we should be coming up now to where I can start hatching Braves. Also, in about 10 minutes or so, I'll bring up the Japanese version of mine and I'll show you how many eggs I've hatched too. I just want to know my own personal curiosity too. This is just using this method of hatching since I keep hearing people mention the pen. Yes, I'm well aware of it now, but as I said, this is the method I personally like because it matches my breeding style. And the chat is either frozen or no one's talking. Actually, I did... Oh, someone actually answered my question about E4. Okay, it sounds like people said... a bit of a mixture there. People said that E4 was both easy and hard. Okay, it must have been just me going through the shitty-ass team. But Pangoro can take it down. Yeah, rip chat. Oh, don't add it to the party. I'm trying to put a bit of control on my eggs, so I gotta think. If I don't collect enough eggs, I don't get lucky enough for a 5 IV, or both genders, then I've still gotta grab more eggs. And then I've gotta also make sure I don't pick up too many, so when I do swap my nature, I'm not still hatching the previous nature. Note, that's incorrect. If you get a baseball, only time that can be considered illegal if they can't be in baseballs. As I said, I'll bring up this example again. Oh, we'll speed this up. Where's that option again? Yeah. Like, this is the Beast Ball Beldum. It's the same Beldum we were giving out for Pimp Night's giveaway, and I'll go through again and show how many rejects I get from it. That's a 6 IV, and that's the one I bred today. And that's mine. So that's not illegal, that's full-on legitimate. That's one that I hatched. And, like, that's the parent that I used. It was a 5 IV, and the other parent was a 4 IV Ditto. These ones. That's all I used, was a 5 IV Beldum and a Ditto, which was 4 IVs. Can't remember which one I used. They're all 4 IV, makes no difference there. But that's what it produced. It produced a 6 IV, and at the same time, like, well, there's a few spares that I've picked up since the live stream. They're all for Patreons on Pimp Night's End. But there's like one, see, these are all Beast Ball Beldums. Like, was that like a, no, it wasn't. Life second, that was a 5 IV. Like, as you can see, these are all the rejects. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and a bit boxes worth of reject Beldums that I personally bred up for that live stream. So that's kind of an incorrect statement to say that 3 or 4 IV Beast Ball Pokemon are illegal. Especially the fact that Beast Ball does pass down as well with the new breeding mechanics in 7th Gen. Forgot to breathe. Yeah. Oh yes, the healing items. Let's... All my money in my English game went to bloody E4 healing items. I was poor, but... Well, I was poor. Thanks to Pelago, I'm not so poor anymore, but... Yeah, I had to buy like 40 full restores just to get through E4. I struggled so much. I struggled with Olivia mostly, because she counted most of my team. And I think Hello might have been the other one I struggled with a lot, because I had nothing to counter fighting types at all. Ditto is definitely not hard to find. I actually have a whole stream based on Ditto hunting as well. That was the previous stream I did, Ditto hunting, so if you want to just refer back to that, you could see how to get Ditto, how to change the Ditto. Oh, there will be a guide on Ditto. I got all the footage, I just haven't been motivated to put the video together. I'm still scripting the bloody thing too, so that should be up anytime soon when I get motivated to edit everything and finish off the script. And then I've got to do a how to catch on Jangmo. I have all the footage for that. I actually did all that yesterday. The only reason why I'm reading the thing. Also includes how to get the hidden ability for Jangmo, how to get Hakumo, and Komono as well. I got that on the Ace chain. Yeah, everyone's saying. No, well, some of the breed jacks, as I said, I may give away to a potential future Patreon. And I may do, well, I don't know what I'm going to really do, because I end up with so many breed jacks. It's not funny. Like, as I said, I got 8 boxes worth of breed jack Beldums. So what I'm going to do with them, who knows? They're all adamant. Normally I carry like Brave or a bulky nature. I have used adamant in the past, and it's a Beast Ball. I don't like Beast Balls, so personally I can't use them. I prefer Pokeball or Dust Ball. That's me though. That's personally me. So I got no idea what I'm going to be doing with the breed jacks. Honestly, at the moment I'm just holding out for Pokebank, because as you may have seen, like, I'm almost 3/4 of the way through my boxes. I'm gonna have to do something sooner or later with my breed jacks, whether I keep all my 4 IVs and either trade them off to people or wonder trade them. I don't know, maybe if I can deal with the stress of another giveaway or something, I may do another one of them. That's the thing, they're really stressful. And sometimes, even just doing Pimp Nights giveaways, they're really annoying sometimes, because people obviously are just really impatient and they just don't follow instructions properly. And when you're tired, obviously your patience is a little bit on the low side. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe that could be like a discussion for a later stream. I mean, I can definitely give out some of the spare 5 IVs I got that, you know, I may not use, like the bold-natured 5 IVs that I have. Like, people can obviously use them. I've got a lot of neutral natures. I am thinking, though, of sending some of them to the Japanese version of the game, so I can get some pseudo methods off them. Can obviously breed on there, get a Japanese 5 IV and send it back. So that's also potential as well. I've also got to keep in mind I've got another Japanese game I can use. You may as well be 1%. Oh god, if anyone was watching my Ditto Hunt stream knows that I said it may as well be 1% at this rate. Although once you find it, that's the thing, it sticks around. Jolly Nature Dragonite does work. You can give it D-Dance with multi-scale, that does work. Dragonite can be run so many ways. It's just... oh, it's one of those really decent pseudo-legendaries. Whereas you compare it to like Komodo, that's what I mean. Like, when I actually went through doing the sets up for Komodo and Hakumo, I haven't quite looked at Jangmo yet for LC or PU, I guess. The Smogon format anyways. It was a bit of a and moment, because I'm like, its stats are on the decent side, but its typing really lets it down in its move pool. Like, you could find a lot better fighting types, and there's definitely a lot of better dragon type Pokemon out there who aren't 4 times weak to Fairy, and carry, like, actual physical steel type moves, like Iron Head. Whereas with Komodo, you have to rely on a special set, because it gets Flash Cannon. That's the only way to counter any Fairy type Pokemon, but even then, like a Sylveon or even like a Gardevoir have quite a possible chance. Well, Sylveon's 100% chance of living a Flash Cannon, but Gardevoir even has a chance of potentially surviving a Flash Cannon. Ah, here we go again. That's like adamant number 6. I better come up with a lot of adamant sets. I'm still adamant, god damn it. Another fantastic special. Okay, none of them were like fantastic, damn. I did put the Everstone on the right Pokemon, didn't I? Because I know I had a lot of eggs to begin with. I'm just hoping I put the Everstone on the right Pokemon. I think it does get poison jabbed, yes. Even then. Like, you gotta get rid of a move then, I think, as well, because as I said, I looked over its move pool, it's not exactly the greatest. You know, if I get like a spare 5 minutes or something, I'll bring up Showdown actually, and then like, I'll go through like potential move sets for Komodo. I'm gonna be careful because if I come up with a decent one, everyone's gonna steal it. So the only reason why I'm a bit iffy at doing move sets on live streams because I have come up with a few decent move sets. Problem is though, I take so bloody long to get around to doing them. It's stolen by the time I actually do it. Or it gets used against me, that's like the only bloody problems. I mean, I will admit, I did come up with a decent one for double battles. I'm just gonna double check. Because everything's just transitioned to the 7th gen, a lot of resources aren't quite up to date with 7th gen in regards to like damage calculations and everything. So I just gotta find one. Now, just gotta double check some calculations with this particular set if it can work. If it does, it'll be like the first thing I definitely train up. Because it's really interesting, I want to see if it actually works. Yes, you could bottle cap them, but that's the thing, I don't really see the point to bottle capping at all, and at the same time you do need to be level 100 to bottle cap. I still can't believe I picked up so many bloody eggs for adamant. Hopefully I've had a bit of better self-control now for brave. That might be pushing it a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm legendary at doubles. I'm still technically a beginner. There have been people doing doubles since the same time I started doing competitive battling in general. I will admit though, I did start off doing VGC format, which may be why transitioning into doubles may have been so easy, because of my previous experience with it. And then I just got sick of doubles and the format in general, because I kept getting slaughtered by the same Pokemon. Oh geez, where's that sound familiar? And just end up going to Smogon singles for, I think it was like 2010 to no, it wasn't last year, it was at the end of the year before was when I transitioned into doubles again. That's when I kind of like started slowly not doing Smogon. Only because like that was a really tough time, because I was actually starting to think of ditching Wi-Fi Wednesday, only because I found the series starting to get very stale. I wasn't enjoying Smogon singles. Like, it was almost, for me, the exact same thing over and over again. There was no challenge. As I said, I've been playing Smogon for that amount of time, so it would have been like 5 years I was doing Smogon singles. And it was almost like, well, what can I do? There's not really much else I can challenge myself in. And at the same time, I'm not experienced enough to do a Pimp Night and using like really obscure sets. So that was where I was starting to find like a bit of an issue. And swapping over to doubles, it's like, oh, brand new challenges. I can actually, get the extra experience in like prediction skills and using Pokemon in like really unique ways that doesn't push my experience level beyond like where I can't do the sets, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, like there's KrimZen unique, and then there's Pimp Night unique. The two of us have our own unique style of play. Pimp Nights is like the obscure ones that you wouldn't think of ever using, whereas mine is like, as I said, not experienced enough to do that, but I still want to use something unique. Whereas doubles has almost done that, which is really cool actually. Like, I've been able to use almost standardized sets, but in really unique ways. Like, the mixed Blaziken, for example, like it was a blazed mixed Trick Room Blaziken. No one has ever thought of using that, yet that was the thing I used back in 4th generation. And yet no one would really think of using that, whereas in singles, it's a little bit harder to pull off. I don't know, it was just like this little thing I was going through, like a really stale moment of Wi-Fi battling. It just felt so stale that I wasn't enjoying doing it. Anyways, as I was like rambling on there, I wasn't actually paying attention to chat. My bad. That was probably like a whole bunch of questions redirected at me. Why am I doing the city instead of like the pen? Because that's the method I enjoy. Oh look, it's like 2 hours and 30 minutes. I said I was going to bring up my egg counter. Right. Let me just check these IVs and I'll bring up my egg counter. Oh look, there's still 1 egg. Oh, for Pete's sakes, can I get an adamant? There's another fantastic. Another fantastic. Another fantastic. Another fantastic. Why am I getting all these fantastics in special attack? That parrot must have had fantastic in special attack. Alright, where is my Japanese 3DS? I'm just gonna quickly switch over so you guys can see the bloody egg counter just using that method. If the stream blows up, my bad. Alright, so this is the Japanese game. And the only reason I'm using it is because I don't have another 3DS to check on my own. So I'm now going to remember which one's what. Oh, festival coins, here we go. Okay, some festival coins there. Alright, oh, that's what you've been doing. No, I didn't want that. Okay, so I want that one. And it's one of these. Okay, that's it there. Okay, 457 eggs hatched. That's with just using that really long method. It doesn't stack, I do believe. I'm pretty sure one flame body is all you need. Having 2 flame bodies don't stack. So no, it's not quicker. But yeah, that's my egg count. I'm sorry it's in Japanese, but the second one is eggs hatched. It's 457. That's a lot of eggs just for like using that one method, and I've only been doing... Oh, I'm gonna count. There's like 1 day for Beldam, that's all it took for me to do that. And then I did yesterday for Jangmo. No, only 2 days of breeding, that's all I've done. Yeah, no stacking, and I can bring that up on Bulbapedia too. So just with that method alone, I've hatched that many eggs in 2 days. I mean, technically now it's 3 days because I have shifted over with Australian time zone. The troll was real in that comment. I heard 6 flame body Pokemon was the fastest. That troll. Alright, we're back on English. Alright, I grabbed my eggs, didn't I? Okay, so there's my egg count for those who are curious. It's already 400. Alright, I'm not picking up any more eggs. I swear to God, I'm still catching adamant. Any second we're gonna see Brave. I swear it. Whether it be this batch or the next batch, it's gonna be Brave-natured Pokemon. Oh. Actually, it's not that hard. I've done it with Combi. I've also heard someone got a shiny Combi female. That was like an unbelievable hatch. So it wouldn't really be that hard, because all you could do is do a male Sandalette with a Ditto. You'd be able to get a female that way. Actually, I might even do Sandalette next. That's a really interesting Pokemon from what I've seen. It's got a really high special attack, it's really fast, and it gets like really interesting moves. Oh, there we go, there's that last egg that wanted to hatch. A good fighting type. Pangoro, if you want that. It gets Bullet Punch now, so it's even better than what it was. At least it has something now to hit. Priority on fairy types. Like before you had to rely on Poison Jab. Here's another one. That's 4 male adamants. I've got plenty of Choice Scarf opportunities here. God, I'm definitely nearly out of boxes. Pokebank cannot come any quicker, I swear to God. Oh wow, it gets Fake Out. Okay, I didn't know about that one. That is... Oh, that's going to make an excellent double battle Pokemon. You could go... Like, heck, you could even still do Timid, but give it Fake Out. Like, all you really want is the flinch chance. Set up with the other Pokemon and whatever. It's too fast for Trick Room, unfortunately. Like, normally that'd be an excellent Trick Room lead. You do Fake Out and then TR. But surely I could find something to do with that. I've done it with Mega Blastoids for Fake Out lead. even if it's just immobilizing. I'm curious now. I really want to see if I can make up a set for that. I mean, obviously you do 252 special attack and speed. I don't think it was very tanky in its defense and special defense. Just do fake out, protect, flamethrower, and I mean you could do sludge bomb. Its special attack would be enough of that, and stab. That would hit most Pokemon, with the occasional like wall or something. I mean, you'd be able to hit steel types because you got flamethrower. Now I'm really curious. I meant like once Pokebank comes out, I really want to try out that set. Even just having a set on hand beforehand makes things easier, because then I'm not obviously having to muck around when Pokebank opens up and going, oh, I want to use this, I want to use this. The sets for me, some days, like I could take... like a lot of the VGC teams, here's an example. The Karen VGC team I came up with, that took me a month just to plan out a team building for it. Some teams can take up to a week. Some of them get really lucky, I can do in one day, or in a couple of hours. But a lot of the time I've got to at least allow, you know, most of the time a week of team building before I can go through team build, like just team building alone. No breeding or whatever, just team building. There's just a week. Breeding I can just do in a couple of hours, and EV training's just a piece of pie this bloody game. That's done unless of course it's VGC, then I will need to allow a bit of time for Pelago. So it's going to really be testing me this gen, how my time management is for Wi-Fi Wednesday. If I'm doing like Smogon singles or doubles. But no, I think I might do Salazzle next. Just to see how long it takes me to get like all the natures. And I would say that it'd be in the field egg group, if not it'd be like monster or something, I'd say. I'm just gonna see, because if that just happenly... not Cerebi. Sandalette, where are you sitting in the egg groups? It's in Dragon! Oh my god, yes! You little ripper. I need to use like Ditto though to get a female. But I can link that with my bloody Jangmo-os. Awesome! Ah, breeding is going to be so easy with this thing. That does it. I am doing Salazzle and Sandalette next stream. I swear it, I'm doing that next stream. And I'm going to prove everyone wrong on how hard that is. I won't even do any pre-breeding. I'll just do it all on stream. That is going to be so fun to do. Ah, I can't wait. I will have to catch it on the Japanese game like I normally do. Gotta do traditions, gotta catch it on Japanese first. I don't know, that's another thing as well. If you want more power, you go Fire Blast, but the problem with that is you got a lower accuracy. Whereas Flamethrower has a better chance of hitting, but you are dropping your base power. Honestly, it comes down, again, personal choice on that one. Yeah, it's not that hard, it honestly isn't, and the fact I've already got a Dragon egg group already, all I would need to do is just Ditto to the right gender, so you just go out and catch a male or whatever. Ditto it till you get a female, and I've got 4 IV Dittos already, so there's a chance I'll pick up a 4 IV in the process, or even, if lucky, a 5 IV if I get a potential perfect 1 in the initial catch. I tend to go for hidden ability and normal ability. So whatever its hidden ability is, I'll go for that, and I have no idea what I'm doing. And then all you gotta do then is breed up with the male Jangmo-os for each nature, and then you've got your 5 IVs. Oh my god, this is really making me wonder if I did put the Everstone on the wrong Pokemon. Oh, bollocks! Look at that beast. I wonder if that makes people scared if I just picked up another 6 IV. Actually, I'm kind of hoping I do, because I have a little something I have to say if that happens. Oh, another fantastic. Then again, I've already technically said it this stream where I've brought up the 6 IV and gone, look, I hatched a 6 IV, must be hacked. Gotta love the blind witch hunting. Oblivious. It could work if you're running like a lot of status moves. You can't be taunted, can't be attracted. Although, that's the thing though, corrosion is so handy because you can poison everything. Like you can poison other poison type Pokemon, I think, and poison steel type Pokemon. Pretty sure it poisons other poison type Pokemon if I'm correct. Yeah, totally the hacker. Oh god. The other one I was going to do if I was hatched a shiny, I was like, oh look guys, it's a shiny, must be hacked. That's the other one that always gets picked up as shiny Pokemon. And that's why Pipknight gets called a hacker most of the time, because of all the shinies he has. It's like, oh god. Even though shinies are like really easy to pick up. Whether it be SOS battles. I mean heck, I must be a hacker because I got like a bold nature Hypno that can bottle cap up the 6 IVs. I don't know, I'm on the bandwagon that Merciless Toxapex is better than Regenerator. I don't know. As I said, this is coming from someone who hasn't used one yet, so I could be incorrect. But both had their own purposes, like Merciless is the one that crits when the opponent's poisoned. So Toxic Spikes, or whatever, Toxic Thread, put that down and just attack everything. Be always a crit, whereas Regenerator, if it's bulky enough, you swap out, you get HP back, which could potentially mean the difference between winning a battle or losing a battle, because you got more HP compared to if you're running Merciless. I don't know, as I said, it's handy, but at the same time, you gotta think, you know, what potential set are you running? If it's a bulky set, then yes, Regenerator. If you're running a sweepy set, then, and running the support to work it, then yes, Merciless works better. And that's one of the really fun things about competitive battling, singles and doubles. It's trying to work around and figure out what's more useful than the other. And that's always been a question I've asked a lot of times when I do my breeding and my team building, is if I come across a move, I'm like, okay, is this move going to be handy compared to the other move I potentially could run? And it's going through, sometimes I'll revert to Pokemon Showdown for simulations to see which one's the better. I've done that a few times with a lot of my doubles teams. It's like, okay, I've got a set, and I'm not too sure if it's going to work. I don't want to go through and spend all this time soft resetting for a legendary or doing up the breeding. Not so much breeding. If it's a breeding team, I'll do it regardless. But if it's a legendary I got a soft reset for, that's most of the time I'll go through and do a simulation for to see if the strategy works. Because I don't want to go through, spend all that time soft resetting to find out that the strategy doesn't work, because then it's like a lot of wasted time. And I forgot what the hell I was talking about. Oh, God. Okay, I have to... Oh my god, did I really put the Everstone on the bloody Adamant? I have to have put it on the Adamant. Oh, if these aren't brave, I'm taking my Pokemon out and having a look. Oh, man. Did anyone notice to see which one... Oh my god, did she really die? I thought she was fine. I read in the news only recently she was fine. Oh no, I'm bringing up Twitter. Oh, that's sad. Oh, I didn't want to hear about that. Now it's just depressing. Oh, that's really, really sad. Yeah, Yeah, this year's taken a lot of really famous actors. That's really sad. No, I'm not picking up any more eggs. Screw this. If I want to find out if I put the Everstone on the wrong Pokemon, I'm really hoping I have it, because I've just wasted a couple of hours, well, an hour or so, waiting for my Brave Natures to pop up. And there was someone else who only recently died too. It was like, George something. I personally don't know the actor or musician, but I saw a lot of people on my Facebook mourning his death, so he must have been pretty important. I should check the Pokemon. Next hatch I'll check them. Just in case I did and I haven't picked up a lot of eggs. I've done that before. I've done, like, put the Everstone on the wrong Pokemon and I've gone through and like, why am I not getting what I need? Yeah, George Michael, there we go. Yeah, as I said, I probably do know him, but the name's just not ringing a bell. But he only recently died too. Oh damn, that's really Claire can't speak English now. And that's really sad to hear. She was a really good actor. Oh my god, what's my favourite Pimp Night pun? None. None of them are my favourite. I gotta hear a pun every day. It's not fun. Oh my god, I just rhymed. Didn't even mean to. Alright, I hatched a Pokemon. I won't put any more eggs into my party. I'll just make room so I can check my bloody breeders. I'm still getting adamant. I must have put the Everstone on the wrong Pokemon. If I did, I'm a bloody idiot. Oh, did I do a naughty? I know you put the Destiny on the Brave. I reckon that's what I've done. I think instead of swapping the items around, I think I might have just taken the Destiny off the previous breeder and then put it on like the new one. Here we go. If this isn't Brave, I know I fucked up. Because I usually take note where something ends and then go for the new breeding pattern. And I swear I'm past it. I should be onto Brave. Which means I fucked up. I have all these spares now at least. I swear to god the aircon's not on because it's really hot in here. Yes, there's a lot of Jangmo-os. At the moment I have 7 females and 4 male adamants. That's more than what I wanted. That's way more than what I wanted. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to use that amount of lifetime of competitive battling. I mean, as I said, there's plenty there for Pimp Night now. That's the plus. But I personally don't need that many. I must have. I think I fucked up. I must have fucked up. There is no other explanation. I fucked up. I fucked up. I must have been talking and prattling on and not paying attention to who I gave the Everstone to. Oh my god. As I said, I've done it before. I've done it before on live stream too. And before I grabbed them, and I have done it right, and I haven't quite gotten to that stage yet. Yeah, I think I fucked up. I really think I fucked up. I don't want to restore it. I just want to check its nature. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I badly fucked up. That's what I wanted to do. I fucked up. I knew it. I fucked up. And no one said I fucked up. That means no one else noticed it. Or someone has and I never paid attention. That's a possibility too. So yes, I fucked up. My bad. I don't want to put Magby in the daycare. Okay, now we're good to go. Now we'll be getting Brave Natures. I have so many adamants. I done goofed. At least I paid it, like, started to wake up and like, okay, I think I fucked up. Okay. I mean, like, look at this! I got too many now. I only needed 2. I have 7 females and 4 males. I got too many now. I don't even know if we're gonna need that many over a lifetime. That's insane. That one little fuck up just gave me too many. I mean, luckily it's a nature, it's very flexible to work with. Still. What am I gonna do with that many adamant Jangmo-os? Yes, I have a legitimate breeding database. I only built that a couple of days ago. And even still, it's not quite perfect. I even have a database for all my movesets too. Like, that's insane too. I could potentially load that up too, but I'd have to not show the Sun and Moon version of it because I don't want to give away potential sets. Even though there's like not too many on there, but there's like spoilers to a future podcast series that I'm doing on there, and I don't, as I said, don't want to particularly spoil that just yet. And yes, that's another thing with me, like, I almost do databases for everything now. It's only because, well, the only reason I got back into it is because it was that time of the year I'm like, okay, I need to go through and study some of my degrees again, because I have a degree in databasing, in spreadsheets, and documentation building. I can legitimately go out and get a job in them. I've had a job in it in the past. I was a database admin for the hospital back where I used to live, so I'm in charge of modifying data on that and everything. So I was sitting there, I was going over my certificates and everything. I'm like, oh, I should probably sit down and study these again, just to make sure, like, if I'm ever in a position where I have to go for another job, whereas if, for example, like, I let go tomorrow from my design job that I'm working with, I would have to go look for another job. So I'm like, okay, if I can study this again, I can say to my employer or future employer, okay, I can do databases, I can do spreadsheets and all that, and here's examples of, like, wherever. Fuck this milk tank! Where I've applied it. So it's the only reason why I got back into databasing, and now I seem to use it for bloody everything. It is handy though, like, I can just look up a database and go, okay, I've got this and that, and I've got moves on these move sets and yada yada yada. Just takes a lot of time off my chest, and especially when you start breeding up lots and lots of Pokemon, you're like, okay, what Pokemon exactly do I have? Otherwise I'm looking through Pokebank going, oh, okay, I've got this and I've got that. And at times if I do that, without fully knowing what I've got, I always miss things. Or I go into a battle and be like, okay, what's this moveset again and what hidden power have I got? It happened on live stream one night, and that's where I was like, oh, I gotta do something about this bloody mess, because I get duplicates of some things, and there'll be times where I got a duplicate that's slightly different to another one. Like, I got Meowsticks, for example. They're my weather setups for a lot of my teams. And a lot of times the difference be like rain dance or sunny day, and then there'll be like different IVs on them, like a defensive one or a special defensive one. So it's just like little minor things like that. I can just double check quickly on the database to see what it is. I mean, heck, I even have a degree in website building. It's a very small degree. Like, it says I can do, like, the very basics of web design. I used to do an awful lot of that back in the day. Like, when I was going through high school, I'd build a lot of websites. Even when I did my degree, I was top of the class. And then I did, like, the next one up, which was, like, Cert 4. and I had to pull out because I moved and I was working 2 jobs at the time as well, so a lot of times I couldn't even rock up to class because obviously working double time, I go from one job to the other. It was really exhausting, and when you're pulling like 7 days a week working, so 5 days at the hospital, 2 days at like Woolworths. Yes, I used to work as a retailer. It was exhausting. I wouldn't have time to do study or anything, so I ended up pulling out of the course and moved to Western Australia. So since then it's been a case of like just catching up with all my study and everything. Was that to show off to me or something? I hope not. Like, that's very basic, to be honest. There's nothing impressive about my website design degree at all. The database and spreadsheet documentation one's a little bit impressive, but there's definitely a lot of better degrees out there you can get that are a lot more impressive than a databasing. But at the same time as well, I only did those degrees to try and get my foot in the door for a job. I used to live out in the middle of nowhere, so employment opportunities were very minimal. You either had to do an apprenticeship or you were lucky enough to know someone in a job to get a job. And that was the only reason why I got my hospital job. Otherwise, you'd work at McDonald's or Woolworths or, I don't know, it's called Big W here. Shop names may differ a little bit depending on where you live, but pretty much it was just retail, like food retail and like your stationaries and all that. Kind of like those jobs, and obviously fast food and all that. I ended up doing fast food when I got here to WA because that's all was available to me. My certificates unfortunately didn't transfer to Western Australia, so that was really unfortunate. My website one didn't transfer, but my database one and all that didn't. But unfortunately, there's this little stupid thing they call being overqualified. And unfortunately that's what I am. I'm overqualified. I'm 24 years of age and I've got more degrees than what a lot of 24-year-olds have in WA, so that's really sad. Another bloody 5IV. That's adamant. Yep. I'm actually now sick of 5IV adamant females. I've got bloody too many of them. Oh, well, at least wow, they're all soundproof. Where's my bulletproof ones? There we go, I got some. Here's another one. I think that was adamant. Oh, wow. All 3 of them were 5IV. Funniest memory playing Pokemon. Belly Drum Blissey. Yes, it's hacked, of course. This was from 5th generation. It was from a live stream. The live stream could possibly still be up on Pip Knight's channel, I do believe. Very, 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 very long time ago. If anyone was around back for those live streams, may even remember it. Someone thought it was funny. It was only for a joke. Honestly, even with the belly drum up, Blissey is so bad. But they did it for a laugh, so we're battling along. And this guy brings out Blissey and had belly drum. And the question that everyone asked was, out of every Pokemon, they decided to put belly drum with Blissey out of every Pokemon. It's probably my funniest memory, because obviously back then, like, hacking, you could bring hacked Pokemon online so easy. Just there was no way of monitoring it at all. So a lot of hacks existed. There was a lot of, like, obviously the Wonder Tombs was a very big one back in the day. I was lucky enough to never come across one. Another fun memory didn't so much happen to me, it was something that I witnessed. Was a Wonder Tomb being destroyed by Fire Punch. I have no idea why, but there was something about the programming in Fire Punch that allowed it to hit Wonder Tombs. So someone decided to be funny and Springer 1 to 2. But they got owned by Fire Punch and now rage quitting. Funniest thing ever. Oh. That's the thing though, like, the days of competitive was so different to now. As I said, like, hacking was so much on the rampage that you'd almost expect it. You almost had to prepare for, like, someone bringing 252 EVs in every stat or an illegal move of some sort. But beating them was probably even the best part of it. Outside of that though, funny moments. I don't know, every time I get hacked, it's annoying, but when I look back on it, there's been some really funny hacks. Obviously there's like, in 5th generation, I think I was attempting to do a Mighty Ina sweep, so every single time we live streamed, I'd always have Mighty Ina, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sweep with Mighty Ina this stream. And I think there was like one stream, they led with a Volcarana. So I brought it down, I attacked it, I took it out, like it attacked me, brought me down to Sash, because the old strategy was Focus Sash. There's Brave Nature, finally! Ah, I got fantastic, you shitting me! And, anyways, they bring me down to Sash, I attack them, kill them, but I get flame-bodied. And that seemed to be the running gag, is I'd go for a sweep, and I'd always get burnt or poisoned in some form or fashion. Or paralysed is always the worst, or confused. No, it didn't take any names, that's the thing. It didn't kill anything, it died. Did you know the Gen 4 Beaver gets Sword Dance now? 4th Gen Beaver. Oh, B-Barrel. I had to think there for a second, like, 4th Gen Beaver. Yes, that's nasty. Simple with Sword Dance, that's ×4. I don't know, like, I was thinking about that when I found out. And I'm like, I still don't think I'd still use it. Because my old Curse Amnesia set was simple. Still does the job. It makes it really bulky, really sweepy as well. So I don't know, I can definitely see that getting some use for a little bit while it's really popular. It's whether or not if it's any good though is another thing. It's the barrel. Piss off! If it's not fantastic, it's very good. All I need is one female, that's all I need. One female brave. Okay, now I can start doing half laps, because I'm nearly out of eggs again. Although I could start doing the full range, hatch all the eggs. And then, oh there we go, just take names with that female brave-natured Jangmo. And then I gotta go through and do all the special attacking ones. That's gonna be a real pain in the bum to switch from attack to special attack. Might need to use a 4 IV for that one, I think. Or I could potentially use a 6 IV for that. The 6 IV Jangmo might come in handy for that actually, just getting special attack onto it. Or I could start from 1 IV. Actually I might do that, start from 1 IV. Because then that means I don't need to swap from attack at all, because I obviously don't have any special attack at all in these Pokemon. Yeah, that's true, like, it's only going to be handy on the first week of Pokebank. And then after that, people will realise it's probably nothing impressive, because you still need to set up the Sword Dance. And it's weak to quite a lot of things, and its stats aren't exactly impressive either. Its speed's dreadful, so it's going to get outsped and everything. It's almost going to be like the Evo boost, like, people really impressed, we're going to use it for the first week or so, then realise, it's not all it's cut out to be in the end. Like, we'll just see, like, I've said predicted things, I've been correct on some parts, and other parts, like, oh, okay, I didn't expect that to happen. Like, in my podcast, I said I wasn't too sure what was going to happen with Z moves. Turns out that's a thing. I've seen a lot of Z moves being used. And then again, like, in my own defense, though, I didn't realise how far Z moves were going to go. Like, Z Splash being +3 in attack, Z Hypnosis raising speed, like all those type of stuff, like Belly Drum, Z Belly Drum raising, recovering health, then doing the normal things it does. Oh, another adamant. So, well, as I said, it's just pretty much a waiting game to see what happens. Trends happen a lot in Pokemon games too, so something will be popular for 1 week and the next week it's not very popular. I really need a drink. All this talking has made me really thirsty. Oh, no. Oh shit, that was close. I nearly had Coke everywhere. So yes, like, this will be interesting, is trying to breed out attack or just going for the ones without defense or special defense, like the mixed natures, for example. So there's, like, a lot of work. That's the thing, I'm not really too sure how long I'm going to live stream for either. I'm kind of hoping we got no visitors, so I can live stream for like 8 hours or whatever. Bring my egg count up to like 1,000. That'd be nice. That would have meant I would have bred 800 eggs in one day, really, or one sitting, which is really impressive, actually. Oh, once we figured out what my next Pokemon is, that's going to be awesome. Taurus Abuse 2016. Oh, that poor Taurus. I really hope my protagonist is feeding it. Otherwise, then yeah, it would be huge Taurus abuse. Alright, I should have a 5IV by now. I mean, heck, I'm doing 2 5IVs. I'll just pick up another egg just in case. Just in case I'm having a really bad time. I mean, heck, we saw what happened with the adamant ones. I just got a whole bunch of females, and finally, after like 4 female adamant in, I finally get a male. Although, that was before the fuck up. And it ends up with like 5 to 9. See, it still gets it, like, this is adamant still. Ugh, I hit the B button again. Okay, the remaining ones must be brave. They must be brave. Okay, that's another female. That's female adamant number 10. Okay, I seriously cannot wait for Pokemon to come out. I've nearly got a whole box of just adamants. I'd say for the E4, go for anywhere in the 60s. Without spoiling the game, of course. Yeah, anything in the 60s, I say, and make sure you got plenty of recovery items. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who can see that. So it's alright, no one will spoil the game for you. Least favourite ride Pokemon? I just want to double check something. I'm pretty sure Mudsdale I can't ride at like any place. You have to only ride in particular areas. If that's the case, then I don't like Mudsdale because I was so looking forward to riding a Mudsdale. Oh, I can ride it. Okay, I was incorrect. I don't know. I think my least favourite could very well be Statland. It's handy for finding items, but once you find all the items, it's almost useless. And I mean, it is pretty cool to ride on the back of a Statland. And Machamp is just lol. That's just memes. John Cena is carrying you. Okay, I mean that's a pretty lazy meme, but still, it's really cool that a Machamp carries you. So if I was to have to say, like, least favourite ride, it'd be a toss-up between maybe... I know, I'd have to say Stoutland. Or maybe Lapras, because Lapras becomes pretty obsolete once you get Sharpedo. So there we go, maybe you toss up between Stoutland and Lapras, but if I had to lean anyway, I'd say Lapras. As I said, it becomes pretty obsolete once you get Sharpedo. I can't believe I had to think about that one. Favorite gen? Okay, that's a hard question. Because this is where the problems start kicking in. I like second gen, because that's what I started with officially. Because I didn't have to rent the games, like that was the first game I officially owned. And I really like second gen because obviously it's the super games. And everything you could ask for in a Pokemon game, and the remakes, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, jeez Louise, they were bloody brilliant. They were like the best Pokemon games for a very long time. For the main series, I would have said that Heart Gold and Soul Silver are probably the favourites of mine. Alongside Platinum, I sunk, as it said, so many hours into Platinum. And that's the thing, 4th generation is my other favourite. Because again, it had everything that appealed to me. Yet 3rd generation was when I started to really get into Pokemon. It was like that turning point. 2nd gen, I was like a casual player, just like, you know, I knew nothing about the game and whatever, it's just learning everything. 3rd generation, I started doing breeding, I started getting into contests, I started learning more about how to actually raise Pokemon, like giving them moves and all that. I really started to get into the game and everything. I think I have 3rd generation to blame for that one. 2nd gen, as I said, was like the foot in the door. And then obviously 1st generation has its own little charm to it as well. But I only did rentals, I only played with owned also. English, where are you now? I only owned Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2 for a very long time. Yeah, I had the red, blue and yellow. But yeah, I've still find 1st generation to be like really unique. It's nothing like the other gens. It's just its own little flavour. Unless of course you include Fire Red and Leaf Green, which can go burn. I hated those games. So if you wanted least favourite, Fire Red and Leaf Green. Least favourite gen, I don't want to say it, it's bloody 5th generation. Only because I haven't played Black and White 2. I hated Black and White. I had so many issues with it. It's about the only main game I've actually struggled to play through. But I did hear some promising things about Black and White 2, so I say least favourite only because I may have misjudged 5th gen. I probably didn't answer the questions, did I? Hard to say, like... Favourite gems, I'd just say 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're all equal. Like, you speak to me on different days, I'll say a different one each time. That's true, you can't fish on Sharpedo's back, I guess. I don't know, as I said, like, each of them had their own little perks to them. And that's the thing when it comes to, like, subjective things like that, as favourites and dislikes. Like, I copped a lot of flack for my Mega videos, like, what my favourite Megas and my least favourite Megas were. And that's the thing, like, a lot of people said I didn't take it from a competitive standpoint of view. How can I? Because they're all got their own perks in their some sort of way. And, you know, obviously use them in different ways for Megas, so I can't take a competitive standpoint of view on it, because I could say they're all decent and all very powerful Pokemon. So I'd have to take it from a design point of view. Oh, I thought for a second I talked to the milk tank. Yes, so I'll most likely transfer Martiena and do a whole breeding stream on that too. That's the thing though with Martiena, the breeding stream will be very short. Because most of the time I would just use a jolly, adamant nature. I think. I'm pretty sure I haven't come up with any other natures for it. Like, I've just had to breed for adamant, that's it. I don't think I've ever used jolly. Maybe on choice band. I don't know. I'll be questioning if I do a Martiena breeding live stream. As I said, I might not because it may not last very long. I'll have to look up the movesets for Martiena. I'm pretty sure all of mine are adamant. I may have like the occasional jolly nature one. And I have experimented with Intimidate Tanky. Unfortunately though, it just doesn't work. There are a lot better tanky Intimidate Pokemon out there who does Martiena's job a lot better. Jesus, look at this bad luck. I was gonna say, am I out of eggs? No. Yes, it's almost similar to what I said in Oris, that Oris was really good with the Dex Nav because you can go for 3 IVs and breed with that. And I did a whole breeding stream on that too. And someone said Emerald was really cool. Yes, I sunk hours into Emerald and that's actually the game that really got me into Pokemon was Emerald. Thanks to Battle Frontier. I think that's why I cling on to Battle Frontier so dearly for my life, is because it brings back memories of when I actually got into Pokemon, like actual competitive, and what got me interested is because Battle Frontier. I don't think I've ever gotten so excited over competitive Pokemon before, and this was before like the internet surfaced. Obviously back then was like Game FQs giving all these fake cheats out, like how to get the whole Pokedex by putting in these button inputs and everything, how to get like all these weird Pokemon and all that, or how to get Deoxys and everything. But no, if anything, I got Battle Frontier to blame for the reason why I got interested in competitive battling. And then 4th Gen came around and just made things easy with the Wi-Fi, like GTS. Actually no, GTS was the reason why I got so excited about online connectivity with Pokemon. I was like, oh my god, this is awesome, and this was obviously back before GTS was spammed with garbage. I can remember the first time I discovered it. I was supposed to go to bed at like 8:30 or something because of school. Like, I would sneak my DS into bed and be on GTS until like 2 in the morning just trying to find Pokemon to trade with. Like, my first ever shiny was through GTS. It was a shiny Drifblim. The person wanted a level 1 Arcanine, which was obviously you could do. You go breed yourself a level 5 Arcanine, wasn't level 1 yet. Go breed up a Growlithe at level 5, and then you just use a Firestone to get yourself the required Arcanine. So I traded that off. It was really easy, because I got plenty of Firestones from the mining minigame. So I traded off on GTS, and I got myself a shiny Drifblim. Like, that was probably the best GTS trade I'd ever done. I was like, oh my god. But that was like one of the main reasons why I went on online so much. And then from there, I ended up branching out to like friend codes, because I discovered that too. It was like, oh wow. And then you go on, you find out all these online communities which were trading friend codes at the time. Again, that was very small for the time too, because Smogon was just starting off around that time too. But Cerebi at the time was the biggest Pokemon community. They had their little Wi-Fi chat. And believe me, at the time, for 2007, 2008, Cerebi was huge. There were so many people using that Wi-Fi chat. I got scammed a few times. People saying that they'd trade me like Arceus for like some of my legit Pokemon, or Darkrai. Someone actually did trade me a Darkrai. They actually went through and traded me one. To whether or not it was legit was the question, no? But at the time, when you're like, you know, 13 or 14, that stuff doesn't really bother you. You're just getting a Pokemon you can't get. So it was like really an exciting time. Oh, piss off! Ah, that's so close. Ah, chat died again. Rip. Does anyone have any like memories on how they started with Pokemon, how they got into the actual Pokemon community? I like to hear like what other people's stories are. Like mine's, as I said, I think I just said most of mine then. It might have been a very shoddy story, but it's something. Maybe down the track I'll do a proper story on how I really got into Pokemon. Favorite member of my Sun and Moon in-game team. Oh god, they're all favorites, otherwise I wouldn't have caught them. I went through with Incinerator, Vikavolt, Golisopod, Alolan Persian, and someone else. Who was my other Pokemon? I'll think of it. I'll think of it in a second. Who's my last Pokemon? Or did I only do 5? I don't think I did 5. It was Snorlax! I was only the event Snorlax, but still I went through the game with it. Snorlax was a bit of a there if needed. Thankfully it was there because I needed to hold back a few times. That was my team. And the only reason I caught all of them, except Snorlax, was because I really liked the Pokemon and wanted to try it. So I wanted to try out Golisopod because I thought Wimpod would be really cool. Didn't realise it'd evolve into something like that. Vikavolt was another one I wanted to try out when I was doing all the podcasts. I did confess there I wanted to use it. Incinerator only because it was my favourite starter. Turned out to be the hardest starter to use. Yeah, rip Carrie Fisher. I can't believe that. I only read a couple of days ago she was fine. A lot of people started off in 3rd gen by the looks of it. One there from red, blue and yellow. The good old link cable back in the day. I have a few stories about that. I've had like, back in the day there used to be like, obviously, the whole norm that Pokemon was only played by boys. And I was the only female player at the time. This would have been back in 2000 or 2001, something like that. Back when we had the link cable for Gold, Silver and Crystal. They were like, oh, we're gonna beat you because obviously we're boys. That's not what they said, but something along those lines. They were like bragging that they could beat me really easy. So I did link cable and everything. Like if you owned a link cable back in the day, of course, you were really cool. I didn't own one, unfortunately, but luckily someone in our class did. Long story short, I beat them. They were jelly. They were angry. Jump forward a couple of years to like Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald. A few people had gotten into it thanks to me, so they were playing Pokemon. And one day we were just having lunch, I think. And they're like, oh, we could beat you East Peas with our legendaries and all that. You know how we used to talk back in the day, for those who used to. We used to think like legendaries were really cool and all that. Like that's all we used because we were beginners. So we had our Pokemon battle and all that. And so they sent out their Groudon, Kyogre or whatever and Ray. And we got into the battle. Turned out to be a 6-0. And I won like 3 times in a row. They just couldn't beat me. This was obviously by this stage I've really gotten into Pokemon, knew what I was doing. And what do they decide to do when they lose? They kicked me in the shins. They kicked me in the bloody shins because they lost. So screw DCs. Try getting kicked in the shins. It's the only problem about versing someone with a link cable or the wireless, little wireless Wi-Fi dongles they had in Fire Red and Leaf Green. We were using them. So yeah, the good old days of actually having to battle someone in real life. There's a chance you could potentially get kicked in the shins. That was me. I mean, it was fun though. Like, trying to introduce new people into the game was always, like, one of the biggest struggles, and I did get my female brave there, so that gets knocked off. So we slowly start to knock things off the list. Yeah, it's savage. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like, I won, it was 6-0, and I get kicked in the shins. She ripped the thing out too, and turned off a game, and she kicked me in the shins. Oh my god, I couldn't believe the salt. But I was in pain for a good couple of hours, that hurt. Like, it was even on casual shoes days too and all that. Like, usually you'd wear sand shoes or something, but this was like casual dress day. She was wearing heels as well. So she kicked me with a heel too, so I don't know, if anyone's been kicked in the shins with a heel knows exactly what type of pain I was in. Wasn't pretty. And not very sportsmanship-like either, I will admit that. That hurt. Anyways, that was an interesting experience. Next one up will be Impish, which I've already got one for apparently. No, she didn't get into trouble. But oh, I can't believe like some of the experiences I've had with Pokemon over the years. Like, there's even another story I have with local Wi-Fi as well. This was back in 4th generation. However, the battle actually never happened. There was like, obviously, the cool kids back in school. They all got into Pokemon, only because they saw me playing it. Again, I got more people into playing Pokemon. So they'll see me playing it one day and they're like, oh, Pokemon, I didn't know they had video games for that. So they went and they all bought DS's and Pokemon games. So they walk up to me one day and they're like, oh, Catherine, check out our really cool teams we got. And I looked at their teams. It was like pretty obvious I got them from GTS, because it was around this time that hacking started to introduce into GTS. So it was pretty obvious because they're all level 100 and everything. I'm like, oh, nice GTS Pokemon you've got there. It was a whole group of them too. And they're like, all acting tough now because I'm like, I spoiled all their plans and everything. They're like, oh, well, you want to meet up tomorrow at this certain part of the school and we'll do a Pokemon battle? I'm like, sure, bring it on. I'll 6-0 you E's P's. Probably not in those exact words, but at this time as well, it was like near the right end of 4th generation. And this was also the time I'd finally gotten into Smogon, so I knew competitive sets, I knew about IVs, I knew about EVs, and I'm like, I'm so confident I can kick all these legendaries. Like I said, Palkia, Dialga, Giratina, they had Garchomp I think as well, and a few other really decent Pokemon. Obviously the starter Pokemon as well, because that's how you ran back in the day. So I'm like, this is going to be awesome. I've got a Garchomp with 252 EVs and attack and speed, it's Jolly Nature and everything, all these like Sword Dance, Outrage and everything, which will take out the 3 legendaries. This is going to be E's P's, so come the day we're supposed to battle, and they never showed up. Because I think someone might have like overheard me going over explaining like all my Pokemon and everything, or they saw my laptop which had all of my Pokemon strategies on there. I don't know what it was, but they never turned up to battle, and I'm like, walked up to them in class, because they were in one of my classes afterwards, and I'm like, where were you? You were supposed to battle me. Did you chicken out or something? And they go, oh, I didn't bring my DS and my game with me. And I was like, oh, of course not. Of course you didn't bring your game with ya. I'm like, I did. Like, I literally called them a chicken because I was really excited for that battle. And after that, I never heard of. They stopped playing Pokemon ever since. So it was pretty obvious they were a bit chicken to take me on. Now what the hell am I doing? Okay, that's 5 A's, so I need that. Okay, so I take that off. I'm making sure I don't screw it up this time. Okay, so I need that. I'll use that because it's 5 A's, so it's simple, and it's female English. So yeah, that's the Impish one, so that needs Everstone. And that needs Destiny Knot. Okay, I got it right this time. I'm not gonna be walking around thinking, where the hell are my Pokemon? walks out the door, doesn't put a Pokemon in daycare. Down the track, I will go for 0 speed. At this point in time, I don't have a 0 speed, but I can still get away with 5 IV. For now. But I can do it on just no EVs and speed, and it should technically work. It'll be interesting, like, I'm gonna see if it works, because I used to run it back in the day, before I did Trick Rooms, so it might work. At the moment, it's just like a, I got it, so when I do finally get the 0 IV, it's just a bit quicker to breed. This is the thing, when I was doing all this up, I was contemplating that for a very long time. I was like, should I go for the hindering natures or not? Because eventually I'm going to have to rebreed them anyway, so I thought, oh, why not? I'll go for them now. Luckily Pimpnut doesn't get kicked every time someone DCs. Oh my god, could you imagine that? If every time someone DC'd, you got kicked in the shins. My god, he would get kicked in the shins a lot. Especially on those sweeps. Bloody hell. Alright, so I'm doing Impish now, so what do I need? Male. That's all I need. I already got Munchlaxes. I could actually bring them all up. Actually, I should probably go for one other Munchlax, because I have the Japanese game without an event Munchlax I can do. And that ends very soon too. Like, this is the thing, you'll have to try and find a Pokemon that I don't have. Like, these are all my Munchlaxes from the Japanese game. These are all the event ones. I have already evolved mine as well. And then, wherever Snorlax is, there it is. And there's like the event Munchlax already, like that's mild. Actually that's alright mild, I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look. Hey, that's actually kind of cool, you could do mixed attacker on that. Shame I might have effed everything up though. It'd be interesting to see if I could do anything with a mild Snorlax. And there's also like all the event Ash Greninjas using that Greninja strategy that I posted on my guide. And there's like random Jangmo-os here. I have no idea why. Now what was I doing? Someone distracted me. That's really lucky. Oh, as SPD, I'd say that's speed. People tend to write speed a bit differently. I write it SPE. Only because that's how Smogon writes it. Well, they used to write it SPE. I don't know if they do now. Okay, I think this should still be Brave. How many boxes in total? 32. That is the maximum amount of boxes, and I'm already up to like 22. And then after that, I've got no idea what I'm doing. I'll have to release something. There's no Pokebank. I might go through and release some of those 2 or 3 IVs, since there's not really too much I can do with them. If I was dumb enough to... Actually, now that I think about it, if I had played it smart and did my Japanese Jangmo-o instead, I think I'd already be using 32 boxes. Might have been lucky I slowed everything down. But that would have been absolutely disastrous. If Pokemon comes out, no, there'll be a lot of boxes full of rejects. As I said, I'm not really too sure what I'm going to do with them. Like, 4OV can be quite handy. Well, not in my hands, but just in other people's hands. Actually, no, 4OV, I lie. 4OV could be handy on my hands. Like, definitely for a lot of those mixed natures, like Naive or Hasty, anything like that, they're extremely handy and very valuable in my hands. So who knows, I might potentially keep some of them. Just so I can breed them, because I never go for like 5 OVs or whatever unless I really need to. I mean, hey, we can think back on Wi-Fi Wednesday for anyone who's a constant viewer on my channel for Wi-Fi Wednesday. Normally it's just HP, attack, and then whatever defense is not being hindered. So if it's like Naive, it'll be defense, and I'll just miss out on special defense. And then it'll be special attack and speed, I do believe. Unless, depending on if it's like Trick Room or something. So as I said, like, it really comes down to if I personally need 4 IVs, or I could just, obviously I don't need all of them. And then it's the question, what am I going to do with it? Am I going to release them? Am I going to wonder trade them? Am I going to give them to other people? It's just a whole bunch of ifs there. But before Pokebank, like, I'm gonna have to release some of them. There's just an overwhelming amount of Jangmo there. And even if I Wonder Trade, they're gonna get released anyways, because I release all Wonder Trade Pokemon. I tend to release every traded Pokemon to me. I never keep traded Pokemon unless I know the person personally. Like, obviously I have trusted breeders and everything that I tend to keep Pokemon from them. But anything else, if it's not trusted, I tend to release. Because that's how conscious I am of, like, other Pokemon. That's only because, like, as I said, like, since I am considering doing VGC, I don't want to risk having an illegal Pokemon. Because then it's, like, already a DC, a disqualification, which I don't really want. So, that's why I'm extremely harsh on, like, what Pokemon I receive. Did I say Jumbo? I probably did. If I did, then that's my dyslexia kicking in. That's true, I actually did ask that. I really wanted to see the Rotom Pokédex be an actual Pokemon you could use. Actually, I'm gonna call Jangmo Jangmo now. It'd be making it so much easier to say. Come out, Jumbo! I am really bloody thirsty now. Ugh. I'll see if I can go for like another 50 or so minutes, and I might have to take a bit of a break. Obviously I've been talking for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Well, not straight, but that's still a lot of talking for a normal day. Not true. I mean, most Pokemon get every Pokemon, and not every Pokemon's balanced. Like, look at the Ultra Beast, for example. And like, Mega Kangaskhan, for a while that wasn't balanced, and everyone could get that. Alright, Perfect IV, Tapu, and Ultra Beast. That one's actually really easy. All you'd need to do is catch them, for starters. if you're going for like nature or something, you'd lead with a synchronized Pokemon. So easiest one there is the Abra line. Just get them with synchronized and whatever nature you'd want them. So, like for example, if you're going for whatever Ultra Beast Beauty is called, I can't remember what it's called. I'd probably run Adamant on it personally. It seems to be really fast, so you can choice scarf it. So an Adamant synchronized Pokemon would work with that. So you go through, keeping in mind as well synchronized is 50%, so you'd soft reset if needed. Once you got that, and it's the right nature and whatever, race it to level 100 and bottle cap it. That's easy as pie for that one. Unless, of course, you go for hidden power, then that's a different story. But obviously for all of them you wouldn't need hidden power. Oh my god, my voice box is really starting to hurt now. As I said, I'll last for like another 50 minutes and then I'll take a bit of a break. And it's a bit of a shame I didn't make up an intermission screen. Only time I really need one. Pheromone, so that's it. What about hidden power ice, Tapu Koko? Alright, that one you would need to, one, know your IVs for hidden power ice. And that I could actually tell you now. Use the hidden power ice on top of my head. Normally for hidden power ice, it tends to be like 30 in speed or whatever. So normally you'd look for, like there's multiple ways of going hidden power ice. So there's 4 different variations for hidden power ice. There's like an first one being even in HP and then even in defense, whereas the other stats will need to be odds. So you go for like 31 in attack, 31 in speed, and 31 in special defense, and then hope you get like an even stat in HP and defense. That will get you hidden power ice. Then for another variation you go your odd stat being HP, special attack, special defense, and speed, which you wouldn't do because you don't want anything less than 31 in attack. The only other viable one would be all 31 or odd number in HP, attacks, defense, special attack, and special defense, which is all 31, and have speed as an even number. If you got all of them, you'll have hidden power ice. If you do want to check your hidden powers, you can go through to hidden power checker, which is just in the daycare center. I will show that next time I go into the daycare center actually, and check your hidden power there. If it's not the one you want, you soft reset for that. Other than that, I don't think there's any other easy way of doing hidden power, because bottle caps don't affect hidden power. Although, good advantage there is, if you do get your hidden power, you just bottle cap up to 6 IVs. Like, this is the hidden power checkers. You just go to herd, check them once you've caught them, check your hidden power. So like, Magby, for example, would be really shit. Hidden power electric, which actually isn't that bad. If I was to run a set, I actually would put hidden power electric on it if I didn't want to run like solar beam or something like that. Oh, look at that, and it catches. So that'd be like one way of going. It's mostly soft resetting and or just knowing what IVs you have. This is something I did discuss a bit earlier, was the potential giveaway of Jangmo-os. And I did say the only problem to that is it is extremely stressful on my part. Because it's only just going to be me giving it away. Because no one else is obviously doing Jangmo-os. Like, the only exception I had to that rule was if I was to go ahead and do this whole idea I had in my back of my mind for Patreon. Then yes, I would give them away because it's a bit easier because it's obviously to a smaller group. But to run a whole live stream and do giveaways, that alone is so stressful. And I don't even know if I'd have the patience to do it. So that's the thing, like, I'd have to make a decision. Do I want to trade? Do I trade them to subscribers? Or do I just do it to Patreons only? Whereas I could just release them, and then that way I don't need to dedicate a whole stream to this giveaway. I can just dedicate it to something that could very well be useful to other people. I don't know, like, as I said, I'd have to give that one a good think over. Yes, you can have 6 IVs pretty easily now thanks to bottle caps. That's only if they're level 100 though. Although I did show earlier that I had 6 IVs that I've just bred without bottle caps. Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realise you had more type after that. So yes, you can have the hidden power you wanted and 6 IVs. So usually 6 IVs is hidden power dark, but since bottle caps don't affect hidden power at all, so you could have like potentially hidden power ice with 6 IVs, hidden power fire with 6 IVs. So I mean, I could be incorrect. I did say normally you wouldn't do the hidden power with 30 in attack, because obviously you wouldn't run one less in your attack stat when you want maximum damage. However, you could technically do that. You could go for a 30 in hidden power ice and then bottle cap up to 31. It'd still have the same results. You'd have hidden power fire, hidden power ice, and still have 31 in attack. I'm assuming it still makes a difference in battle. I haven't bottle capped personally because, well, why would I when I'm just reading the 5 IVs myself? No, I don't normally want to trade. This is the thing though. If I want to get rid of the Jangmo-os and have a potential chance of increasing my Pokédex, I do want to trade. But as I said, I've still got to then go through and release everything that I get from Wonder Trade. Because I don't keep anything from Wonder Trade at all. I'd probably get like... oh god. Just thinking about what potential garbage I get is just making my head hurt. But as I said though, Wonder Trade would be beneficial for my Pokédex. Although, I still find it more satisfying going through and completing it myself without trading. With the exceptions, of course, like Pokemon I can only get on Pokemon Moon, then I would need to trade with my other game, of course. Oh, that's the thing, that's a hard question, like, what do I have in mind for competitive this gen? That's the thing, like, I wanted to sit down one day and do competitive. I kind of just opened up Showdown because my other method, or my other database that I usually work from, they don't have ready yet. I don't have an estimated time when they will be finished, which is really annoying. So I opened up Showdown, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna figure out sets now. So I brought up a Pokemon randomizer, randomized Pokemon from the lower region I wanted to have a look at. Because I have most sets already built from previous gens. I don't want to take Pokemon back, what am I doing? And it was like really overwhelming, because I'm like, oh, there's like so many potential sets I could do, there's so many potential Pokemon I could try out, there's like all different nerfs and buffs I want to see what happens. And it's like all this stuff, it's like, wow, there's so much stuff at my fingers, so much potential molding. It's like, oh, that's what I say, it's very overwhelming, like the whole shape of like my competitive Pokemon. I think that's why the database is so small for movesets. It's like, oh god, it's extremely overwhelming. I don't know what to start with. So I kind of took it one Pokemon at a time. So I've done Ash Greninja, only because, as I said, I'd got to do a video on that. And then Hakumo, Komono, and Jangmo-o was next. I was like, oh wow, this is interesting. Its move pool is interesting, its stats is pseudo-legendary stats, but its typing was like, okay, its typing and its move pool doesn't seem to work. And this is, as I said, this is why I'm leaning with Jangmo-o, only because I wanted to try out some of the sets that I came up with. And then from there, I think the next one I worked on was the Alolan Sandslash. And then again, that happened again as well. I was like, oh god, this is overwhelming. It's like, oh, but at the same time, I can come up with sets. It's like, I really want to try this set out. Getting all distracted and everything. It's like, yep, this is going to take a very long time to figure out sets. Getting too excited. Is there a way? I didn't think they worked in battle yet, because I thought they only happened in, like, in the Ultra Beast world. Yeah, isn't it only during the beam, or when they're in, like, the Ultra Beast universe? I didn't think they ever went into that form. Well, there's another 5IV Brave, that was female. I got my, whoops, got my 2 when I can actually type 2 on the keyboard. Oh god, this is gonna be a disaster if I run out of box space. Oh my god, what am I gonna do then? Oh, I'd have to end the live stream because I don't want to spend like an hour just releasing Pokemon. Oh my god. Let's see how much of this list I can bolt off before I run out of box space. I'm really hoping I don't run out of box space. But that's going to take me a very long time to release things. I don't think I thought this through properly. Nah, not really, like... I don't know, I've seen people crave over 6 IVs from Mixed Attacker. I mean, I actually did get a 6 IV relaxed. No, so sassy nature. It wasn't relaxed, it was sassy. It still works, but I personally just prefer going 4 IVs. Or just going 5 or whatever. At the moment it's just 5 because I haven't got a 0 IV. But as I've already shown multiple times in Wi-Fi Wednesday, which is my Wi-Fi series, 4 IVs with the hindering just works fine. Because most of the time you'd find if you're running those particular natures, they're already quite frail. Like examples would be Salamence. Not so much a frail attacker, but if you run it like a frail attacker, it will be a glass cannon. One of the other ones was Blaziken. What else have I done as 4 IVs? I think I did a Bomber Snow. Oh, I'm just trying to run over all my 4 IVs now. I've used that many of them. Obviously there's 2 IV with it. It wasn't a mixed attacker. I don't know, as I said, like, it comes down to personal choice. I feel comfortable running 4 IV mixed attackers with running both attack and special attack. I don't tend to run the defensive side because obviously, as I said, mixed attackers tend to be frail. Or if I do want a bit of bulk, I'll do 31, but I'll always never put an IV or perfect IV into the hindering side. That's just how I run. I tell you what, I think I chose a rotten night. My English just doesn't want to stick around. Impish, nope. That's a really weird one. I got nearly not very good in defense. Okay, what I think I might do, because I don't know if I'm going to last another 30 minutes without a break, I'll see if I can bowl over this particular nature with the 5 AVs that I need, which is male only. And then I'm going to take off a bit of a break, just like a toilet break, and just a bit of a breather so I can catch my breath. And hopefully when I come back after the break, I'll be able to speak English a little bit better. Yes, it is legal. Switching over, it will go black. Oh, it doesn't go black, it just freezes. Back on Japanese. I actually caught an overcoat one. Alright, that is overcoat. Its Japanese name is dustproof, and that is a pain in the bum to go get. That is soundproof, I do believe, and that is... No, sorry, that's bulletproof. No, my bad. There's like one kanji that changes between them. That's bulletproof, that's soundproof, and that is dustproof or overcoat. I got it after like 40 minutes of hunting, so yes, it is a good chance of getting a legal overcoat Hokumo or Jangmo. I do need to breed that eventually, so what you do is you breed that with a ditto, or if you're doing same species, you make sure that the female has the hidden ability, and that has a chance of passing on the hidden ability to its offspring. And yes, I did get Komono as well. Didn't take me very long, 8 chains, but that's Japanese. And we're back. Okay, favourite Pokemon, that's easy. It's the mascot of my channel, Mightyena. And then if you want like second fave, third fave and all that, it depends on how I feel. Second favourite is... here we go. This is the thing. Second and third always jumps. It can be like Honchkrow could be second favourite, or Houndoom could be my second favourite on certain days. Although I think I've been pretty tempted to say like they're tied. So second favourite is Honchkrow and Houndoom. They're about equal. And then third, since I'm equaling that. Who goes after that? Oh my god, I have forgotten my freaking favourite Pokemon list. Oh, if that's on my Snorlax, that's on my in-game Snorlax. That's why it's got high horsepower. Other than that, I would normally run an EQ. And I didn't have EQ as the TM at the time. If that was in regards to Snorlax, otherwise I have no idea what that question was referred to. Oops, I hit the side. See, I can't look at the chat because I always smack into things. Can't multitask. Well, I could go through and tell the story again on why Mightyena is my favourite. There is actually a bit of a story behind that. It originally was, well, it was my favourite for a little while before that, but there wasn't a reason why I liked it. It was always, oh, because I found it cute. It was like one of the first favourites I had when playing 3rd generation, and it's kind of stuck with me since then. But after 5th gen, it did kind of have a reason why it was my favourite. Did I hatch a Pokemon or not? I did. If it's male 5IV, that'll be awesome. Please? It's not. I know there's a quicker way of doing it, but I have hatched so many eggs already with this method. I just find it more comfortable because it matches my particular breeding style. Not the one I'm using at the moment, it's actually not the one I use on my own. This is actually how I hatched all my beldam so quickly. Running around the pen is just a pain. Oh, in general, didn't high horsepower have a chance of doing something? Unless the Pokemon doesn't learn Earthquake, that'd be the only reason why it would use high horsepower. Okay, it just inflicts damage. Okay, there'd be no reason why to use it. Like, by level up, there's only 4 Pokemon that learn it. Snorlax, Golurk, Mudbray, and Mudsdale, and all 4 of them learn Earthquake. Like, the only reason why you would use high horsepower would be because you don't have access to Earthquake. That'd be the only reason why. No secondary effect either makes it a pain. Although I'd probably only use it in Japanese only because it has a really cool Japanese name, which is like 10,000 horsepower or something. So there'd be no reason why someone would use high horsepower. As I said, unless they've got no access to Earthquake. Or you're just being really unique. Or you're doing a signature move team, I don't know, but I'm just trying to think of really weird reasons why someone would do it. Yeah, but the problem though with high horsepower is its accuracy. Like, even I have a lot of problems with 95% accuracy. I always seem to miss with them. Whereas 90 or something I always seem to hit. So I don't know, like, even sacrificing power too, like I'd rather hit both targets with EQ and doubles than going for a weaker move that has a potential chance of missing. Even if it's coming from like a Mudsdale. Yeah, or you just want to be a special snowflake like Pimp Knight. I can see him doing a high horsepower Mudsdale when the full horse team comes up. Oh no, we've already done horse team, haven't we? Full Mudsdale team. Someone's gonna suggest it. I just know it. Someone's gonna suggest a full Mudsdale team. See? You missed Frost Breath 4 times in a row, so even you should know about dodgy accuracy. The next will be like 100% IV shiny. Nah. The chance of getting a shiny at the moment is 1 in 4,000, although I can't really speak there because I've already found 2 shinies with the 1 in 4,092 chance. If I did hatch a shiny, then oh my bloody god, can someone take the horseshoe? No, I'm gonna stick that horseshoe to me. I need that for like the rest of this competitive year. Alright, what do we get? Nope. Nope. Okay, Impish is being really annoying. Alright, that's an interesting question. Normal gem can't be found in Sun and Moon, I'm guessing. So what the hell is going on with the gems? We don't even have like Fire Gem and Flying Gem and all that either. They've been taken out since 5th generation. So I wonder if they're going to bring them back in some form or some way, like Global Link or something. Because there is a lot of strategies actually revolved on those gems. And I will admit, they were really interesting gimmicks. Now I will admit, if Flying Gem ever came back, it would actually make Archeope somewhat viable again in doubles. Without that normal gem, it's a bit iffy. I mean, it would still work with Citrus Berry. That's about it, or maybe the new Wiki Berry and all that. They would potentially work too. Oh, you can? Oh. I thought someone said you couldn't find normal gem in bloody Sun and Moon. Oh, okay, you could get it. Oh, maybe I have found... Watch me, I have found it, and I've just completely blanked on the fact you couldn't get normal gem. Items... No, I don't have it. Okay. I just remember someone telling me you couldn't get the normal gem. What do I think about Talonflame's nerf? It was well deserved. We might actually see a bit of variety now. Well, we will in doubles at least, but in Smogon, well, Smogon OU's never had variety. It'll just be interesting to see what happens, to see how Talonflame will adapt. I mean, I'm not particularly too worried because I never used the Brave Bird set. I actually have another set in mind. But as I said, it'll be really interesting to see what happens to Talonflame. Regenerates occasionally. Yeah, it's one of those rock ones. I thought it might have been. So similar to like what it was in X and Y and I think Oris, where it was just rock smash. Special Talonflame. Well, I guess you can almost call mine a special snowflake. I actually used it back in X and Y and everyone called me crazy because I was using it incorrectly. So I don't know, maybe what I was originally using incorrectly could actually now be something that's viable since Brave Bird or Gale Wings got nerfed. So we'll have to see when I redo that set. It may have been unnecessary in singles, but definitely in doubles, Prankster needed to be nerfed. I am actually really thankful that happened because Thunderous and Whimsicott and Klefki were the big offenders in VGC and just doubles in general. Obviously VGC Thunderous was a huge bloody threat that needed to be dealt with. I've seen a lot of Klefkis as well, they were pain in the rear sides. Mostly with like Swagger and Foul Play. There was a few other annoying sets, but that was the main one, was the Swagger, Foul Play and Thunderwave. So as I said, I definitely welcome the Prankster nerf, because it means I almost need to rely on a Dark type to counter him, but hey, at least I gave Dark types a bit of a buff. You can find Jangmo-o at Pody, I can't call a Pokemon, of course not. You can find it up here at Vast Pony Canyon, so just a little bit after from the Dragon Trial, that patch of grass. Let's just disappear for a second, I'll show you where to catch it. As I said, there's actually going to be a guide coming out on how to catch it, but I'll just show it in stream. Yes, Thunderwave nerf, yay! I'm pretty sure that's what it was though back in first gen, was it was dropping speed by 50%, or I could be incorrect. And the burn nerf though was a bit weird, I was not expecting that. Ah, bloody hell, I always do that. So if you just walk up here, don't walk through that door. Just walk up here, and in the grass just here is where you find Jangmo-o. It's a 5% chance, but it's definitely lurking in there. I won't go catching it now because I don't have the equipment or the Pokemon to do it. Yeah, 90% accuracy on T-Wave, that was kind of needed because everything else, like Will-O-Wisp has a chance of missing, Toxic has a chance of missing, so why not Thunder Wave? I mean, the only other one that doesn't miss is Spore. But even then, like, there's not a lot of Pokemon that learn Spore, so I guess that kind of evens out a little bit. Just a wee bit. Confusion nerf? I didn't... That's funny, because I wouldn't have known. Sun and Moon plays through. Every time I got confused, I'd never attack. But that's just been me throughout the generations. Even in first gen, if I get confused, I never get past it. I always slap myself in confusion. So I wouldn't have known there was a confusion nerf. Yeah, but how many times do you see Glare? Leech Life was a very interesting one. It actually gave recovery now to a lot of interesting Pokemon. So Pokemon like Ariados now have decent recovery. And there was like another interesting one that has Leech Life, but it gets recovery. But not only that, like Absorb is now on a few Pokemon like Zubat and Golbat, which never originally got Absorb. Which is what confused me when they were using it. Dark Void, yes, about bloody time they nerfed that. When I heard that was nerfed, I think I nearly did handstands. Smeagol cannot use Dark Void, only Darkrai can use Dark Void. Best thing ever. Because that was a huge threat in VGC, or just doubles. So I'm thankful they got rid of that. And also means less people can spam Dark Void in multi-battles. So yeah, that needed a nerf. Like, even with bad accuracy, I very rarely seen it miss. It almost meant every time brought out a Darkrai or a Smeagol, you needed to have a Pokemon with Lum Berry or something like a Chesto Berry to get past it. %. Really? It dropped to 50% as well? I didn't know about that. All I heard was it was no longer used by Smeagol. Damn. Okay. Still, that needed to be nerfed. Because Hypnosis is 50% accuracy as well. So, it's not the only one with 50% accuracy. Damn. Oh well, I won't be seeing Dark Void anytime soon. That's actually kind of cool. So even when Pokeball comes out, Darkrai won't be a problem. Oh, Hypnosis is 60? Still, it's still very low. May as well call Dark Void almost similar to an Oko move. I'll never hit. So all Darkrai's run that instead. Still, as I said, like, they're both shitty accuracy. I need something to nibble on. Yeah, that's the only problem now, is Spore. That's still got 100% accuracy. The only advantage is there's only a few Pokemon or a handful of Pokemon that learn that. So I don't know if that's their reasoning for not nerfing Spore. And at the same time, it can't affect grass types either. And there are multiple ways of getting around it, but still, it's a bit of a pain sometimes. I mean, if you really, really wanted to, you could run Zoom Lens on Hypnosis and raise that to... It wouldn't be anything impressive, but still it'd be something. It'd be like 72% accuracy. I'm gonna smack my head in a second. Oh my god, the RNG. I'm almost gonna get half an hour. I said I was gonna take a break in half an hour, but then I changed it to I'll just do it the next time I get the perfect. I haven't even done that yet. That's true. I mean, Among Us was a pain in the bum in VGC. But there's like Breloom as well that gets Spore, which is obviously Smogon format. And then there's like that Moral, or that Shinix, or whatever that mushroom Pokemon's called. I probably shouldn't have grabbed the egg. I need to slow down, because with just my luck, in the next couple of eggs I'll get the 5 IV. Yeah, that circuitry is kind of scary. I've heard Ben complaining about it, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of threatening. Especially with Tail Glow. Yeah, you'd imagine most people in this chat would have a 3DS of some sort. Hey, I still play my DSi, obviously not for Sun and Moon, but I still use it. I still use the original Game Boy as well. Oh. Come on, game, please be a little bit more friendlier. Oh, bloody hell, why'd I do that? Oh, come on guys, get on my level. I'm playing Sun and Moon on the original Game Boy. Just sets the stream to black and white. Oh no, it wouldn't be black and white, it'd be like that really greeny colour. Oh, I should totally do that one stream. Set the colour saturation to like the original Game Boy colours. That'd be so cool. And if I can pixelate it in some way, I'd do it. Yeah, that really greeny colour. Well, it is, it's really green. There is no other way to describe it. It is literally all green. That's how you used to play Game Boy games. I'll see if I can set it up. If the screen starts changing colours, that's just me playing around with the colour effect. Let's see if I can get it. It's like... Unfortunately, everything doesn't turn green. That's annoying. It's a bit like that colour, like the background of that. Unfortunately, not everything turns that colour. It's a bit like that. Maybe just a wee bit darker. Okay, that was weird. I just reset everything. Ow. I would play like that. That'd probably give me a headache after a while. But I should do that. One stream, I should put a color effect on and make it look like the old Game Boy. Oh my god. If I can remember how to do that voiceover, I would. Who wins more battle? Oh, okay, that's an easy question, Pimp Knight. I take whatever... Is this against me or him? Like, if it's between me and Pimp Knight, he's won more battles between the two of us. If it's in general, well, he plays more than I do, so that should be him. If it's between me and Pimp Knight, I take whatever win I can get. And it's a joyous occasion when I actually win. Yeah, what is this madness? I'm not playing the Sun and Moon on the Game Boy, I'm actually playing this on a 3DS? What madness is this? Hey, something feels right on the game. Why does that feel darker? That's weird. I think I fucked something up. I think I fucked something up, and something doesn't look right now on the stream. I gotta fiddle with it. Oh no, I must have just looked at it incorrectly, but something just looked a bit brighter or darker. I don't know what I was thinking. Who knows? I probably am tired. Alright, I need a 5IV male. Come on, give me a male so we can move on to Jolly. What? Yeah, that's the thing. What have I done? I just reset everything back to its normal default, but it doesn't look right. As I said, it's probably just me because I've stared at a screen for so long that I've looked up and like, oh, something doesn't look right on the computer. Oh my god, I've never had such BS luck. Speaking of BS luck, let's see what Pelago's gave me. I'm pretty sure my Pelago needs to be checked. Hey, I got Pokemon staying! Of course it's a bloody Spearow that wants to stay. I think I've already got Staryu. Oh, I don't have Staryu. Sorry, wrong game. I do have it on Japanese though. Sweet, I got a Staryu. He's gonna be sent to my bloody breeding box, isn't it? Oh, I don't want to nickname it. Well, if I have to name it. Yeah, I've had that. My biggest fear is I'm gonna find a shiny, and it won't stay. Like, that's gonna be the big kick in the balls. Ah, do you want to click that? And that's the thing, I have no beans. Like, I've been doing this with no beans in my crate. Give me those beans. Oh, that's not my shiny, it's like the one that I randomly caught. Okay, yep, I knew they were done. Okay, so lots and lots of Agiev, whatever the... I forgot what they're called, but they start with A. They're like the HP recovery ones, I think. I totally don't have enough of those berries. I have like 599 of them, and then like 110 apricot berries. And then like 934 lepers. I totally don't have a lot. There's like 385 citrus berries. Needs more. I can't believe I'm doing this. I could be growing a lot more handier berries, and yet I'm just stacking up on like 900 and something of them. Okay, still 7 hours left on that. Nearly out of Pokebean effect though. Speaking of the whole stylus thing, I think like back in 5th gen, we had something similar to that as well. We literally went out and bought all these 3DS styluses because we always lost them during live streams. We're like, oh, where's all our styluses? We went out and bought a whole pack of them, and we still lost them all in one night. I still don't know how we did that, but we managed somehow. And now it's like, I have no problem. Oh my god, that's timid! Ah, sweet! Natural cure as well. Oh, what about that? Oh, look at those Fantastics! I got 3 Fantastics, so 3 30s. Oh my god, that is awesome! Oh, you're shit. No wonder you called you no friends. Oh. Well. No friends for a reason. Still, that was sweet on that Staryu. Alright, I'm probably going to do one more batch and then I'm going to take a break. I've done alright, 4.5 hours of breeding. Then again, on that Belder one, I did 8 hours straight of breeding just to get all that we needed for a giveaway. And then I'll do it again for the Patreons. Oh god, that's like 90 Beldums we need. I have 4. Oh look, it's Kai! I drank that much tonight. I don't even know what the hell I was referring to. not one talking about Mudsdale, actually. Oh, if that's referring to like the breeding session. No, actually I sat there and had nothing else to do because I'm on holidays. It's a bit weird being on holidays. Oh my goodness! What the hell? This has been a weird 5 IV. It just seems I get 4 IV and the last stat I need always gets randomized. Oh, to losing all the styluses. No, that was both of us. I don't know why we lost them. It was just one of those things. Like, it wasn't just one live stream, it was every live stream we lost styluses. And again, we're living like a tiny little cabin and like the oldest couch I think I've ever seen in my life. We sat on it one night and there we go, there's my dyslexia again. We sat on it one night and we fell through the couch. That's how old the bloody thing is. Anyways, I'm going to take a bit of a break. I have no transition stream. Blah! Transition screen. I definitely need a break. So... my bad, didn't think I was going to be streaming for so long either. So I'm just going to take a toilet break. And just a bit of a breather. So I might be away for like 5 or 10 minutes. Hopefully everyone doesn't disappear. That'd be very disappointing. So I'll be back. So for now, just enjoy the Pokemon Center music. back. I just turned the sound down. Okay, we're good and ready to go again. That frozen banana is the best thing ever. Not completely frozen, just enough to be like really cold.
Well, that was really nice. I'm probably like one of those really weird people that has cold bananas. It's not normally something you'd have, but
I find that since I'm slightly allergic to banana tends to like give me really, really itchy lips and tongue, which is really annoying. So normal cases I wouldn't be able to start streaming until that has passed. So I tend to refrigerate the bananas, so no after effect, which is really cool. Anyways, we're back on to breeding these annoying Jangmo and trying to get a freaking male impish 5-eye beat thing. Excuse me, that was...
Earth flew out.
Okay, back to breeding we go. And there was probably like one already just waiting for me to grab, but I kind of got that iffy feeling if I grab one, I'm going to grab a 5-eye male sometime soon, and I've got the hiccups. Are you kidding me? Alright, I feel we need a story time. I've told a few stories tonight already, so let's continue the trend. I'm trying to think, like, what other stories I can tell. I know, normally people give me suggestions, so let's see how we go. Yeah, impish nature. I'm kind of going for, like, every nature, which is why there's a big list there. It's only because, obviously, me and Pimp Knight use different nature Pokemon for, like, nearly everything. So whether it be for, like, theme team videos, or if I'm doing singles or doubles, I may need, like, a really unique nature that I normally wouldn't breed. So that's why I'm doing every nature now. So that way, if Pimp Knight needs a whatever natured Jangmo, I can say, look, I've already got some, here's one. So all he needs to do is just EV train it, and I just nickname it if he needs a particular nickname. So that's how Pimp Knight gets a lot of his theme team Pokemon, is also through me, so that's the strategy, if people haven't worked that out already. But he does a lot of his own breeding too, so that's really cool on my part, because it means I keep to get English. I thought you came back. It means I got to keep a lot of my Pokemon as well. So if I need, you know, whatever nature, I've got it. That's why there's so many natures I need to breed for. Obviously, not every nature's there, because I don't need like gentle or lax nature, because who runs a beneficial defense and learn the other one? Hey, I can't even figure out a reason why. Yes, you can. You can send eggs directly to PC now, which is really cool. And that's been a huge help to me, like, for Beldum breeding. I think I should probably show off the Beldums. Like, this particular breeding method, because I know someone's going to say, oh, you know, you can just use the pen to run around. Which, yes, I do know now, because people have made that very loud and clear. Now, for Pete's sakes. Right, for the Beldum breeding I did for the giveaway that we did over on Pimp Knight's channel. As you can see, there's 8 and a bit boxes, I now know off the top of my head. Like, these are all breed checks. And the whole running method I'm using actually was very beneficial to that, because what I would do is I'd go through, I'd pick up an egg, once I'm full up, I would send them to the box. So I hatch all 5 Pokemon in the party, and go back and grab up another 5. So they're all racking up. And I've also got like Pokemon being hatched. So the parents for these ones were a 5IV Beldum, which was this one. And then the other partner was like one of these Dittos. So I'm getting like an egg nearly every lap. Whether it be up the top half or the bottom half. There was always a guaranteed egg because it was 2 different... Sorry, one ID was mine and the other ID was different, which spits out eggs a bit faster. And no, I don't have the oval charm either, which would have actually sped things up tenfold, which I didn't want to do.
That's the reason why I'm using this particular method, because I got eggs way too freaking quickly. And if I continue doing that, which I'm going to have to for the Patreons, I would have had a full box of Beldums really quickly. So that's why I'm using this particular method. No one suggested like a story yet. And again, like, I don't really have a lot of interesting stories. I've kind of lived a very boring, plain life. Well, compared to most people anyway. As I said, like, earlier in the stream, like, for those who haven't rocked up, I lived out in the middle of nowhere. I lived in the middle of the Australian desert, so not much really happens. That's kind of why I got a bit of a plain, boring life, except for, like, a few occasions. They're funny. Other than that, like, a few of them are obviously quite personal, but if only I had the live pimp night live, then I'd have plenty of stories to tell. Actually, there's been one thing on my mind all night. What the hell am I gonna do if, by some chance, I break the bloody luck barrier and get, like, the 1 in 4,092 chance non-Masuda Jangmo? That'd be bloody crazy. Actually, if that happened, I'd go out and buy a lottery ticket. Because that'd be insane. Down the track, I would definitely be battling again. But at the moment, with things being like, I have no competitive battle to use, which is why I'm doing all these breeding. Oh god, 3, wow. Come on, give me an impish 5 IV, come on. I can't believe the bloody BS luck I've had. Hey, and it's male! You ripper! Hold on. Yes, it is impish. Woo! We can finally knock off another one. And we have one on hand. Yay! That's done. Aha, that's awesome. Alright, we've got ourselves our impish male, which means we can now move on to Jolly, which just needs a female. Ah, that list got smaller! Woohoo! We're getting there. I was really starting to think this one's gonna screw me over. Oh look, I got another one. Ah, so screws me around for a little bit, gets 2 of them. Oh, I thought I had a third for a second. I was like, damn. Alright, so I need to grab the Jolly male. Actually, I might put 1 egg back so I can screw around with this again. Yeah, that's my Jolly. Oh, pee off! I don't want the egg now. You can keep it. No, you can have it. Ah, bloody hell. If only they still let you pick up Pokemon while there's an egg at the front. I still wish they'd let you do that. Oh. Okay, that banana's having a bit of a reaction on me now. Hiccups. And... God damn it, banana. It was nice. Anyways, so I need to take that off that because... Okay, that's getting Destiny Knot. And that's getting Everstone, because that's obviously our jolly nature. Yep. Alright, so we're gonna now make it so those two Pokemon breed. I don't know, I'll just make sure that was female. Yep. So we're going to throw that one in, which is our Jolly male. And we need a female 5IV with Jolly. And that's B. Almost all the attacks out the way. And I need to worry about special attack, which I need to rebreed onto it. Because I don't have any of them with special attack. Except the 6IV, which is extremely lucky. God, I nearly have a full box of just 5IVs. Like, not including the other box. That's like all 5IVs with the wrong natures. Only because I didn't use Everstone, but that was on purpose. So many adamant ones. Oh my god, that big fuck up. I'll forget those eggs too, like, they're for Pelago once they're, or the other ones are hatched. I just keep some on the side so I can just put them into Pelago. I don't want that. Okay, so these ones will all be impish, so let's see if we can nab any more. And after that, all the eggs will be jolly. I don't have any Pokemon to do multi with, otherwise I would do multi-battles, which is also something I'm thinking about doing down the track, is like, multi-battle live streams. So that means like anyone can join in and just do multi-battles regardless of skill level. Everyone will be welcome to do it. So that's going to be down the track. Not anytime soon, because I haven't got Pokemon to use. Which is really embarrassing. Normally by now I've got something to use. I've been really slow. Like, between learning all the new mechanics, I had to slow down a little bit as well because my parents were over to visit. Had Christmas come around, I've had all bunch of other stuff happen. Work, life, fuck those last two things. And, oh god, as I said, normally by now I've got something to use. So this is the first time I've ever been so far behind. Alright, we'll do a bit of running, because I want to hatch all those eggs. Still trying to figure out what the quickest way to do special attack. If I just do kind of the demonstration on how to do IVs, or if I just just breed out attack and just breed in special attack. But I think I might just do the demonstration, like how to go from a 1IV up to a 5IV. Which is what I probably should have led the stream with. Happy Finny's a nightmare? Is it in regards to battling it or catching it? Actually, that's another thing I gotta do too, is a soft reset stream for the legendaries. I have purposely not caught them yet because I wanted to do a live stream on them. Or at least a guide or something on that. It was something I wanted to do with them. I still have yet to figure out if I'm going to live stream it or just guide it. Since that's always been one of the questions, or one of the many questions I've gotten, is how do I go through and get competitive legendaries or gift Pokemon. Oh, catching it. Yeah, that might be a bit of a pain. What is it? Fairy Psychic? If it is, you just should be able to paralyze it or put it to sleep with low HP. Normally the strategy you use, unless it's Tapu Koko, then you have to put it to sleep. Oh, Lucamine. Oh my god, that's like the best theme though, is the Mother Beast. Ah. The only ever closest theme I've gotten to hearing so bloody awesome is Ghetsis' theme. Oh, it is Fairy Water. I was gonna say, it did sound right. I've learnt most Pokemon so far, except for like the Ultra Beast and the Tapus, because I haven't bothered to look at them yet. Not until I actually catch, or go to catch them, will I actually look at them. Okay, another Impish. Oh my goodness, look at that! Ah! Pain when they do that. Although the worst is the teaser, and it's fantastic on that last one. Alright, so another question to everyone. What is everyone's opinions on Battle Royale? Like just the format itself, and then opinions on the bloody Battle Royale itself in the actual game. And by that I mean like the normal singles and then super singles and then I think it's master singles, I think it is. I've only done like normal because I suck. Not only that, I don't have any competitive Pokemon, so yeah, I suck at the moment. I would jump into a multi-battle, but that's the thing, I'd get absolutely smashed because I only have my in-game team and they're not exactly the greatest things in the world. I had trouble getting through the E4, so me going into a multi-battle, I'd feel sorry for my partner. Because normally it's, you know, it's not normally me letting down the person. Unless it's Richard, then it's always him letting me down.
I'm out of eggs. What is this madness? Alright, I can't take the long route anymore. I need eggs. This is like the first time throughout the entire stream I've needed eggs. So badly. Okay, that's a plus. How did I meet Ben? Alright. So, the year is 2010. That's a very long time ago. I just finished high school. This was like November. It was November 10th, 2010. I know the exact date because that was my last exam and I was very pleased it was over. So I spent the next couple of days jotting around really bored and playing Pokemon like I normally do. At the time I was doing Pokemon Battle Revolution and I have no idea why, but it hit me one day. I'd already discovered YouTube and I'm like, I want to make YouTube videos. At the time I thought that was the coolest thing ever and it was something I was really interested in. I'd already spent a couple of years studying video editing and everything at high school. I'm like, I want to put some of that to test because I was in the process of finding out if I'd gotten into university. Short answer to that one was no, I didn't get into university. I ended up getting into college though. So in the meantime I wanted something to do and I'm like, well, I'm really good at Pokemon Battle Revolution. And at the same time, I wanted to do YouTube so I could find other people, branch out to other people who liked Pokemon, and maybe, you know, help them out and try and get people into competitive Pokemon. Still doing that to this day, by the way. So anyways, come December, I actually make a YouTube account. And I obviously named it Lady KrimZen back in the day. This is actually my old previous YouTube account. So I started uploading Pokemon Battle Revolution. Actually, you're getting two stories here, how I met Ben and also how I started YouTube. So I go through, and I knew how to record videos, but it's not like how I record videos these days. It was like 240p, not even like 3x4, which is the old box shape aspect ratio. It was bad, and my only video editor was Windows Movie Maker. And that's all I had. That's all I had to work with. So I had to record using a DVD player, which I hooked the Nintendo Wii up to. And then I'd record the Wii with Pokemon Battle Revolution. And at this time, I'd only just really gotten into competitive, like doing it day to day with Pokemon Battle Revolution. So I started uploading them. Goes on a couple of weeks, and we're going on to like near the end of December. And like back in the day, YouTube had this whole friend thing. I had about 200 subscribers, I think, at the time. I actually did alright for back in the day. And I get this friend request from someone called Pim Knight. At the time, if I ever got like a friend request or someone subscribed or ever commented on my channel, I'd go and check them out and see if they were like a YouTuber themselves uploading videos. Anyways, Pim Knight comes along and like sends me a friend request. So I go check him out. It turns out he's like, at the time, he had, I think, 3,000 to 5,000 subscribers at the time. This was a very long time ago. He barely had just gotten his channel off the ground, actually. And while I was there checking out his videos, I saw he had like a bit of a chat going on, because back then YouTube also had a chat-like thing where people would come along and chat on the channel. So I saw that. I'm like, oh cool, I might come back and check this out. So a couple of days after I saw that, I was really bored and I wanted to do some battles with people on Pokemon Platinum. And I'm like, oh, that dude had a live chat, I might come along and check that out. So I jump on the chat and I saw it was like really active. Any other time I came and checked, it was really dead. And I'm like, I said hi and everything because I saw him online as well. I didn't want to come on when he wasn't there. And I think I wrote something like, hi, is it alright if I join in the chat? Or is this like a VIP chat or something? And like, sure, you can come along and chat. So we're chatting along and everything. And I think Pip Knight went and checked out my channel. And he came back and he's like, holy shit, you really are a chick. He was like making a big massive fuss about it, which is why I joke saying like, you know, when we first met, he actually thought I was a dude. Because that's what he said. He's like, oh my god, you're actually a chick.
Anyways, we kept talking on and all that, and at the time the whole Koth thing was going on. For anyone who's familiar with Koth or Call of the Haunted, I was actually around for the second one. I just missed out on the first one, which I did watch at the time. I was like, wow, this he's really funny. So anyways, I'm talking on like his channel chat, and we kept talking. Come January, I think, this is when I found out I didn't get accepted into uni. I'm like, oh, that's relieving. Now what the fuck am I gonna do? It's like, I had no plans. I just come out of high school. I got rejected from uni. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do now, because what do? You live out in the middle of nowhere. Job opportunities are there to nothing. And I had absolutely no confidence in myself. I had lack of self-esteem. And all I could do at the time was I know how to use a computer. I know how to edit videos. And I know how to play Pokemon. It was pretty much all my skill sets at the time. Anyways, let's not care about that. Anyways, moving on. We're in January. And I think by this stage I'd added Pip Night on MSN. This was around the time that MSN was a thing. So we're talking on that. A couple of months go by, we're talking on MSN and all that like friends. And I think we're in March. And this is like the soppiest freaking ask out you could ever fucking do. And this was on my part actually. At the time, I had an annoying ex-boyfriend stalking me on Facebook. And I said to Pip Knight, do you want to do a fake relationship for a week or two just to get my fucking ex off my back? So he agreed to it. So I put up on Facebook that we're going out and everything. It works. The ex gets off my back. And let's just say after that, it's been nearly 6 years and my relationship status on Facebook hasn't reverted back to single. So that's how me and Pip Knight met, how I started YouTube, and how me and Pip Knight went out. It's a shit story, I know. And that's the shittiest way to ask someone out too. Oh, can you be a fake relationship on Facebook just to get my ex off my back? Oh my god, I cannot believe that. I actually didn't think that would actually turn into an actual relationship. So yeah, that answers the questions. And yeah, as I said, like, it's been 5 and a bit years, it's nearly 6, it'll be 6 years on March 13th. That's when all that craziness went down. So it wasn't like until a year later that I actually met him in real life. So it was like a distance relationship for a year. But yeah, I know, that's a really... Well, it does sound romantic, but it's like... I don't know, it's... In some ways, some shit ways of asking someone out. That I feel like I could have done that in a much better way, or he could have done that in a much better way. I don't know, we were both quite shy at the time, because he had his own problems going on. I had a lot of shit going on in my life too. Which I won't get into, by the way. I'll never get into that side of my life. But yeah, who would have thought, like, freaking nearly 6 years later I'd still be going out with him. I actually moved in with him, actually, the next year after. So it was like in 2011 we started going out. And then in October of that same year, sorry, next year, 2012, I ended up moving in with him. So we've been living together for 4 years. It'll be 5 years next year, I can't believe that. I knew someone would say that. I'm like, next person who says that, can someone explain why I'm not doing that method? I feel like a broken record. I put up with these puns for 6 years, I can't believe it. And people wonder why I don't like his puns. It's like, I've done it for 6 years. I can't stand it. Okay, so we're going into Jolly now. Okay, we're slowly getting in. Now I've got to just get the 5 IVs. I only need female for this one. Watch me get a whole bunch of males. Do we do anything special for anniversaries? Well, it's anniversaries. You kind of... Well, I think it was like last year. I think I said I didn't really want to do anything. But normally we just go out on holidays for a weekend or something and just do something. I can't remember if it was like the anniversary or my birthday I said I didn't want to do anything. Maybe because it's like kind of a hassle. Because I have to work, because obviously if we go away I have to take time off from work. And Ben has to do a whole bunch of pre-scheduled videos, which can be quite stressful sometimes. Like, take last year's Christmas for example. That was 2 weeks we were away in where I used to live, which was a place called Broken Hill, which is, as I said, in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the desert. Shitty ass internet, so we weren't going to do anything there. So we had to do 2 weeks of videos in a span of a week. Well, not even that, it was like 2 weeks of videos in the span of, what are we doing, in 3 days I think it was. I had to edit 14 videos in 1 day. Oh my god, I got onto the plane, but by the time we finished everything, I had RSI by the end of it, because of how much editing I did. So it does get really stressful though if we do go on holidays, so anniversaries, I guess, like, it almost balances out, I guess, for anniversaries, because we do all that work and then we take, you know, a weekend off to spend time with each other for the anniversary, because other than that, like, throughout the rest of the year, we barely get any time, really, to spend time with each other. Like, I'm working, he's working, and even when we do get days off, we still would be in some way working. Like, I've got to do YouTube videos as well. I've got to breed Pokemon. I either got to do editing for him, or I've got to do some type of design for him in some way. So, you can almost imagine, like, we wouldn't really spend that much time together. So we would try and make anniversaries quite special. No, I wouldn't put it that harshly, like, he enjoys doing it, and obviously I need to work as well, so... And at the same time, it is quite, you know, almost realising as well, or kind of a wake-up call, how much work you actually can get actually done. Like, I had to do 2 weeks of videos as well, and I got that all done in a span of 2 days. And it's like, if I did that freaking every day, I'd have a daily upload. But I don't, because either A, I'm lazy, B, I'm demotivated, C, actually C's a bit more of a personal one. I sometimes have personal reasons why I don't upload. And again, like, as I said, I won't get into that, because it's not needed. Or D, I have nothing to upload because of, you know, something's gone wrong, like a technical difficulty or whatever. Like, for example, Pokemon Stadium, which should have been freaking done by now, but the game corrupted, which means I've now have to redo that 2 months of preparation that I did. Oh my god, I still can't believe that happened. And then Pokken Tournament stopped as well because of Sun and Moon. I think that's like the only 2 things that stopped. Pokemon Snap was technically finished. So they should be back next year. I hope. Favourite Pokemon, favourite new Pokemon after this game? Oh god, as I said, that's a really hard question because there is a lot of Pokemon now that I really like Vikavolt, Incinerator. Oh, there was a few others I really like Midnight and Midday form Lycanroc are both really cool. Oh god, I'm trying to think of everything off the top of my head. I like Wimpod. I just do. I like Wimpod. There's no reason behind it. It's one of those Pokemon I looked at and I said that's really cool. And I'm blanking like all the other ones. Actually, I like Stuffle and Beware, even though originally I didn't like those 2. And yes, I'm well aware of the ranch one. As I said, I don't like that method, which is why I'm using this method. He got rejected so many times. He gets rejected nearly every walkthrough we do together. It's just a lot of punches get thrown. And it's so fun to do. He just sets himself up. But then again, I also set myself up for puns. Which is almost how we play games in general anyway. So what you see in our collabs is how we talk to each other just outside of YouTube. Which is, I think, something that a lot of people can't recreate is how they play naturally. And that's something I always try and do in my live streams. Obviously some people can find it quite annoying, but that's how I personally play video games. Especially with other people. Like, there's a lot of smack talk happening on. I know, it's like all in a bit of like fun and everything, all laid back and casual. Instead of like being all uptight and stiff. I reckon that's never how a live stream should be done. Like, it should be all laid back, all chill, and be like, yo, what's up? Like, if someone can recreate that in a normal commentary, which is, again, as I said, that's kind of reflective on how I naturally play, then I tend to listen to those people or watch those people's videos a lot more. Because you actually feel like, I don't know, you kind of feel like the same energy drive they do. I know, it's really hard to explain, but one of the main reasons why there's a lot of people on YouTube I can't watch, because I either find their stuff boring because they don't have that energy to their videos, or I don't know, there's just something that really turns me off. I don't know how many people work like that. There actually wasn't that much editing to do for the blind walkthrough. I will admit I set it up to be really easy. If there was any other walkthrough, yes, there would have been a lot of editing involved. Like, for example, if I ever revisit Sun and Moon, there'll obviously be like something similar to the Pokemon Yellow walkout, showing what Pokemon can be found. I'd somehow involve SOS graphs and everything. But for the blind walkthrough, that was a piece of cake to edit and everything. Lol, what a troll, Richard. No, as I said, like, in a couple of my streams, I actually almost prefer live streams over my normal videos. Because obviously when you do a normal video, it's just you talking to a computer screen. Whereas with a live stream, it's me talking to a computer screen, but at least on the computer screen, someone's actually talking back almost. Which is something I actually can't do in real life. If I talk to someone, I get really anxious. Like, I don't know, like, if anyone else suffers from social anxiety, they might actually feel my pain on this one. But I can't do it unless I actually know someone really well. Whereas with a computer screen, I find it a bit easier. Which is weird, because it's a computer screen. Or it's the fact that I've been doing this for so long, it's quite natural now. Like, again, going back to when I first started YouTube, the first time I ever narrated a video, I think I did 50 retakes before I actually was happy with a narration. Say when I did my first walkthrough, it was nothing like what I talk these days. I was like very uptight, very quiet, no energy whatsoever in my narrations, whereas now these days there's some type of energy in my narration, which is, you know, a lot more exciting listening to a guy saying, oh, hello, what's up, awesome people, and today we're doing a Pokemon Stadium 2 walkthrough. This is going to be my first episode, and like when they bring out a Pokemon, going, alright, Falconer's gonna bring out his Noctowl, I'm gonna lead with my Zapdos. Like, that's how I used to commentate. That's only because of how nervous I was. It was a bit of a, you know, a new thing. top of the fact, as I said, I kind of did YouTube as a way of boosting my confidence. I had absolutely no confidence when I left high school, thanks to like being bullied to the absolute max, where I couldn't even talk to someone, let alone a bloody microphone and a computer screen. I don't know why I couldn't do that either, but I just couldn't. Or the fact it was just in the back of my mind, it was going to be heard by a whole bunch of strangers, and the internet being a scary thing where it could be either very harsh or extremely nice, which in my case I've had a bit of a mixture, but mostly positive and extremely helpful criticisms, which helped me grow into the commentator that I am today, which is obviously I'm extremely thankful for that. Otherwise I don't think I'd be doing YouTube to this day if that didn't happen. Actually, I don't even know what I'd be doing. I'd be lucky to talk to bloody someone in a job. Actually, I haven't seen any movies recently. Like, I've kind of been holding off into the new year to see Star Wars Rogue One. There we go. There's a jolly. And it's a bloody male. Alright, so that's 2 males. Still no female to be seen. Ah, damn it. Whoops. Ah, god damn it. Alright. I'm feeling it. We'll get a female 5IV sometimes in the next batch, I'd say. It's coming, I know that. Speaking of movies, anyways, I have heard that Rogue One is really good. Don't spoil it if it is really good, but just if it is good, just say it is good. But so far I have heard a few people say that it's really good, but I have also heard people say that it's average, and I've also heard like people say it's not very good at all. So hopefully it is good to watch. Give me something to watch in like January or something. I honestly thought I wouldn't be spending this long trying to get most lists. I've just gotten really bad RNG. But I mean, that's kind of how it rolls. Some days you get really easy 5IVs. And other times it's like, oh come on, why is the RNG system hating me at the moment? I mean, at this rate it could take me 2 days just to knock that list off, which is surprising. But then again, actually, that's funny. If I didn't fuck up, I probably would have had a bit more done. The whole Nintendo Switch announcement. I don't know, it seemed cool at first, but now since I've heard a little bit more details about it in regards to, like, Nintendo Switch developers and all that, it's not sounding that good. Like, in regards to specs and everything. I got a funny feeling that the PS4 may still run supreme over it, and heck, even Xbox may even still be better than it. Which is really sad, because Nintendo really needs something to boost them off the ground, and I don't think the Switch is going to do it. I got this really funny feeling it might be another gimmick that's not going to pay off. I mean, I still don't know to this day why Nintendo stopped doing Nintendo Wii and just went jumping into the Nintendo Wii U. I mean, you know, on paper the Wii U sounded great, but the gimmick is
just what it is. It's a gimmick. It didn't really pay off. I mean, it's got, as I said, it's got some advantages to it, like not needing a TV screen to play games is awesome. But if you look at some games where they've just made it a complete gimmick, it just obviously didn't pay off in the end, which is why the Wii U's done so bad. I mean, heck, I don't even play the Wii U for very much. I think I've played more the original Wii. I mean, topped off with the fact that the Wii had GameCube capabilities as well was awesome, and Nintendo Switch, by the sounds of it, has no backwards capability at all, which is a big, you know, bit of a downer for me. Almost a turn off, actually. I like my backwards capability. Whereas if you look at, like, the PS4, I mean, yes, you still have to rebuy a lot of the games, but, you know, they're at, like, $10, and sometimes they're often remastered for, you know, 720p or something, like PS2 games. One example is Dark Cloud, which is a game that I spent hours upon hours playing back in the day. I reckon I've sunk in over 900 hours on Dark Cloud. That's remastered for PS4. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted to get a PS4, just for a remastered Dark Cloud. And then, like, on PS3 as well, I mean, I'm kind of hoping they bring this to PS4 as well, as, like, PS1 games being remade. I currently have Crash Team Racing on PS3. And that's the thing, but it sounds like Nintendo Switch is not going to do any of that, so... And even that, it's not going to play 3DS games, so... I think the only reason why I'd get a Nintendo Switch is maybe for Breath of the Wild and the next Pokemon game. Other than that, I have no reason to go for Nintendo Switch at all. But as I said, that's my personal opinion. Otherwise, I'm waiting for the Nintendo Switch to come out to see if it is any good. I'm really hoping it is. I'm really hoping they're going to turn around and say, oh look, it's not what you think it is, it's actually better than that. But I'm really hoping it's not going to turn out to be like this gimmick that's not going to pay off. Like, if anything, I still wouldn't... Well, if anything, I'd probably would go back to Nintendo games if they kept it simple like they did back in the day. I mean, oh my god, the Nintendo 64 got me into video gaming. The GameCube was way beyond its time. Which is weird, because then Nintendo went... Fuck this milk tank. Nintendo went back 20 years after the Wii. And with other stuff too, it's just unreal. Conventions. Okay, I have to admit, I've been to no conventions. They do, however, have Comic-Con in Perth, which is 2 hours away from where I live. There's also, like, conventions over in Melbourne and Sydney and everything. But that's the thing, like, I wouldn't technically know because I've never been to one. Although that is on the bucket list, I do want to go to a gaming convention or even like a Comic-Con or something. Like, just the atmosphere alone would be enough of a reason to go. Like, this may sound funny, or sorry, it may actually sound quite pathetic. I have actually been to, you know, on TV shows they always depict nerds going to like the comic book store and playing, like either playing with comics or, sorry, reading comics or playing Dungeons and Dragons and all that. We actually have a gaming store like that here where I live. And I went to it one night. They did Warhammer, they did Dungeons and Dragons, and they did Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering that night. I actually got involved watching Warhammer 40k and was thinking this is the best thing ever. I don't know, it was just the whole atmosphere and the fact that Warhammer 40k actually interests me at the time. Still does now. It may sound really nerdyish and pathetic on TV, but actually going to those events is just something completely different. And not only that, like, everyone is extremely welcoming. And that's, I don't know, it's just something I really enjoy. Like, you go to a nightclub or something and there's always someone either being a dickhead and being thrown out for it, which I got to witness over in a casino. That was hilarious. But it's just a completely different atmosphere. Oh my god, 4th gen remakes.
It's the almighty, almighty, oh Lord Arceus. Actually, I will have to admit though, before the 4th gen remakes, I need to go through and replay 4th gen. I only played through them once. I never did a replay. That's much... Oh, God, I got the hiccups. That's much I played 4th gen, never wanting to reboot my games. Like, I still have my original diamond save. Well, I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day too, and that was the only reason why I went there that night, is because Ben got invited to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And like, we're old school players, we don't use pendulum summoning or the XYZs and synchro. I think that's the only ones at the moment. Like, I played before all those things too. Like, I know how to pendulums, well, I think I understand pendulum summoning now, but I understand the synchro very well. And I think I just got the grips of XYZ summoning. But anyways, we go down there, as I said, old school players. Ben's got his Exodia deck. And what do you know? Ben's like, I'm gonna get flogged. These people are gonna use like pendulum summoning and summon 5 monsters to the field on the first turn. And he won every single match. I was like, whoa, what the hell? I'm trying to think, did I edit any of those? No, I didn't edit any of those Pokemon Go videos. He did all the editing because I didn't agree how he was editing. I'm like, no, fuck you, you can edit your own videos. Which happens now and again, like if I don't agree with something that he wants, I'll just say, fuck you, you can do it yourself. So that's the only one I haven't edited is Pokemon Go. Oops, my volume was up. Oh, the old Harpies deck! Ah! Okay, I never owned a Harpy Lady deck, but I used one on like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. It was like my favourite deck, along with like a pathetic Silver Wolf deck that only had Silver Wolf and the card Wolf in it. And all the rest of the cards were like trap cards and equip cards, or magic cards that help boost Silver Fang and Wolf's attack. And somehow I beat the entire game with that. Actually, I need to get back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I've got the Xbox One version, like that Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist. I think I stopped playing because I couldn't figure out how to beat this Duelist. So I stopped playing. It wasn't rage quit, I just took a bit of time off to figure out a strategy, but that strategy never came around, so... does that get considered a rage quit or not? Oh god. Who's better, Flygon or Garchomp? That's actually a really hard question now. Because Flygon got D-Dance. I don't know, I'm gonna sit on that for a bit. I don't know who's gonna be better now. I still think Garchomp might be the better option between Flygon and Garchomp. But at least Flygon got something. Oh, thanks. Whoever mentioned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, thanks for reminding me, because I need to watch Arc 5. I was watching that, and I got caught up with another anime, so I've got a bit of episodes to watch. That bloody Master Ball. Lucky I saved beforehand, that's all I could say. That would have been disastrous, because it wasn't even 4 IV, it was a bloody 3 IV Ditto. Good grief, I don't think anyone's gonna let me down on that one. Like, it'll be 6 months later. Oh, do you remember that time you threw that Master Ball at Ditto, KrimZen? Fuck. Calling it now, 6 months later, someone's gonna say that to me. Or they'll watch this screen and be like, oh, I need to remind KrimZen she threw a Master Ball at a Ditto. I've actually heard rumours on the grapevine saying that Pokebank might be able to transfer items from X and Y and Oris. If that is the case, then that means all the Megastones we can't get in Sun and Moon will be able to transfer from those games. If that is the case, I consider it being abused to living hell and back. But at the same time, that is kind of an interesting concept, considering that Pokebank should have had item capabilities from the start. Oh god. Well, at least I didn't throw Master Ball like a Pidgey or something. At least it was a Ditto. It was somewhat decent. I mean, if it was a shiny imposter with... ended up having like 5 of these or something, yeah, the Master Ball would have been worth it. But 3IV Ditto, no, it was not worth throwing that Master Ball. And Soft Reset I did. That's only because, like, as I said, I don't know why it defaulted to Master Ball instead of like a Pokeball. It'd been doing that to me for a couple of weeks. And I was starting to get really sick of it, and I actually said to Ben only a week beforehand, saying I'm waiting for the day I accidentally throw my Master Ball because it's defaulted as the first Pokeball, like, on my Y. So it happened. It was just really unfortunate it was on live stream. And I think that's when we cracked the joke. Oh look guys, I'm a hacker, I got Master Ball Ditto. It's a shame it wasn't shiny. Oh god, favourite anime? Actually, I don't think I've got a favourite anime. Oops. I have animes I like. But there hasn't really been an anime that I've sat down and watched multiple times. Like, obviously I like the original Yu-Gi-Oh! That I've watched a few times. I've watched it in Japanese as well. Both Season 0 and, like, Duel Monsters and GX and everything. Like, at the moment I'm almost waiting for Naruto Shippuden to end. I've watched Naruto, the original Naruto as well. There's also been, like, Uminaki... I gotta remember it right. Uminaki no Nako Korone, which is part of the that whole line of like blood and gore. I can't remember what the bloody series is called. I'm also watching one called Monster, kind of like Death Note a little bit, which is another anime I've watched a lot. It's like this doctor, he gets framed for murder and he ends up spending like the rest of the anime trying to find the actual killer and bring him to justice, and you find a whole bunch of other things. And obviously I mentioned Death Note, Attack on Titans, Fullmetal Alchemist. That'd be a bit weird if I didn't mention that one. What else have I watched? I've also watched... Actually, there's a lot of anime I need to list because I've watched a lot. There's also like No Game No Life, when that was around, that died. Yes, I actually do need to watch Gurren Lagann. That is on the to-watch list. There's also JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is on the to-watch list as well. It's just finding the time to watch things. Now that I'm doing breeding again, I've got an excuse to watch anime. Because that's always what I do. Like, when I breed in my own time, I'll always throw up an anime or a movie to watch. I never do it without them. I just can't. It's too hard. Like, eventually you just get bored too quickly, so I need something to watch. That's another one I've watched as well, is Hunter x Hunter. Like, I watched the original series. I think I started watching the revamped series of Hunter x Hunter. And again, I think I stopped for whatever reason. It's either because I found another anime to watch or just something got in the way. Oh, that's another one. Someone else reminded me. Sword Art Online's another one I've watched. I will admit, though, that did get a bit boring after Season 1. Although the Gunstar Online's arc was alright. That's all it was. It was alright. Oh, there was another one I was watching for a little bit I thought was really cool. I think I was watching on Crunchyroll. I can't remember the bloody name of the series. And there's also Read Life. I started watching. Actually, I got near to the end. I stopped watching for some odd reason. Again, I think something else got in the way. And then there was also... oh my god, what was it called? I think it was like something of the Iron Fortress. There was like all these zombie-like creatures and they were trying to survive on this train. Someone will mention it. The only abridged season I have watched is Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't watched any other abridged series at all. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series is amazing. Like, to me, that's the only abridged series actually worth watching. It's a bit of a shame though, like, he used to upload that so much. But due to circumstances in life, it's kind of slowed down a little bit. But even when one does come out, it's always worth the wait. Which is the main thing. Like, there's nothing worse than waiting for something for so long and it comes out and it's disappointing. I might have done that in the past. My bad if I have. There it is. Yeah, someone mentioned it, and for the life of me, I won't be able to pronounce it. Oh yeah, I forgot, like, what are the freaking main ones? Digimon! I've gone down and watched most of the Digimon series in English. I need to rewatch in Japanese. I've also done Digimon Try. And oh my god, Digimon Try, the feels! And bastards for making me wait like another 6 months for the next season. Try is amazing. As I said, like, the feels. I've never been so bloody hooked to an anime for a very long time. As I said, it's a bloody shame it's like a 6-month wait between each seasons. That's the thing, I've been a bit of a sucker for Digimon anime for a very long time though. I guess that's why I'm like, Try is really amazing. I can't say the same about Pokemon though. I've only just gotten back to watching Pokemon. I skipped a few of them, just jumped straight to 4th gen, which... I know, I feel 4th gen so far has been my favourite season. I have heard that X and Y is really good, haven't had a chance to watch it, and I got another male. Are you serious? Where's the female? Yeah, I got a female. Yes, I did get a female. Nice. There's the female. Alright, this is where the database stands. You got it. Oh my god, that is a lot of... it's a bit of a shame I can't do a sum. Actually, I think I can. How do you do it? Oh my god, I've forgotten how you do it. There you go, sum, there we go, 26. So I got 26 in total. That don't look right. Oh, because there's 2 in daycare. Okay, that does look right.
I'll keep that up just in case I get any more. No, I didn't. Okay. I got close. Alright, so I got 26 in total so far of like 5 IVs with decent natures. That's a lot. That is a lot of Pokemon. That's all in one, pretty much one sitting. I only took like a 5-minute break between moving from the couch to the bloody computer to stream. Good grief. Alright, so we can knock Jolly off. Alright. That list got smaller. So now I've got to figure out where am I going from here. Well, we could do the ones that knock off defense or special defense, or we go for the ones that knock off attack and swap for special attack. So things like Bold, Calm, which I've already got 2 of them already in 5 IVs, but not with special attack. Then you got like Hasty's with attack. There's also Modest we could do, there's Timid, Quiet, and after that is all mixed natures. So I think the easiest way here would be probably go special attack. And I think I said I'd be a dumbass and just go from 1 IV again, because then I'm not reintroducing attack. Which would mean I need to hatch all my eggs. Alright. So this might be a pain in the bum, but I feel we should probably leave the... Oh, this is the thing though, like if I go from a 5 IV attack, introduce special attack, there's a chance I could already start doing the mixed natures. This is gonna be hard to figure out. What am I gonna do? Oops, I was supposed to grab the Pokemon. Like, I technically have the Pokemon I could use. I could use the 6 IV I got. And introduce special attack that way. Which is what I said I might do, because then I open up to doing mixed natures. And at the same time, the 6 IV was Sassy, so I could knock off Sassy at the same time. Oh, this is really hard. What am I gonna do? Alright, let's think this through. Okay, so this is the only one I have special attack in, and it has, of course, it's 6 IVs. So this would be the easiest way to go about doing going special attack. So I go HP, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. And at the same time, this also has a chance of doing my mixed natures, where I take out defense and special defense and go attack and special attack. I could do it this way. I could even do Everstone and do Sassy now. Knock off male, female, both variations. So for that one, it's just like one's without attack and one's without special attack. Right, I think we're doing that. It just seems to, in my mind, be the one that's going to be easier. And of course I can do this with anyone from here because they're 5 IVs. And like, there's also a lot of natures in here too. Like there's, as I said, there's a Timid there, which means I don't need to bump back to 4 IVs. Which is always welcomed. Alright, we might do that. So that was a male. Actually, I need to put that on the database that I have a 6 IV. So what I'll show you how I go about doing this. So obviously I've got like a Jangmo, so That gets put in. It's in Dragon Egg Group. And that was... It was a male. And that was Sassy. No... Oops, I forgot that's multi-valued. So I don't have any egg moves. And then from there I just tick off, yep, I have all of them. No, I don't have a hidden power. And I have one on hand. So that's how I go about adding them to the database. So that'd be like a once-off thing. I have no idea how I'm going to add into the query though to say don't search 6 IVs. I might have to just fucking deal with it. Needs more 6 IVs. Yes, totally. Alright, well that's that. Still interesting. I did not expect to get a 6 IV at all. Let alone 2 of them. That's the other 6 IV for those who've just joined in. Yes, I am using Destiny, not. And yeah, I still don't know what I'm going to do with all the spares, like here's, that's for Patreons, but this is where it starts. It goes from box 7, like this is all Beldums too. These are all Breejects. And yeah, that's, what I'd say from box 7 to box 21 is all Breejects. These are all Pokemon that I have no need for. I won't have any need for those Jangmo after I'm done with these breeding sessions. The Beldum are all the Beast Ball Adamants. Like, these are all from that giveaway we did. These were my hard-earned breeding Pokemon. Which I can't believe I got a 6 IV out of. So I got no idea what I'm going to be doing with them. So I need a female. And I said I was going to just Everstone this one, so I've got that already done. Alright, so that's good to go. Oops, I should probably move my box. Otherwise all the eggs were going to like the partner box instead of the where they should be going. Actually, what time are we up to? 6 hours. I think it's about time I actually double checked like how many eggs I've hatched so far, just out of curiosity. We'd have to be like into the 600s. If not, into like the 800s or something. Be close to it. So it's just gonna blank out for a second, or do its usual thing. There we go, we'll try again. Okay, we're on Japanese. Oh, and more festival coins. What is this? I don't even know what the question is. I got 8 festival coins. Yay, and I got festival rank 3. I don't really care on the Japanese one. I barely use it for that. Anyways, let's have a look at the stats. Okay, I'm at the 500. I was close. So 537 eggs so far. That's alright. 2 days. I don't know, it's a very interesting pseudo-legendary. I think it might possibly be one of the worst pseudo-legendaries. Not in regards to design or anything, but compared to like Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross,
4th gen was Garchomp, 5th gen was Hydreigon. I know, it's interesting. And 6th gen was Goodra. I think I got all of them right. But then you have like, in 7th gen you have Komodo. It's like, ooh. It's not as good as like the previous mentioned pseudo-legendaries. So it's interesting. I do like the Pokemon because it's going to be a huge challenge when it comes to competitive. Trying to make it shine in some way. Especially in double battles because everyone is saying don't use it. Like every time I look up Komodo for VGC for like some type of advice or something, they always say, advice, don't use it. Use like another dragon type Pokemon, like Garchomp for example, or if you want bulky, go Arcanine or something. It's on those lines of advice. So I'm really going to struggle with Komodo in regards to like how am I going to run it for doubles, because there's like so little advice to run off. Although I think I might have figured something out, but the question will be, will it work? So as I said, I'm kind of just sitting back and seeing how it goes. Hydreigon is run in so many different ways. Like he can be a physical attacker, special attacker, a tank. He can run Trick Room, whereas Komodo can't because it's above the recommended Trick Room base. Base is usually below 80, whereas Komodo is 85. And that's the thing, it's sitting on a really weird base speed. I know it gets like D-Dance and Automize, but there's obviously a lot better Pokemon. And Garchomp has bulk to it, it has a lot of attack, even without Sword Dance or whatever, it's got the moves to back it up, whereas Komodo's move pool, from what I can see, isn't exactly the greatest. Its main physical stab is Sky Uppercutter, otherwise you're relying on Brick Break. It doesn't get close combat or anything, so then you're relying on its next best thing, which is Declaw. I mean, heck, if it got close combat, I'd be speaking a different tune. It doesn't get like Iron Head or anything. It gets Poison Jab though, which I think it gets. It gets Sword Dance, gets D-Dance, gets Work Up. And other than that, there's like no notable physical moves. You have like Rock Slide or something. But even then, that's like, you know, complements it because I can hit flying type Pokemon. Or whatever. Its special side is probably a little bit better. It gets like Flamethrower, it gets like its signature move, which is like that Scales move. It gets Flash Cannon. It gets Focus Blast, which is really powerful fighting stab move. If it didn't get that, then well, it would be pretty bad. But yeah, like as I said though, like I was kind of comparing it though to the other pseudo legendaries, but in general I find it will be a very interesting Pokemon, especially Hakumo. I have a set that I reckon will work really well down in NFE or PU, wherever Smogon decides to put NFE. I haven't quite worked that out to be honest. But Komodo, it's going to be interesting where that one sits. It can't really do much with a lot of fairy type Pokemon if it's not running Poison Jab for physical or Flash Cannon for special, and it's 4 times weak to it as well. And it doesn't really have an ability that kind of complements it either. Like it gets Soundproof, which will stop Hyper Voice, and it stops Heal Bell, whatever, and then it has Bulletproof, which I feel might be a bit better than Soundproof. But as I said, depends how the meta goes. If there's a lot of sound-based moves being used, then Soundproof will be better. Otherwise, Bulletproof will be, you know, the one that works for it. Otherwise, it's got a hidden ability, Overcoat, which I have a lot of uses for. I'm not saying what for. But Overcoat is definitely handy when used in the right situation. So it'll be interesting. I'm just kind of, at the moment, just waiting for the metas to come out. Smogon, I do believe, has taken their sweet-ass time with the tiers. And I can't say anything for VGC because, as I said, I haven't jumped into it or anything. I know very little about it, except, like, obvious meta choices. But at the same time, like, it also comes down to me personally using the Pokemon. Like, on paper I can say, you know, this Pokemon doesn't look the greatest or whatever, but then using it, could be like, okay, this is sweet ass, this is the best Pokemon ever. Yeah, it's definitely the Trick Room at the moment. I did call that actually. I called that quite some, like day 1 or day 2 of Sun and Moon. I said VGC Meta will probably turn Trick Room, which has always been like on the back burner. Even back in X and Y and Oris, it was like Trick Room popped up now and again, especially in VGC 2016. Trick Room was a thing, thanks to like some slow legendary, obviously slow cover legendaries. So it's always had its waiting time, waiting for its time to shine, and well, VGC 2017 is the time it shines. But I did see that coming for a very long time, which is why I started using Trick Room, because I'm like, it's gonna come out of the woodwork and everyone's gonna be like, oh wow, I'm gonna have to adapt to Trick Room. Whereas I've already studied Trick Room for a good year, and I'm like, I almost know the ins and outs of Trick Room now. So it'll be a really easy meta to adapt to, luckily. Yeah, Hail and Sandstorm is going to work very well with Overcoat, and any powder moves as well, so like Rage Powder from Amoongus for Pokebank transfer would be the main one. But other than that, there's not really too many other powder moves. I think Spore is part of the powder moves, so that does block that as well, which is handy because I hate Spore. But as I also said, like, it's just waiting and seeing where it sits in Smoke on Tears. In regards to VGC, no, it definitely will not shine very well, considering you have Hydreigon, you got Garchomp. Heck, you may even see Flygon make some type of entrance as well with D-Dance. You can almost pair it up with something like a Pachirisu or something with Follow Me and get the D-Dance off. D-Knight is used a fair amount as well in VGC. Well, in doubles anyways, not so much VGC. And Salamence is used obviously a lot. So if you compare it to like the main ones, Salamence and Garchomp and maybe Hydreigon, Combino really doesn't leave much of a dent compared to them. Like, there's always a better option almost in regards to like what dragon type to run. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, for special, you got Focus Blast, and its main stab physically for fighting is the Uppercutter, which isn't exactly great in regards to, like, accuracy and power, when close combat is obviously the better alternative, which it didn't get. For me, it's 6:36 in the morning! I've been going since midnight or something? So I've been going for 6 hours, so yeah, it would be really midnight I started the stream. Still going strong! Watch me end the stream and just crash. There you go, I shouldn't, because I woke up at 8 o'clock at night. Normally I run Yucky Berry on Flygon. That's just me though. Like, actually I've done a lot of Yucky Berry dragon types. I've done Yucky Berry, Zygarde, I've done Salamence, I've done Garchomp. I've done Flygon definitely in the past. Like, 4th generation, one of my main Flygon sets was Yucky Berry. Obviously with whatever Flygon ran back in 4th gen, it's changed a bit since then. Like even now, I probably would run Yucky Berry D-Dance. And before everyone starts using that. Oh look, there's another. Oh, that's even female. How's that? So 2 for Jolly Female. Nope, not a single one after that. Alright, now it's just knocking off all those jollies so I can get into the sassy natured. See, this is what I mean, I've picked up too many eggs again. Just need to sit down and like hatch all these ones. I may need to pick up a few though for this new one because I'm introducing a new stat. Which is never easy to try and grow another stat out once you've got it. I haven't technically gone searching for level 10 Salamence yet, but I will be. As I said, I knocked off Jangmo because that's what I wanted to go breed. Hence why the whole breeding stream's happening. Next I'll be doing the Salazzle, as we all pointed out 3 hours ago, so that was awesome. Thanks stream for figuring out my next Pokemon, that was going to be the next hard thing. But after that I'll probably go for like the Bagon and Salamence at level 10 for catching. I don't know if I'll breed up a Bagon because I've used Salamence so many times. Whereas Salazzle is like a new Pokemon, so something new to try out. Always fun to do. If I get a shiny, I think I'll just end the stream because that's a 1 in 4,092 chance. And sorry, this is what I said. I said I'd end the stream, go out and buy a lotto ticket, and hope I win a freaking $10 million or something. Because that is absolutely pulling the odds. Hatching a shiny non-Masuda is 1 in 4,092, so I don't think I'll do it, but if I did, the stream would automatically end. I'd be buying myself a lottery ticket. So what I might do here is I'm going to pick up as many eggs as possible, since it is 6 to 5, so I have a chance of pulling out some of those combinations listed there, and then all I'd need to do is just Everstone and nature in. So this bit may take the longest. I actually probably should have done this a bit earlier, because then going for the normal 5OVs would have been quite easy. This is why I've adapted to this. And since I've got so many bloody eggs to hatch, that way I can just focus on hatching eggs, and I don't need to worry about collecting eggs. It just means every time I do a lap, I can collect an egg. That means it's more focused on hatching rather than collecting. Until I get all of those hatched, that'll be the goal, and then once I've got them all hatched, it's just collect eggs, and then hatch, 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 hatch. That's why I don't use the pen. Oh, fuck this milk tank. Just checking my Twitter. I think it was like in regards to people saying don't use it in double battles. I think I might have already answered that question. It's like, even if advice says don't use it, I still use it. Unless it's in like a situation where I'm like, bugger it just doesn't work. E.g. Mighty Ina. Someone actually did ask me to try and do Mighty Ina in double battles. I sat at that for about 4 months and never figured out a strategy that would guarantee Mighty Ina to win. At all. Which is why Mighty Ina never featured in a double battle. And I was really hoping it got something in Sun and Moon to try and remedy that issue. But looks of it never did. So I'm a bit disappointed, and Sucker Punch got nerfed, which is what Mighty Ina would have had to rely on. So that never happened. And Intimidate's a bit of a double-edged sword there too, because it can both be beneficial, but at the same time it can also be a hindrance, thanks to like Defiant and Competitive. So obviously in those situations, it's either, you know, I can figure something out even if a guide says don't use it. Oh, there was like a Pokemon I was looking at before and it said don't use it, but I still did and it worked. God, I can't remember who that was. It was in Wi-Fi Wednesday. I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome. I can't remember. At least they're all hatching. And slowly but surely getting through all those jolly-natured eggs. And it's going to be interesting for Sassy. Okay, that should be the last one. Alright, so what happens is, like, this is why I said this route works best for me, because I can hatch a Pokemon down there and go straight into the Pokemon. There we go, I'm already on Sassy. Oh wait, there's some Jollies. Oh wait, there's a Sassy. So I wanted Sassy, I wanted HP, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed, and HP attack, defense, missing special attack, special defense, speed. I got a freaking 5 IV with Sassy that I don't need. I think that was Sassy. Yeah, one I don't need. And that's Jolly. That's a male. That's my 4th one. So boom. Oh god, look at this. Oh god, there was 3 of them. Oh god, I'm full. I'm full. That's an extra 3, so that's 6. Oh god, I didn't think this was gonna happen. That's a full box of 5 IVs with correct natures. And yes, that's just BS. And that's BS too. And that's another BS one. Oh my goodness. That's mostly just from this stream. That's 35 IVs, plus all the ones that have incorrect natures. That was another box, just there. Oh my god, what the hell is that gonna do when I ran out of boxes? So these are all sassy natured now. We're just going for that particular spread, and then that's sassy off. Plus, I got potential breeding too. I'll take one of those BS ones. It's funny because I have so many BS ones, but they're all going to be helpful when it comes to hidden power. And I don't think I was originally going to be doing hidden power breeding, but this has taken a lot longer than I thought it was. So I might be saving hidden power for another bloody stream, I think. At the same time, I didn't exactly come up with a hidden power ice set either, so I'm not too sure what I'm going to do. I thought for a second Pimp Knight was in that fucking chat. When you run out of boxes, you're gonna need to think outside the box. Oh god. It's called Pokebait, but I don't exist at the moment. Oh my god, of all the times I need Pokebank, it's now. Can it be January freaking already? Actually, no. If Pokebank gets delayed, for whatever reason, because it's happened before, I'm gonna be majorly pissed. So Pokebank better release on time. Because at the moment, I think it's like in the teens or something, Pokebank comes out. I'm gonna need Pokebank desperately. So, hopefully Pokebank comes out on time. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be having max boxes for a very long time. Yes, I have a lot of 4IV failures. And that was the thing we've been debating, is what I should do with them. One, to trade them away to people, or release them. And as I said, like, it feels a bit of a waste to release them all. Because there's a lot there that, you know, either people can use to breed with, or I can use to breed with down the track. Although I don't see the point once I've done this entire list. Unless, of course, I'm going for, like, 0 IV speed, so there's a potential I might keep some of them. But it's like, what am I gonna do with them? I mean, the Belder ones, I'm not even too sure what I'm doing with them. Although, I might release the Beldums. Because I don't need them, they're all adamant. And I've got to do a lot more 5 IVs anyways. And it's not like I can't breed up another one, they're really easy to breed back up. If I need, like, more for whatever reason. As I said, like, we've got to breed a total of 90 Beldums for Pip Knight's Patreon, so I may as well enjoy my time breeding Jangmo, because I'm going to be breeding freaking Beldum for, like, a week. Trying to get 90 of them. And maybe more. Oh my god, a Wonder Trade stream. Do you know how many people I might actually piss off that I'm trading off all these decent Jangmo that could be potentially breedable with someone else? That's the thing. And as I said, like, I don't know what's going to be more work. Wonder Trading them and then releasing everything I get from Wonder Trade. Because, like, obviously, I have a bit of a thing against Wonder Traded Pokemon. I don't keep them. And then giveaways are going to be really stressful for me. Because even doing Pimp Night stream just stresses me out. Like, once we do a giveaway stream, I need to sit down and just play, you know, a video game for like 8 hours to get rid of all the stress out of me. Or sleep it off for 20 hours or whatever, because I'm just so bloody stressed from it. And I don't really want to be having to recreate them again with my own streams, because they're meant to be laid back and whatever. Whereas Pimp Nights are like a clusterfuck, is the only way I can really describe it. It's extremely stressful. Setting up his as well as stressful, whereas mine it's like boom boom boom, done, ready to go. So that's the thing, it's like, do I want to trade and then have to deal with releasing Pokemon, or do I deal with the stress of a giveaway? Or just suck it up and just release Pokemon. But I only really need to figure this out for what I'm doing until Pokebank comes out. I don't want to touch fucking GTS. I wouldn't touch GTS with a freaking barge pole. And that's another thing too, as well as with trades. Like, if someone DCs on me, or if something goes wrong with our internet, and I DC, it's a temporary ban. And then, you know, what am I supposed to do for the rest of the stream? Oh god, I know that pain. Accidentally killing the Ditto. I think that was most of the last giveaway stream I did the Ditto hunts. I only caught one Ditto because I either kept getting distracted or I kept miscounting and ended up with 3 IVs. And I think in the end I just said, fuck it, I'm doing pickup instead. Oh, that was dreadful. When I could have been breeding instead. Oh god. Oh yeah, ouch. What have I got this time? Oh, you little ripper! I did it! I got the one without attack! Aha! That's awesome! So that's the special attacking one. So I only need a male one. No, I need a female. So that's one. I don't think I've left room for 2. So this one is going to be a male. I'm going to have to add these ones in. So, like, male is, that one doesn't have attack. So defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. I have 1. And then I may as well add them in now. So it's like Jangmo, dragon, male. Another sassy, that's funny. Oops, multi-value. And then they're going to be left blank. No hidden power. And then another Jangmo, dragon, female, sassy, none. And then none, and that's gonna be for the other one. Alright. So that's one done. That's just bizarre. Ah, damn, they went some really weird shapes. I got one at least. I didn't think I'd get a mixed nature that quickly. So that means I can just use that and then introduce special attack and get rid of... Sorry. And then reintroduce attack and then get rid of like a defense nature or whatever. Actually, I need to recheck them. That one's got no speed, no special attack. That one's got no special attack and no speed. That one hasn't got special attack or special defense, and that one doesn't have HP or special attack. Okay, none of them sufficed. So what no, I can't. So that's the thing, there's only two... No, that's not even correct at all. I do have one now where there's no attacks, so that's going to be great for like timid, modest, and all that, like bold, calm. It's just going to be now grabbing ones without the defense in it now, which is going to be the annoying one. So even if I grab one of them, just out of chance with this particular batch, then that's going to be made easy as well. And then from there, it's just a home stretch of getting the nature onto it. And that's the whole list. So if I can get them, that's going to be great. I should even save the database, but I do that, otherwise something will go wrong and I'll lose all my data and I won't be too happy. God, it's really bright outside now. It's only 7 o'clock. Look outside, it looks like 9. Oh god, I can't believe I'm going for 6 hours and 35 minutes. If I can go for 8 hours, I'm going to be really happy. As I said, I'm really hoping we don't have a visitor at 8:30. Because normally we get visitors at 8:30. And if that's the case, I'll have to end the stream. So if that is the case, hopefully I've bowled over majority of the breeding. Fingers crossed. I have tried Battle Royales. I'm salty. They're the only thing so far that's made me really freaking salty. I actually know how it feels now to be predicted. Like hard prediction. It's like, oh god. The breeding is coming along absolutely fantastically beautifully. That grammatically made no sense. But it is coming along very well. Actually, it's coming a lot better than I thought it would. However, though, I did kind of misjudge the time it would take to do an entire list. So I'll note that for next time. I need like 8 hours to make some type of dent in the list. Although I think next time this won't be as much of a problem because I'll have all natures already. And I'll have something to chain from too. Whereas this one, there wasn't really much to chain from. I had to do a bit of breeding beforehand just to get at least one of each nature so I had something to breed. Whereas at the start I had to like Everstone adamant onto there. And I think for a while there I already had at least something to chain from. But I will know like once I go into like something like lonely or something, I will need to... Actually, maybe not. So a lot of them I've already gotten 5 AVs, because when I started off with no Everstone, I was just breeding for random IVs, which is why the 6 IV has that bizarre sassy nature on it. It's only because I had no Everstone. Normally I'd whack an Everstone on and get like a particular nature. But hey, at least, as I said, it speeds up breeding, just in the long run. But if you're going short term, you know, you'd kind of be a bit of an idiot not to run Everstone. The only reason why this has gone so relatively quickly as I said, it's for long-term breeding. Like, the one thing I had problems with in Oris, since I was going into doubles and that required like bizarre natures I normally wouldn't run, I would have to sit there and breed a nature in and then breed in the IVs. Whereas this time around I'm starting off with all natures and IVs, which means when I need them, all I gotta do is just breed the male and female together. I've already got the 5 IV. So a lot less mucking around in the future, which pretty much is why I'm doing this. And it's also there as well for like Smogon LC. So that requires like two of the same species, but obviously male and female with the exact same move. So same thing there as well, speeding things up. It's just a time-saving thing that I found to be quite handy at the end of Horus. So out of all things, I found it like way too late. Oh, yeah, Twitch just doesn't like us. The last time I used Twitch, I could barely get a stable stream running. I kept dropping frames. I couldn't work it out why, so that was the last time I ran Twitch, and since then I haven't gone back. I've just found YouTube be a lot more stable. And plus, it's like already, all of my subscribers are already here, so it's like, you know, it just sends it out saying, yo, I'm live streaming, instead of like sending everyone to a whole new site. No, I don't have dittos of every nature at the moment. This is why I'm kind of doing it. But at the same time, as I've already mentioned though, same species breeding is actually a bit easier than ditto. Ditto's only really there if you can't be bothered chaining. Whereas chaining I've actually found to be quicker than doing dittos. I mean, because ditto has like 4 IVs, unless you're really lucky, but even then 5 IVs. Depending if you get like the golden 5 IVs. It could speed up if you got that, but if you don't, it kind of slows down a little bit. But it kind of makes sense when I do like the second part, people understand why it'll be quicker chaining than instead of dittos. Saltiest I've ever gotten on an online battle. I know the saltiest I've ever gotten in a local battle. I'd have to be doubles. Like I got a lot of experiences of salty moments. Especially moments where I get like para hacks 3 turns in a row, or I get hit myself in confusion 3 times in a row. And it's like, I just miss out on a win because obviously I got hacked to death. Or I win a battle and my 95% accuracy move misses when I just could have gone 100% accuracy move. Oh, look at this! That would have been perfect for a sassy nature. Wonder how much exact IVs and speed that is. If that said no good, I probably would have kept that. I'll put that in partners just in case. That could very well be quite handy. Oh, look at that! It's a fucking female too. What a fucking beast. That's the other female. Who would have thought would have got it that quickly. Oh my god, that's insane. I got the other one. Damn, that was hell fast. Like, that's already a breeding pair done. So bye-bye, no attack, sassy nature. Like, that's the list now. We've knocked one off. That was hell quick. That's neither. Oh, I got another one. I got a male. And that's special attack when no special attack, no defense. Damn, I got 2 out of it, but one of them I'm gonna look over and see if it's any good. So now I just need the one without attack, which I could probably just do the Everstone. Yeah, I don't speak any other language. I can barely speak English. Can you imagine if I was speaking in another language and I can barely do English? I'd be dyslexic in another language. Oh my god. I don't know, that might be hilarious. Oh, my boxes? Oh, it's almost like... Did I even pick up Pokemon? What boxes? They're nearly all being used. Like, the outer box that's called Parents, they're like potential nature passes, that's about it. They've all got 5 IVs, but they're nature passes. Because, well, as I said, I was trying to go for random natures, not really IVs. Or just luck out and get all the ones that needed attack. But unfortunately, like the one that potentially could have been what I need is like the sassy nature with attack. Turned out to be 6 IVs instead. Actually, I'm going to need to start bringing that in a little bit. Starting to get a bit messy. So at the moment I have 34 5 IVs with decent natures, like proper actual natures. That's not include the ones that have the wrong nature and 5 IVs. I might have to go through and double check to make sure they are like the wrong nature. So I'm pretty sure the ones I have either need special attack or they don't run attack. Actually, I've got really unlucky. I haven't got one without a defense nature. Like, no defense or no special defense. Which is kind of a bummer because I really, really need them. My phone went off. Oh. It's Scumbag. Not the mod Scumbag, the other Scumbag. Liking my tweets and probably retweeting them. Might be a bit late for them though. He's woken up a bit late. So if I see an influx in viewers, that'd be why. Actually, no, they're kind of not well, some of it's over-exaggerated, I will admit, but not too far off the truth on how dangerous Australia is. There is a lot of things that could potentially kill you. Between snakes, drop bears, kangaroos, which can kill you, yes. Just make sure not to box with it. Spiders, if I haven't mentioned them, there's a lot of spiders that can kill you here. Emus could potentially kill you, but I've never really heard of it. I'm trying to think of someone told me a story. Nah, not you, that's why I said not you, Richard, the other scumbag. There's two scumbags. And another thing that can kill you is drunk koala bears. That is actually a true story. There was a bunch of Aussies that went out camping, and they had beer in their cooler. And this koala bear, just out of nowhere, opened up the cooler, grabbed the beer. I don't know if it was in the cooler, sorry, my bad. I think they just had a beer or a stubby sitting out, and this koala bear comes up and starts drinking the beer. And if it wasn't the one sitting out, then it obviously got into a cooler or something and started drinking the beer somehow. And whether they got their claws into tin or something and whatever. And then started... Oh, no. Oh, you can if you like, it's really up to you. Two scumbags. Let's see if I'm correct if he retweeted. Oh, he did. Oh, I have to give it like a retweet because I normally do that. Retweet that. I'll tell you what, I did not expect the stream to do as well as it did. I was a pig, not a koala bear. Ah, why did I think it was a koala bear? Okay, that makes more sense as a pig, my bad. I must be asleep. Like, part of me's just turned off. But no, it was a pig. Actually, that would be funny though if it was a koala bear. Okay, so I just bullshitted about the koala thing, but now that I think about it, that would be hilarious. Yeah, that was the incident I was talking about. As I said, that happened so long ago, and my brain is slightly off. That I don't know why, it made me think it was a koala bear. But now all I can think about is a koala bear getting drunk. Oh my god. That would be hilarious. Yeah, beer belly. Oh my god. Now I really want to see a drunk koala. The drunk pig was funny enough. Drunk koala bears. Actually, drop bears are actually drunk koalas. Yep. That's what they are now. Actually, that wouldn't surprise me, just drunk on eucalyptus. Pomula is really cool. And I'm really hoping that gets a bit more attention, because I really feel that could be a potential threat. I mean, the fact it's got with comatose, it can't be burned or poisoned or anything. I personally haven't looked at its stats yet. There has to be a reason why a lot of people aren't using it. Oh yes! It's like the wrong nature, but I got one without special defense. You ripper. That's a start. Alright, that can go there. I'm nearly out of bloody room again. Ah, really? Come on, let's be a bit more nicer. If you're gonna give me, like, one with no speed, could you at least give me... What's that? What's the time? 20 past 7. 1 second. I thought someone was hanging around the front. Anyways, I can't remember what I was talking about. Someone might have refreshed me. Are you serious? Why am I only getting... Ah, where's the one with no special attack? Well, I got one without special... There's no HP. Damn it. There's another one. I may have to go through and read my sassies up with the other 5 IVs with attack. I'm thinking because I'm not getting lucky enough at the moment to not, or do it the other way. But at least I got special defense out, so that means I can just hook it up to a nature, Everstone that, and IV it at least. Hold on, 65, so that means it's got 95 special defense. That's a lot of attack. That's a potential TR assault vest. You could run that in TR, it just qualifies. Go assault vest, because it's got 95 special defense if I'm reading that correctly. And then go max special defense, max attack. 75 defense, might let it down though. That's a potential set. Okay, it's not all that bad. And yeah, its stats aren't what I thought it would be. As I said, like, often it's better to actually show why it's better to chain rather than using dittos. Because I know for a fact it's better to chain. Only because that's like a lot of years of experience talking. Okay, 65 speed. Okay, that definitely qualifies for Trick Room. I was gonna say 75, that seems relatively quick for that type of Pokemon. Yeah, definite Trick Room. Which was no surprise. Actually, if anything, it's probably quicker than... Oh, if you had 6. I mean, if you had a 6 IV Ditto. Well, that's the thing though, it's getting one. And then, like, having one traded to you does not count. Unless you knew exactly where it came from. Which was something that we had a debate about earlier in this stream. I mean, if you legit got a 6 IV, then... I mean, heck, there is nothing stopping you from breeding with a Ditto. But personally, after, like, doing this type of breeding since X and Y, which is 2013 to now, so that's 3 years, I've personally found chaining a lot quicker than Dittos. I think it was 2013 X and Y came out, otherwise it was 2012, and that's 4 years. I'm pretty sure X and Y came out in 2013. Something doesn't feel right about that sentence I just said. Now it's bugging me. Yeah, 2013. I was gonna say, that something didn't feel right. The whole point behind it was, though, like, the chance of it not being legitimate, though, is very questionable. That was the point we're getting at. Since there's a whole, obviously, hacked Pokemon are getting picked up with a new trading rule, which is great. But at the same time, it is punishing a lot of innocent players, too. Not just with, like, with hacked Pokemon, but with the whole cutting out of trade as well, and punishing people for 72 hours, which is really bloody annoying. I technically don't have a favourite Ultra Beast, as I've caught none yet. As I said, I'm kind of saving the Ultra Beast, either for a guide, or a live stream of me just soft resetting for proper natures and all that. And it will only be proper natures, because I don't think I'll go through the stress of soft resetting for a decent amount of IVs. I mean, heck, I have bad luck just RNGing IVs in the right stat. Actually, I'm getting very hungry now. If Ben's awake, he should get me some breakfast. How many eggs have I hatched? I'm well into the 500s. Not for this stream, but I can give you an estimate how many I've done. For this stream alone, I have done about 300. But I will make sure before I end the stream, I'll bring up the egg counter just to show what my egg count currently is at, because it's something insane now. For only well, technically we're in the 3rd day now. Like, for only 2 days really, and as I said, starting off 3rd day of breeding. That is a lot of eggs. It really depends on what Macargo you're going for. If it's a tanky Macargo, or a utility Macargo, or a sweepy Macargo, which can work. Okay, here comes 5 Jangmo-os. Alright. I think I might go for like about another hour. Because my wrist is starting to play up now, so I've probably got another hour left in me for breeding. If anyone's just curious how much longer I'm going for. Like, really my aim in the goal game now is to just get an IV spread with no defense, I think it was. And then that would pretty much show off, like, most of the spreads I'd need to get. And then for the rest of the stream, I'll just continue knocking off some of those natures. And what should be left is a whole bunch of mixed, which will be, like, probably the hardest to try and breed. Flame Body, you could do like an Assault Vest once, like with max special defense, or with defensive one. So from there you could do something like... It also depends if you want to run like physical based moves on it, or do you want to go with special based moves. Something like Flamethrower or something could also work. That's the thing with like a lot of tanks, you need to then think about what orientated moves you're going to run. Or if you want to run status moves, which means Assault Vest wouldn't work. As I said, like, there's a lot of questions you need to ask when it comes to competitive. can't believe how many people have said if there's any... Actually, was that in regards to my stream or was that to build them? Yeah, that is to like mine. I still don't know what I'm gonna do with the spares. Oh god. And as I said, I don't know if I can deal with the stress of a giveaway. So what did I get this time? Dumb. Hey! I actually got one without special attack. How's that? That's a male. So, Jangmo male sassy? That is still sassy, yes. So, doink, 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 doink. Oops, that's got hidden ability marked, my bad. So 35 in total. I just need the female and that one's done. That one's missing speed and special attack. That one's missing special defense. Again. So that goes into parents. Which is getting full, which is kind of annoying. Oh, damn it! I wish that was female! Oh! So close, I got 2. I've nearly knocked off Sassy. And I got like 2 special defense. Actually, oh, that was lag. I gotta double check something, because I got 2 of them. So that was... Move my 6 IV, build them over. Ah, didn't want it in the party! Okay, so that's a special defense one. That's the one with... Yes! I had one with male and female. Oh, you ripper. I could potentially cheat and just do no Everstone. But I won't be doing that on stream because I know how long that's going to take me to like get the natures that I actually need. No shiny. If I was, I'd have a Masuda in there. Like a Japanese one for my Japanese game. Which has been on my mind as a potential I could do that. But again, I've had bad luck with shiny hunts in the past, so maybe down the track I might do one. Though that's only if I get the shiny charm. As I said, I don't know if I want to stress myself out so much on streams, because then it feels odd, because all of these streams are meant to be like really laid back. I think people should have got the message by now. I don't like stressful streams at all. If I don't feel laid back, it's not doing the job for me, and I really don't like it when that's happening. Which makes me wonder, how in the hell am I going to go with like big crowds? And that's a potential idea, doing Festival Plaza missions. I haven't quite worked out how to do them. But if I work out how to, I probably could do that. Do a whole live stream just dedicated to the audience participating in missions. And I think if you participate in them, doesn't everyone get festival coins? Like, someone's gonna have to teach me on how they work, because I think I've only done one Festival Plaza mission, and even then, I only got to do it for a little bit of time. still can't believe I've been doing this for 7 hours. Although, I will admit, this is almost like a normal breeding time for me. Had been going for about 3 hours beforehand, so 10 hours worth of breeding. Oh god. Actually, I should probably check my bloody Pelago. Like, it's been a good 3 or 4 hours since I checked that. Oh, hey Roz! Haven't talked to you for a while. Okay, so they're... what are these ones doing? Quite a while. No surprise. Pick my beads up. Chew out. Oh, my Pokebeans run out. Right, so in an hour and 11 minutes I will get my treasure. I don't think I'll still be streaming by then. Let's see what that picks up, regardless. Alright, so basically how it works is someone hosts a mission, you need a ticket to do so, and you get 3 a day. When someone joins in, the amount of coins you get depends on how many people you get and how many points you get individually. Alright, I could do that. I haven't actually been collecting my mission tickets. Probably should be. Actually, I'll do that now, like... I think you just pick up the mission tickets from the girl at the bloody post. Oh yeah, okay. Right, cool, so... I can add that to my daily thingy-jiggies. Whether it be berry trees and my Pelago and all that. But I'll add that now to like my daily quest of things I need to pick up per day. So I could start up missions and maybe I could do a whole live stream based on that. So that's going to be really cool. And that way it helps people out getting festival coins if I got that correct. Yeah, I know you don't need tickets to participate because I've done a few. Well, I've done one. Favorite shiny? Furfrou! And maybe Sandygast. And Palo Sand, they're quite cool in shiny forms. But I really like Furfrou shiny. Another thing I had in mind, I had in mind a long time ago. I didn't want to act upon it just yet, but I had a plan of starting up a bit of a critiquing battle videos. So people submit like battle codes for any battles that they've been in, and we watch it on live stream, and I give like critiques on ways that people can improve. That was one thing I had in mind. So whether it be like prediction skills or the way that they've built a Pokemon or a moveset or something. Something along those lines was something else I had in mind to dedicate a whole live stream to. So that could be another potential thing if people like the ideas of that. It also gives a chance of like showing off other people's skills too. So instead of seeing like my boring skills over and over again, it gives other people a chance to shine. So far that's a good idea. Plus it might spark a bit of motivation or some type of inspiration for other people too, in regards to like movesets or ways of running Pokemon. I better get a female Sassy with no special attack in this batch, that'd be awesome. I already have Hypno.
I actually did a video on that. I found a random bloody hypno when I was doing pickup. I was like, oh, a shiny. I'm not particularly ready for this one. And it's the same with like the shiny mud spray. I was just playing along through the game like day 2 or 3 and a shiny popped up and it's like, okay, what's a shiny doing on my game? That's the thing, like, it's kind of got me scared I'm going to hatch like a shiny because I found 2 wild shinies. Hatches a shiny, stops the stream, go buys a lotto ticket. I will literally just stop the stream, I won't even say anything, I'll just be like, sup, we're going to buy a lotto ticket. Wins a million? That would be really nice. I would need to work again for a while. I just sit back and probably donate a little bit to charity. I know, I'd probably donate 10% to charity or something. So it's like, god damn it, why is the eggs going there? I could probably just use the bloody jump menu, I always forget about that. Oh, it won't let me. Alright, what did we get? No special attack, no special defense. Oh! Oh, yes! And damn, that was nearly 6 IV. Oh, that was so close. So we got 1 without defense. And the rest are just useless. So sweet, I got the mixed. Okay, that's the hard bit down, is getting those mixed natures. All I need to do now is just breed. Well, I could probably do that the easy way and just do attack. And just grab the ones of attack that I've already done. I like Incinerate or Z-Move. I can't remember its name because I have like battle animations off, so it never pops up now. But that is really cool. That's the only other Z-Move that I've seen. Oh, and Pulverizing Pancake. That's my other favourite Z-Move. No, I haven't done island scans yet. Isn't that the current mission, is to do the island scans? You gotta do like 1,000,000 of them. Dark Hole Eclipse is actually pretty cool, I will admit that. Everything just gets sucked up. I can hear footsteps, someone else is awake. And before he comes and says you're still live streaming, what the hell? Yeah, Malicious Moonsault, that's it. Well, as you can probably expect, after 10 hours of breeding, my finger is getting really bloody sore. And you guys have only seen 7 hours of it. Actually, it might even be more than 10. I started about 8. I was breeding then. Got my 2 6 IVs. I then came in, started setting up at about 11. Oops. So 8 to 11, that's 3 hours. I don't think I did any breeding in the meantime then, because I was fiddling around with other stuff.
So yeah, it would be 10. Could be maybe a little bit more. So I can't remember what I did for 20 hours of 10 and 11. Like nearly half a day of breeding. Good sakes. Malicious mood salt! Oh, shut up, I want my eggs. Actually, I feel like some eggs. Hopefully he makes me some like poached eggs. That'd be really nice. Or some eggs benedict. Actually, now I feel like eggs benedict. Oh. Stupid diet. I can't have them very often. Oh, he's going to get some. He's not making it, he's getting some. If it's him that's making breakfast, he won't do it. He'll just go out and buy breakfast. Otherwise, I gotta make breakfast. And since I've been streaming all night, do you really think I'm gonna be making breakfast? Nah. That idea can go get shoved where the light don't shine. It's just a diet that cuts down on sugar and fat, and that's the thing. I don't particularly need to do that, personally. Because I'm already sitting at 56 kilos. I think if you convert that to pounds, it's like something insane. Like, according to the BMI scale, I'm actually extremely underweight. Oh, my bum is getting numb too. .56 is about where I need to. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I'm 180 centimeters tall. So it makes a bit of a difference thanks to my height, because it actually does say I'm a little bit underweight. If I wasn't so tall, then yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, I'll do the conversion just so it like... Okay, so I'm 123 pounds. Hopefully I said that right. That didn't sound right, that sounds way too high. He kinda slept in. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I'm really tall for a female. $190, holy crap, you guys are giants. I'd be up to your shoulder. Like, I'm kind of lucky I'm so tall, otherwise Ben would just tower over the top of me. I'm basically the same weight, or same height, yeah. You went. Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to start this topic. But yeah, I'm crazy tall for a female. I can remember just going through high school and all that. Like, even in primary school, I towered all over the other girls. I just shot up so quickly. Yeah, there was only one other girl who was taller than me. That's only because she was a year older than me. If that wasn't the case, I would have been the tallest girl throughout my whole entire schooling. Which is crazy. Yeah, I got another one with no defense. How's that? Now, hopefully, that was a male and female. Yes, it was. Ha-ha! Ah, you ripper. Okay, that's all the hard work done in regards to them. Oh, fuck, it's a male. Ah, fuck you. Ah, if that was female, I would have been laughing. Oh, kind of unlucky. I got a female with no attack. That's special attack. Female. 2. I can't believe how close I am to filling out my entire PC. I'm probably going to be going for another 35 minutes. I can't last any more than that. Because I'm getting on the hungry side, and my thumb is getting really sore. And actually everything else is getting quite sore too. Mostly my back. Still, I'm really impressed I've knocked over as much as I have. All of that will get knocked over tonight. And then that'll be all Jangmo done. I'll just need to EV train something. I'm not saying which one I'm EV training up. How about 5 minutes? Oh gosh. That'd be 7.5 hours, I guess. Well, YouTube won't be processing this until another 5 hours, I'd say. You can't wait until I knock off this one spread? Ah, what is this? I got special attack again. Like nothing. Oh wait, no, that's attack. That's female. That's female. Yes! I did it! Alright, we're gonna get breakfast. Oh my god! Ah, I did it! Ah-ha-ha! I can't believe that. Oh my god, I knocked off the sassy. Haha, oh my god, that's incredible. That's all that's left on the list. And I will probably do that in my own time because I've pretty much shown how to get the rest of it. I've chopped off stuff too, how's that? Like, that's the list now. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I still would have liked to have knocked off the entire list. Oh my god, that's incredible for one stream. Like, I started off with probably double that. And I've knocked off half. Ah, that's incredible. I can't believe that. Like, this is what I'm now left with. But that's mostly from one stream. Oh, and that doesn't look right. Or am I... And that looks correct. Okay, that looks... Doesn't look as impressive when I bring up complete, but... That's what I've got so far. See if I can... Like, crop that down a little bit so people can see. And then would be... Well, aspect ratio can go suck it, but that's everything so far. And I can't believe it, I got most of that tonight. Sweet! Well, that was really fun, and as I said, I did not expect the stream to do as well as it did. Sweetness! Well, as I said, I'll bowl the rest of this over in my own time. And then next stream, we're doing Slazzle, or Sandalit. Because everyone would challenge me to it, so why not? We'll do Sandalit next. So in the meantime, I have to go out and catch a Japanese one, and breed it up from there. And I said I'll do all that on stream, instead of doing some off stream and then doing the stream. So that'll be number 2, which will be Sandalit. Which is part of the Dragon Egg group, even better, and that knocked off into another egg group. I'll just double check what that was, and then that will also determine what the third Pokemon will be, in some shape or form. Monster. Okay, so Dragon and Monster is Sandalit's egg group. And I will definitely go for Corrosion, not so much Oblivious, but it gives us something we can work on. And I just hit my funny bone. How's that to end the stream? Oh my god. So anyways guys, thank you so much for tuning into this breeding live stream. As I said, I did not expect it to last for 7.5 hours. I guess when you're having fun, time just flies by. And as I said, thank you so much for making the stream a big success. As I said, did not expect it to do as well as it did, in regards to like the process I made and the amount of viewership it got too. Really surprised by that. Didn't think people were going to be interested, to be honest. I'm surprised. So anyways, I don't know when the next live stream will be. I'm assuming it will be in the new year, because obviously we've got the end of 2016. I'm going to be busy with family and spending time with the other half, if I can by any chance. I'm assuming we're taking New Year's Eve off. But anyways guys, that's it for me. Again, thank you so much, you people truly are awesome. I'm going out for breakfast, and then I'm probably going to have a bit of a nap, or I'll continue breeding until I just drop asleep. So until next time, this is Lady KrimZen saying ciao for now, but not forever. Ciao!